The representatives of the top 3 academies in South Korea are facing the risk of a disastrous defeat. They are sitting at the same table, anxiously contemplating the current situation. The other 2 have yet to come up with a counterplan. Lee Jin-seong, with a worried expression, says to the other 2, "If we confront Kim Seo-jun right now, even I don't have the confidence to secure a victory." Cha-hae is surprised that even the strongest person from this academy had shown such concern, even though he has been retired for a long time. He was once an S-rank hunter, and the representative of one of the 3 largest academies in South Korea. This makes the thought of not being able to win even more astonishing. The most ruthless of the representatives, So Jin-hyung, is also feeling anxious. Even he is unsure if he can defeat Seo-jun. He recalls the previous match. Earlier today, he had Lee Ha-yoon stunned. This is no longer the level of a mere student. Cha-hae reiterates. In the previous raid, Kim Seo-jun hadn't reached this level. So Jin-hyung feels confused, as after that raid, some events occurred with Kim Seo-jun, and he feels a severe headache, because the friendly tournament has yet to conclude. Lee Jin-seong was originally a very strong person. However, when he saw the representative of another student complaining, he pointed out, complaining is of no use. Right now, there's no way to touch Kim Seo-jun anymore, and you can't defeat him. So Jin-hyung, the wicked main character, had also accepted the reality that there was no way to defeat Kim Seo-jun. He planned, "Our group will take advantage of this situation." As soon as Seo-jun finished the battle, he immediately moved outside to return to his academy dream. When he returned, other reporters had gathered and asked him, "Are you a student of the Sword Saint?" They asked, "Is this true, and what are your plans after this competition?" He realized that getting past the reporters was not easy. So he used his light-footed wave-walking skill to move quickly. He ran step by step in the air, leaving the part behind. Everyone was astonished and gasped at this sight. The reporters quickly took out their cameras to capture the moment. As he returned to the waiting room of Academy Dream, he wondered, "Why are these reporters blocking my way?" It turned out that this was the plan of the cunning and despicable So Jin-hyung. He said, "Our business has been defeated, but Academy Dream has not been defeated, right?" This statement aimed to criticize Academy Dream, not just Kim Seo-jun. Just a few minutes later, he moved to the waiting room and met Seo-yoon and Park Seo-young again. He happily announced, "I'm back." The 2 of them coincidentally walked into the room. Seo-yoon asked him, "Why did you move here? I remember there were many reporters looking for you." He felt a bit annoyed, but fortunately, he had made it back here. He also didn't understand why everyone was blocking their path like that. Park Seo-yoon had grasped the information earlier than him. She explained, "The reporters are in a frenzy because a lot of news has been posted online, causing chaos all over South Korea." He picked up his phone to check. At first, there were only news articles praising him for defeating Lee Ha-yoon. Journalists exaggerated his strength, asking, "Where does your incredible power come from?" A slew of information comparing his strength to Lee Ha-yoon's flooded every corner of social media. The comments under the articles and statuses kept increasing, jumping continuously. Among the countless articles comparing their strengths, there was one that stated, "The CEO is a B-rank hunter." Comments kept appearing, discussing and questioning. Why is she the granddaughter of the Sword Saint yet only a B-rank hunter? Is Park Seo-yoon riding on Kim Seo-jun's fame? There are comments saying, "The niece of the Sword Saint is only good at draining the life out of the students." Many comments have insulted her. After reading these comments, he felt a strange sensation. When his gaze turned to Seo-yoon, Park Seo-yoon forced a smile. Clearly, she was not happy at all, but she had to accept it. After that, she disregarded her feelings and asked him if he had any plans for the second match yet. Seo-jun still did not understand what the second match was about. Park Seo-yoon explained that the list of participants for the second match is already set, and we just need to participate in the dungeon raid. Upon hearing this, he understood that this was a team match. However, he felt extremely worried. 2 of his teammates were already in the hospital. If there aren't enough members, they won't be able to compete as a team. He didn't know what to do now. Park Seo-yoon did not seem worried. She said, "I was also planning to ask the organizers, but they have been blocked by the reporters." Coincidentally, the event staff had chased away the reporters to avoid disturbing the other contestants. Both of them felt that the outside had become a bit quieter. Park Seo-yoon decided to go outside to take care of some matters. She reminded him, "Kim Seo-jun, remember to rest. He said goodbye to Seo Yoon in a friendly manner. After that, he leaned back in the chair, feeling really tired. Today, he only intended to defeat her with a little bit of effort. But unexpectedly, at the last minute, he had to use divine power. He could have used a normal thunderous punch to make her lose. But since he had already used divine power, he felt a bit exhausted. Looking back at that moment, he thought it was unnecessary to use divine power at all. Unexpectedly, while he was resting in the chair, the mentor appeared. He felt like his soul wanted to fly up to the top of the tree. He was so scared that he fell out of the chair, while the mentor didn't understand why he was so startled. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. I have to meet me. I'll punch a few times to scare others. The mentor felt guilty. Please forgive me. Seo Joon also felt a lot of resentment. Every time his mentor appeared, it made him want to wet his pants. But anyway, since he was the mentor, he let it all go. He remembered that he had asked the mentor to help inquire about something and felt grateful, because the mentor had waited and put in a lot of effort to ask for him. The mentor confidently announced, I have asked many teachers, and even the principal, but they all shook their heads, saying it is not possible. Hearing not possible, he no longer had much hope. His expression showed disappointment. So it really is impossible. He sat in the chair and sighed. He thought, if I can't find a way, other extraordinary beings will think the same as I do. While he was still feeling down, the mentor announced some good news. The principal said if it's Kim Seo-joon, then it might be possible. He didn't understand. What does the principal mean? Why is it only me who can do this while others cannot? The mentor explained. The principal said there is a possibility, but I can't be sure. From the very beginning, I said that using both the central and lower dantian at the same time is impossible. He felt surprised and didn't know why only he was given this opportunity. The mentor, full of enthusiasm and confidence, continued. From now on, everything I say is directly from the principal. This is the principal's opinion. The mentor explained. Every living being can absorb and utilize a certain amount of resources that the essence of life allows. Therefore, one cannot exceed the limits of the living state. The mentor said, the limit of resources that a living entity can endure, or what is called the limit of causality, can be either the central dantian or the lower dantian. Just one of these is sufficient. The principal stated that just one is enough. If you exceed the available causality limit, there is a possibility of deterioration or completely vanishing into nothingness. The male protagonist's face showed concern. Then, the mentor conveyed the principal's subsequent message. However, if both the central and lower dantian are used, there is still a possibility. He sees that yours will not deteriorate or disappear. He did not understand why this was the case. The mentor continued to explain. Because Kim Seo-joon's causality has not been measured. No matter how the situation was before, your results have never been measured. This information was extremely new. He began to recall the initial time when he did not have an ID and had asked the mentor to report back to the principal. Even though the causality had not been measured, this could be seen as good news. Because if it has not been measured, Seo-joon's causality also does not have any specific limits. Therefore, considering the use of both types of dantian still hold the possibility of not being dissipated. The entire thought of the principal of the Supreme Academy has been conveyed. The mentor also added, the principal still wants to remind Seo-joon of a few notes when using both dantian. The mentor said, first, both must be opened simultaneously. Second, one must endure the immense burden of karma. Regarding the first point, it seems easy to understand. As for the second issue, what the burden of karma is, I do not know. The mentor explained, if both types of dantian are opened, then naturally the amount of mana needed to fill the dantian must also increase. But that number is not simply double, it increases exponentially. Therefore, using that unimaginable power is not impossible, but I have heard that simple cultivation alone cannot compensate for it. Just hearing about using a large amount of mana sparked the thought in his mind that he must buy the divine medicine Elisa at all costs. In other words, he needed to pour a ton of money into this to solve it. Thinking about financial issues, he fell into depression and felt disheartened living in a one-bedroom apartment. She saw that he seemed overly worried and said, this is just my personal opinion, but I think it's worth a try. The principal does not take the 3 words has potential lightly. If the principal has said so, you can consider this truly feasible. The brilliance of Kim Seo-jun shining in the future will be that of a transcendent being capable of using all three danshin. The mentor was like a beacon of hope for him. Although she usually tormented him, she couldn't bear to see him disappointed. If the opening of both danshins was successful, it would be hard to imagine what would happen next. The mentor said, "The principal is really looking forward to you." The mentor also mentioned, "You have to resign as principal to make it happen." Upon hearing this, he was curious about the identity of the principal of the Supreme Academy. He asked her, "What kind of person is he?" The mentor didn't want to say too much about the principal, but she wanted him to know that the identity of the principal was actually a bit hard to explain. She vaguely informed him that the principal is a second-tier super being, and that's all I can reveal. The beautiful girl's figure was indeed the second-tier super being and also the principal of the Supreme Academy. Seo-jun asked, "A second-tier super being?" The mentor suddenly remembered that he had been at the academy for a long time, but had never heard about the history of the Supreme Academy. He looked puzzled, as if to say, how could he know if no one had told him? The mentor felt excited about an important and entertaining story that she had never told Seo-jun before. Since she was free, the mentor decided to share it with him. "Actually, our Supreme Academy is..." While telling this, suddenly there was a sound of the door opening. Park Seo-yoon unexpectedly announced to him, "I just got back." The mentor immediately disappeared. He was startled repeatedly. Seeing his strange behavior, Seo-yoon approached and asked, "I just heard you talking to someone." He replied hesitantly, "You must have misheard," and laughed it off. But what was important now was that he was worried about how the second round would be resolved. Park Seo-yoon was about to tell him that the fake name So Jin Hyun would personally explain. "I will let him know." Since the meeting had just ended, he politely greeted him and explained, "Because this friendly tournament includes students, it is a very important opportunity for the students to fight with all their might. All representatives of the students have gathered and held a meeting. Most people have agreed to continue to the second round." Park Seo-yoon was worried about her team, so she wanted to say, "My team only has Kim Seo-jun." So Jin Hyun had considered resigning, so he changed the rules a bit for this round. This time it was no longer a team battle between students, but an attack on the dungeon with a team consisting of one student and one coach. Hearing him explain up to this point, Seo-jun flexibly thought. He felt a bit worried, because given the current situation, he and Park Seo-yoon would certainly be on the same team. But the issue here was that Seo-yoon was only a B-rank hunter, while the coach of the other team was at least an A rank. He was concerned. The article earlier made Seo-yoon quite sad. If the power disparity in the team composition is revealed, I wonder what problems will arise. While he was busy thinking, Park Seo-yoon wanted to reclaim the rights for her student, mainly because of Seo-jun. She suggested to him, "Then there should be additional rewards." Right. He felt surprised and reacted as if, "There are additional rewards too." He was lost in thought when he realized her actions were for him. Park Seo-yoon explained, "If the original rules of the game are unilaterally changed like this, shouldn't we also demand something in return?" So Jin Hyun did not expect this move from Park Seo-yoon. He could only ask back, "How much do you need?" Seo-yoon turned to look at Kim Seo-jun and said with affection, "Don't worry about me as the director when I haven't helped you even once. Let me help you this time." Seo-jun now reflects on the words that Seo-yoon had said. The way Seo-yoon cared for him had touched him deeply. He boldly suggested that besides the prize money, he also had some requests. He explained clearly, "In my team, Seo-yoon has also gone into battle. But according to the rules, the coach will represent the teams in the fight. Therefore, the remaining trainees, the representatives at the top, should also step forward to compete." Right. Seeing him speak so correctly, the other man could only react reluctantly. Seo-jun knew that this tournament was organized to humiliate him and restore the honor of the three academies. He boldly stated, "If you give us 6 billion won in prize money up front, then no matter what rules you impose, we will accept." Then, he reacted, "If not, then don't even dream about it." His expression teased the other man, but he had a deeper thought, as if wanting to harm him in some way. He said, "Then there's no other way. We have to agree." The rules for the second round were announced. After that, the students and representatives also began preparations for the dungeon raid. The representatives of the three academies and Hunter Mills, Ale, would also form a team similar to a dream team. The dungeon would be divided into Dungeon 1, Dungeon 2, and finally Dungeon 3. According to the law, students will enter Dungeon 1, while representatives will enter Dungeon 2. Each person will handle the monsters in their respective dungeons alone. The raid mission for each dungeon will yield mana. If after collecting enough 2 mana, it is enough to place it on the pedestal, the boss will be summoned. In the final dungeon, both students and representatives will work together to defeat the boss to determine the winner. The team that has the shortest total time to clear Dungeons 1 and 2, as well as the time taken to kill a boss in Dungeon 3, will be declared the winner. He had received 6 billion from other students. He quickly pressed the button to purchase the courses, and without hesitation, he paid for 2 courses. The first course was Heaven Escape Cultivation, which helps to fully confront the true self of Swordmaster Lu Dongbin. The second course was Secret, which holds the immense power of a dragon. The attendant staff, not seeing him, opened the door and asked, "Has Seo Jun prepared yet?" He had taken a little time to complete the course payment. After that, he stepped out to the preparation area. The dungeon had appeared before Seo Yun. When he came out and called her name, she finally turned around. Seo Yun didn't know what he had done in there alone. He scratched his head and smiled shyly. Just doing random stuff. He looked towards the platform and guessed this would be the place to place the mana to open the third dungeon. He was in a very normal and relaxed state, but on Seo Yun's side, he noticed she seemed tense. Seo Jun calculated in his mind. The fact that Seo Yun isn't as strong as the representatives can't be changed anymore. But it doesn't count as individual time, it's a collective one. He guessed that Seo Yun's start in conquering the dungeon would be slower than his and slower than the other student representatives. Therefore, he had to shorten the time as much as possible if he wanted to win this round. He remembered that he had bought the course, but he wasn't sure if he could catch up with those former S-rank hunters. The proctor had already shouted, "If you are ready, then step inside." Before entering the dungeon, he called out to Seo Yun and said he would see her later. He wanted to create a comfortable and confident atmosphere for both of them. Park Seo Yun smiled on the outside, but inside she was worried. After he stepped into the dungeon, just as he entered and hadn't even had time to warm up, he immediately encountered a wolf. It is not a wolf, but a pack of wolves. Wolves in the wild often follow the crowd, and, unexpectedly, they also apply collective tactics in the dungeon. Seo Jun did not feel apprehensive about the possibility of being judged by others. He even saw the large number of them as an opportunity to complete the dungeon quickly. As soon as he unleashed his fighting spirit, the energy emanating from his body was incredibly powerful. He was fully in a fighting stance, hoping to start off lightly. 2 sources of energy, central and lower dantian, surged forth. However, since he had only recently learned to control them, he slipped and released energy from spinning the spear. The energy shot towards a nearby mountain, causing it to tremble. The wolves, which had been ferocious in their attacks, were now terrified after witnessing that attack, even though it had slipped. They realized this was the aura of the main character, and they used their limbs to flee. Now he was so strong that even the monsters in the dungeon had to run away. He did not understand why they fled like that. After a period of pursuit, he finally held the stone in his hand. He felt that the designer of this dungeon was truly brilliant, as not only did they design monsters capable of fighting, but they also knew how to make them flee. This had consumed a lot of his time. He calmly walked out of the dungeon, holding the stone in his hand. As he stepped outside, he still couldn't see Seo Yun. Park Seo Yun knew that Seo Yun was not finished yet, but he wanted to reach the podium to place the stone as soon as possible. When he was about to insert the stone into the hole, a notification appeared before him. It was the completion time and achievement announcement of the Academy Hunter. The time displayed was 12 minutes and 01 seconds. For the first time, he felt a sense of dread. He didn't understand what was happening and felt extremely disappointed, his face showing horror as if he had already sensed defeat. He had never expected that he would lose this round. According to the results on the announcement board, the time difference between the first dungeon and the second dungeon was indeed very large. Academy Hunter Mills recorded the time to conquer the first dungeon as 35 minutes and 14 seconds, and the second dungeon as 11 minutes and 38 seconds, bringing the total time of this student to 58 minutes and 53 seconds. He felt a shiver of fear when he saw this result, because for the other students, the first dungeon was fought by the students, while the second dungeon was handled by the representatives. Therefore, Their results were very reasonable. Conversely, on the Academy Dream side, the stronger individuals conquered Dungeon 1, while the weaker ones tackled Dungeon 2. According to his calculations, if Siu Yun placed the Mana Stone, victory was entirely possible. Conversely, if they lost, the one who would be criticized the most would be Park Siu Yun. He imagined the extent to which everyone would dig into Siu Yun's past. But thinking about the representatives of the 3 academies, he realized, if they waited, they would completely lose the chance to win. Looking at Dungeon 2, he knew it was a high-difficulty dungeon. His Siu Yun could fail in this dungeon. At that moment, he felt hazy and unable to judge the situation as he usually would, because he wanted to win for the money. The results from Academy Gone had already been revealed. Their total time conquering both dungeons was 59 minutes and 43 seconds. He remembered the encouraging words and the time Siu Yun had helped him, feeling utterly helpless. All he could do was stand by and watch the results of the other students. Meanwhile, Park Siu Yun was struggling fiercely inside Dungeon 2. Siu Yun had thrust her sword through a chameleon. Surrounding her were flames and high temperatures. Another stone chameleon chose to attack. Siu Yun had to dodge the attack and then swung her sword to sever part of the chameleon's body. But they are all the same. Whenever someone attacks their body, that part of the body will automatically explode. In other words, there is no way to dodge the attack. After being sliced and exploding, one of the lizards was flung quite a distance away. Not stopping there, another lizard unexpectedly spat fire. But Park Siu Yun used her nimble legs to evade it. Although her situation was very difficult in the fight, she always reminded herself that she had to succeed. Thinking of Siu Jun waiting for her outside, she knew she could not be faster than him. But at the very least, she had to conquer this dungeon. As she was about to move, suddenly one lizard blocked her path by wrapping its tongue around her left leg. She turned her head to look back, and in front of her, another lizard charged in to attack. Nevertheless, Park Siu Yun was a disciple of the Sword Saint, so she had time to quickly deal with the lightning-fast attacks in front of her. At this moment, she thought about herself and realized that her skills were nigh outstanding. The figure of the Sword Saint appeared in her mind. Although she was his granddaughter, and he was one of the heroes in the cataclysmic flood, she was just an ordinary B-rank hunter, despite having been personally taught by him. She was standing in a circle of fire, sword in hand, ready to attack any monster within her sight. Park Siu Yun truly respected her grandfather, but she also hated him for constantly comparing and criticizing her. She felt it was because she was too weak, and because of that, she hated herself even more. From this moment on, she felt that she had changed. Previously, she had never liked being a hunter at all, because that guy Siu Jun had made her change. She had truly come to enjoy being a hunter. With this determination, she had killed all the chameleons in the dungeon and proudly held the Mana Stone in her hand even though blood was continuously flowing from her hands. As she dragged her injured body, she remembered the moment she first met Siu Jun. She thought that both sides would exploit each other to survive. She thought she could take advantage of this student to enhance her reputation at the academy, but now, her mindset had changed. She recalled that the professional hunter exam was approaching, and this competition would put an end to their relationship. This brief relationship would eventually come to an end. She hopes that no matter what happens, she will be able to help Siu Jun, even if just a little. As long as she doesn't become a burden to him, that will be enough. The moment she stepped through her grandfather's gate, she felt a lack of spirit today, and the disappointed expressions of the students waiting for her. But in fact, Siu Jun had acted thoughtfully, as if he had just conquered a dungeon. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, Park Siu Yun, you just came out. So did I. You're really impressive." As soon as she stepped out, she felt so moved that she wanted to cry her heart out and let the stone fall to the ground. Then she asked, "Why did you do that?" Siu Jun replied, "No, I didn't do anything." He walked over to her and said, "It's true that I really need money, but not to that extent. I can earn money any time." His actions reflected a mature mindset and concern for the feelings of others. He understood that a broken heart would never feel warm again. He picked up the stone in his hand and stepped outside. Then he thanked her and slowly walked to the podium. Besides money, what he desired was the path to becoming a professional hunter, the way he could become exceptional. He absolutely did not want to lose people like this by his side. The result appeared before them, and this result left both of them stunned. Instead of blaming Siu Yun, he calmly calculated, The total time of Academy Hunter Mills was 58 minutes and 53 seconds. If he wanted to win, he had to defeat the boss within 48 seconds. Before doing some things, he respectfully and gratefully spoke to his instructor. Ms. Park Seo-yoon, I really want to say this to you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to get this far on my own. He turned to look at her with a saintly smile and continued. So this time I rely on you. Oh no, in the future I will also depend on Seo-yoon. Today, he learned to think of others. Seo-yoon, with several severe burn marks on her face, felt tears streaming down her cheeks at these words. In her entire life, she had never felt as happy as this. She hurriedly wiped away her tears. As for him, he was preparing to do something else. He had tested the durability of the spear and then expressed, honestly, you are the only person I can trust. Ms. Park Seo-yoon, if I faint, please take care of me. Seo-yoon herself did not understand what he was preparing to do. She knew Seo-jun was gathering mana sources into his body, and his body was glowing. The mentor would explain to the Hunter Mill students that the total time they conquered was 50 minutes and 53 seconds, while the total time for conquering the 2 dungeons of Academy Dream was 58 minutes and 4 seconds. Therefore, if we subtract the total time that Academy Hunter Mills conquered in the dungeon compared to Academy Dream, it is 49 seconds. And if the Dream Team wants to win, they must defeat the boss within 48 seconds to achieve victory. This is very clear. It was time to cheer. Go on Seo-jun. As if preparing to do something important, he reminded, if I pass out, please remember to wait for me. In Seo-yun's eyes, warm energy sources and golden light were all over his body. He slowly calculated, there are only about 30 seconds left. If I cannot find and defeat the boss in such a short time, I have decided to unleash a powerful blow that would destroy the entire dungeon, making it unable to withstand. Thus, the monster will also be eradicated. The dungeon was destroyed, and it was almost time for him to win the competition. He concentrated intensely, channeling the divine energy into his body, wave after wave. Then, he used both his body strength skills and sword aura. Although it was immensely powerful, he still felt it was not enough. He decisively bought a gas flask. After successfully purchasing it, he drank it immediately. The strength that was already terrifying became even more fearsome. The powerful energy was so intense that it made Seo-yoon, who was watching from outside, take a step back. Seo-yoon felt the air around her shifting, but she still could not see clearly what kind of energy field was unfolding. As for him, he was tapping into the energy from his lower dantian. He could feel it flowing through his bloodstream, then reaching the central dantian right in the middle of his chest. He recalled the teachings of Sun Wukong, that when using skills to dodge in combination, one should evade and block attacks while moving and remember not to exceed the range of the sword's hilt. He had learned from the lecture, and every action of Sun Wukong now seemed to be executed by Seo-jun once again. Sun Wukong described, imagine holding a lance lightly in your hand and swinging it up. The source of energy from the virtual screen was extremely powerful, causing the space to resemble a raging storm. Sun Wukong's words reminded that hold back the chaos within, then feel the force of the strike being unleashed. He pointed the tip of the spear downward, and the ground cracked open, unable to withstand the immense mana. Finally, a thrust pierced through the body of the person, and the lance became one with him. Each word of the teaching resonated deeply within every cell of his body. Sun Wukong instructed that all this energy would penetrate through a single point. By this point, he had accumulated enough energy for the strike. He thrust the spear straight and focused on a single point. His gaze lit up with the power of the gods. After that, he had no other purpose but to pierce straight into one point. He unleashed the attack. This strike was certainly so powerful that the spear could not withstand it and shattered immediately upon impact. At this moment, nothing else mattered, only his eyes and the dungeon before him. This attack was so strong that even though he was inside the academy, everyone outside, both the representative and the students, felt as if an earthquake had just occurred. So Jin Hyun could sense it through his terrified expression, as if he could feel something unfavorable in the future. An incredibly convincing achievement by Academy Dream, defeating the boss in just 41 seconds, left everyone in disbelief, struggling to believe their eyes. The achievement of 41 seconds, no more, no less, had placed Academy Dream at the top. So Jin Hyun screamed, "This is impossible. This is unthinkable." After using the skills just now, He was exhausted and fainted immediately afterward. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital. But he quickly sat up in worry. Park Seo-yoon asked him, "You're awake?" Seo-jun also inquired, "What happened?" Seo-yoon replied cheerfully, "We won," which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Park Seo-yoon prioritized the health of the students above all. For her, winning was not important. What mattered was that the students were healthy. Seo-jun was the author's favorite, so just sleeping for a bit was enough for him to wake up. Both his body and mind felt very comfortable. He said to Seo-yoon, "Even if I faint a few more times, it won't matter at all." Park Seo-yoon looked at him with a gaze full of affection. He didn't understand why Seo-yoon was looking at him like that and felt a bit strange. After that, she sincerely thanked him and continued to display a face that seemed to be struck by love. He could also understand this happiness, and just smiled. "Thank you very much." He didn't understand why the group of reporters barged into the hospital, insisting on meeting the male lead at all costs. Some reporters wanted to meet Kim Seo-jun today, even though the security guards were doing their best to block them. However, the reporters still made a commotion, causing the security to remind them, Kim Seo-jun needs to rest and recuperate. The reporters and the press wanted to confirm whether this was true and also wanted to hear him recount what had happened. One angry reporter said, "Why didn't you come to ask directly at Academy Dream any other day?" One person in the group of reporters grumbled angrily, "If we can't find the Sword Saint, it will be very disappointing." The reporters still wanted to ask him how he managed to defeat the dungeon. They were curious. Did you use your own strength? Or was there another way to destroy it? Everyone was curious about what had happened in the dungeon. But more importantly, among the reporters, someone said, "The entire Top Academy is denying his victory." These works claim that they only lost to Kim Seo-jun personally, not to Academy Dream. They asked him a very important question. If you just answer, could it harm Park Seo-yoon and tarnish her reputation? He looked towards Park Seo-yoon and then calmly smiled. "I am just a student of Academy Dream. Besides, what can I do?" His humble and shy demeanor showed how considerate he was. After that, he wanted to shine the spotlight on Seo-yoon, so he said, "I am just following the words of the principal here." Park Seo-yoon felt anxious that the kiddo would expose her in front of the public. But unexpectedly, he said those words that made the reporters reconsider. Then, the reporters rushed to ask Seo-yoon, "How do you feel about your student soon becoming the best student in Korea? Is there any special training method you have for Seo-jun?" The reporters continuously questioned her, because she was the one training Kim Seo-jun. Many photos were taken that day. Seo-jun felt very happy to be able to do this for Seo-yoon. But then, Seo-yoon became flustered and turned to scold him for making her look like this. As for him, he remains relaxed because whenever the reporters ask him, he replies, "For any inquiries, please contact our principal." A YouTuber has taken advantage of the fame of the Dream Student, naming his channel Femi Manga Recap. He said, "Hello dear friends, today Femi Manga Recap will reveal an astonishing truth. We will talk about the truth behind Kim Seo-jun and Dream. This is the hot topic recently, featuring Dream, including Kim Seo-jun. This channel has attracted nationwide attention. This person not only defeated Lee Ha-yoon, the talented one in the history of professional hunters, but also destroyed the dungeon." The comments below are incredibly lively, with many people unable to believe that Lee Ha-yoon has actually lost. The man wearing the mysterious mask continues. When this news broke, not only forums, but every page was bustling with discussions about this. The story is truly unbelievable. If we call this a battle of gods, it would not be an exaggeration. At this time, people even refer to him as a superhero rather than a hero student. There is really nothing to debate. But is Kim Seo-jun real? The story has yet to be proven true, right? Now let's put an end to the argument. The secret lies with the principal of the Dream Student. She is the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. He said, "The second round is a coordinated raid between the students and the principal. In other words, this can only happen when Kim Seo-jun and the principal fight together, not just him alone." Please like and subscribe, and turn on notifications for us. In just 2 hours, there were over 200 comments under the video. One of the comments said, "Oh my god, finally everything is revealed. I want to join the Academy Dream Sword Saint. I would do anything to be part of it." Another comment said, The light bulb broke naturally, so I temporarily used Kim Seo-jun's picture. I called it the Seo-jun lamp. As a result, the room is super bright. He sat reading comments online, finding the netizens hilarious. What, now there's even a Seo-jun lamp? He thought to himself. In his eyes, Park Seo-yoon was the light of his life. He was also the one who received $6 million in shares. In the evening, while he was strolling down the street, always smiling because everything had gone according to his plan, he intended to absorb the remaining potion. Suddenly, a girl wearing a strange black hat appeared, seemingly looking for him. When he approached, he realized that this mysterious girl in the black hat was Lee Ha-yoon. She wanted to meet him in the dead of night to talk, but his nature didn't want to waste time with unworthy people. So he refused. Sorry, I'm busy. He said that and brushed past her, as if he didn't want to disturb each other. Lee Ha-yoon felt shocked by his indifferent attitude. Like many others, she began to plead. Wait, please don't go. At this moment, Seo-jun finally stopped to turn towards her to see what she wanted to say. But Lee Ha-yoon appeared shy and embarrassed. He stood there, observing the girl with a bewildered expression, both of them facing each other without saying a word. Passers-by continued to walk by, and he felt she was just idling. If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving. Lee Ha-yoon finally spoke up. There are rumors that you were the disciple of the Sword Saint. Seo-jun was surprised to hear this. He turned back to look at her, with a bewildered expression once again. Really? If I truly am the disciple of the Sword Saint, then I should be using a sword, right? Why would I use a lance? Seeing Lee Ha-yoon's reaction, it seemed she didn't quite understand. He further criticized. She is a genius. Yet she doesn't know this. It's truly surprising. While she was pondering his words, which seemed reasonable, he felt it was a waste of time and decided to walk away once again without looking back. Lee Ha-yoon had to resort to pleading. This time, even though she saw he was unwilling to turn around, he still stood still to hear what she had to say. She asked, "Haven't you learned anything from the Sword Saint? And what do they usually teach at Academy Dream?" She also inquired about specific training methods, eating habits, and whether there were other students. He generally disliked answering, especially when she asked so many questions like that. He decided to use his skill of running in the air, dashing across tall buildings to escape from her. Although he moved at a very fast pace, when he felt someone behind him and turned around, he was astonished to see she had followed him in a similar manner. While this surprised him, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After feeling a strong dislike for her, he abruptly stopped, and she bumped into his back. Seo-jun felt angry for being bothered this much. He asked Lee Ha-yoon, "What else do you want to be curious about?" Lee Ha-yoon felt angry with him, but thinking about the possibility of learning something from him, she tried to hold back. Knowing that Lee Ha-yoon was arrogant and not easy to accept defeat, he pointed straight at her and said, "You just want to make excuses for why you lost to me, right? Are you planning to use the Sword Saint as an excuse?" This time, Lee Ha-yoon was determined to change, no longer maintaining her arrogant attitude. She clarified, "That's not it, I'm just curious." Unlike the attitude he had encountered from her during the tournament, this time he felt surprised because the person in front of him was a cold, arrogant individual. Lee Ha-yoon approached him and asked, "Where is your principal? Aren't you two going together?" He felt that if he didn't resolve this here, she would continue to follow him like this forever. Therefore, he decided to stay and answer some questions. He said, "What do you want to find Seo-yoon for?" Lee Ha-yoon had something difficult to say and appeared hesitant. "I have something I want to discuss with her, so I wanted to meet her alone." Seo-jun replied honestly, "If you want to find Park Seo-yoon, she said she had something to do and left earlier, so I don't know where she is." Nam is someone who inherently enjoys living and training alone. Therefore, he absolutely hates the feeling of being pursued to ask for something repeatedly. He warns Lee Ha-yoon, "Don't follow me anymore. If you keep trailing me, my gaze will become threatening, and don't do anything excessive." Lee Ha-yoon confirms that Seo-yoon is busy, so she will come after resolving everything. She casually walks back to the academy and thinks about where Park Seo-yoon is. She remembers that Seo-yoon went somewhere after the competition, and although she doesn't know where Seo-yoon has gone, she decides to return to the academy first. She believes that she and Seo-yoon will meet again later. After the competition, Park Seo-yoon seeks out her grandfather, who is the Sword Saint. She kneels before him with a sincere and respectful demeanor. The Sword Saint asks, Why have you suddenly come here? Park Seo-yoon replies, after seeing Seo-jun full of motivation, I wanted to become a hunter again, and wanted to wield a sword once more. The Sword Saint feels this news like a bolt from the blue. He remembers that from childhood to adulthood, Park Seo-yoon never wanted to become a sword master. Yet now, she desires to be someone who wields a sword. The subordinate of the Sword Saint knew that this was not the first time Park Seo-yoon had asked to wield a sword herself. He asked seriously, "What is the reason?" Park Seo-yoon remained resolute and said confidently, "I want to stand by his side." Upon hearing this, he can understand that the person she was referring to was Seo-jun. He stood tall before her and asked, "Are you willing to give up your dream to follow that kid and become a professional hunter?" Park Seo-yoon surprisingly replied, "No, I am not giving up my dream." She then explained, "It was actually Seo-jun's words that unintentionally sowed the seeds of my dream to become a professional hunter." She recalled the time she spoke with him and asked why Seo-jun wanted to become hunter. He explained, "Someone once told me this. A dream is a verb, while a profession is a noun. Therefore, a profession cannot become your dream, and being a professional hunter is not my dream either." Park Seo-yoon was kneeling before the Sword Saint, expressing her desire. She continuously thought in her mind, but did not say it out loud. She wanted to take a different path and silently convey her dream within her heart. She resolutely decided to tell him, "I want to wield a sword." Seeing his granddaughter's determined attitude, he also changed his perspective. Seo-jun, once a tycoon with over 20 billion, now had not a single penny to his name. Indeed, in a life of poverty, one must pay up as they go. It turned out that when he destroyed the third dungeon, he was thinking of buying a clear dew elixir, which only cost 2 billion. Little did he know that when he had more money, the price would triple. It was truly surreal, my friends. Just buying a mana replenishment potion cost so much, leaving him feeling disheartened. Once again, with such money, was he supposed to resort to the red light district to earn it? He once more felt the cold air and murderous intent. This time, he no longer felt a chill running down his spine. He even said, "Do you always have to appear like this?" The Dark Saint intended to scare him with a few spells, but unexpectedly lost his swag in the process. Every time the Dark Saint met him, he had to compliment him. This was not the first time he was surprised upon seeing him. He immediately discussed work and said, "As for that order of truth, they still haven't noticed my presence here. How come you always see me?" Seo-jun answered frankly, "I can only feel it." The Dark Saint's appearance was like that of a swag assassin, but he guessed that age had made him not as he once was. Seo-jun asked, "Is there something on your mind? How is the job of tracking the order of truth going?" After a period of gathering information, today he met Seo-jun to discuss this matter. But before addressing that, he inquired about his disciple first. "I heard he wasn't seriously injured and has been discharged from the hospital." Seo-jun provided new information. "What I mean is, his match didn't seem to go smoothly." The Dark Saint felt that Lee Min-yul was a foolish disciple for not listening to him. He had only instructed him to use one weapon. Seo-jun replied, "Anyway, now he has his own fighting style." The Dark Saint came here empty-handed. He had taken the time to write down lessons and handed them to Lee Min-yul. He asked Seo-jun to return these 2 notebooks, saying, "With these 2, we'll conquer the entire universe later." The Dark Saint also mentioned that he would give Seo-jun 3 billion, the amount of money he had promised. Upon hearing the amount of money, Seo-jun felt his spirits lift, full of vitality. He asked the Dark Saint, "Do you know that the disciple of the Magic Saint is also at Academy Dream?" The Dark Saint replied, "I have heard about the disciple of the Magic Saint before. It must be Jeon Jimin, right?" He asked, "Is she here?" Seo-jun explained, "No, besides her, he has taken on another new disciple." The Dark Saint was confused. Why would the god take on another new disciple? Seo-jun prepared to launch into his pitch for money. He said, "You know, the Magic Saint gave me 10 billion to take care of his disciple." The Dark Saint had not yet caught on to what was about to happen. Seo-jun continued, "I told the Magic Saint and you about the fact that his disciple is studying at Dream. I recounted the whole truth about the situation and the relationship between you and me to him. And after hearing the story, he even asked how could 3 billion be enough. Then without hesitation, he handed me 10 billion right away. Even though I kept insisting that I couldn't accept it, that I didn't see how I could receive it, he still insisted that I must take that 10 billion. At that moment, I thought it would be really rude if I kept refusing like that, so I accepted the 10 billion right away. The Dark Saint did not know what this kiddo's purpose was in telling the story, and his expression showed discomfort. Seo-jun recounted the story to the Dark Saint and said, "It's nothing. But what I mean is that when he entrusted his disciple to me, the Magic Saint gave me 10 billion. The Dark Saint did not know what to say. Seo-jun continued to attack the defenses, reiterating once more, "By the way, don't worry too much. I'm just saying that there's only 10 billion. While the Dark Saint and Seo-jun were talking, a sudden tremor resembling an earthquake occurred in the academy. Who would have thought that this tremor was caused by the Sword Saint approaching? Each time he stepped closer, it signaled that something was amiss. The Sword Saint, with a serious, intense expression, said, "What the hell are you doing here?" The reunion between the Dark Saint and the Sword Saint was not very pleasant. Both had contrasting personalities. Unlike the joyful reunion between the Sword Saint and the Magic Saint, the situation with the Dark Saint was a different story. The Sword Saint slowly approached, emanating golden fighting spirit all around him. He asked, "What is the Dark Saint doing here?" The Dark Saint, despite having once been one of the 5 great heroes, did not show any inferiority. He also radiated the same presence as the Sword Saint and replied, "Don't you think I came here to settle something with him?" Seo-jun also felt that the situation was not good. All he could say was, "I'm sorry." After that, the two became even more tense. Each of them carried their own frustrations. Sword Saint said directly to the Dark Saint, "You have exploited the order of truth, betrayed us, and yet you are so brazen." The Dark Saint retorted, "It's not betrayal. You are the one who did not listen. Trust my words." Seo-jun was caught between the two great heroes who were arguing. He could only advise them, "Please stop fighting." However, they seemed determined to resolve everything right here. The power within the academy was growing stronger, like a level 10 storm. Seo-jun tried to interject, "If you two want to fight, can you do it somewhere else?" Sword Saint said, "People have warned you. After betraying us, you only have that excuse to justify yourself." The Dark Saint also had his own reasons. He said, "How things turned out is not my fault. Wasn't it you who was manipulated by the order of truth?" Sword Saint interrupted, "Shut up." The situation was becoming increasingly tense. If the male lead did not take action, Seo-jun also unleashed a tremendous amount of mana from his body, creating a powerful wave that even the two big bosses felt fear. He saw that the two old men were no longer arguing, so he retracted his source of fighting spirit. Both felt that this was not the aura of an ordinary person. They recalled that the last time they met, the person in front of them was not this strong. He reproached, "You two almost leveled this building." Then he turned to reason with the Dark Saint. He argued, "If Lee Min-yol were here, he would know what to do. Are you really planning to throw him into a volcano?" Continuing, he turned to Sword Saint. "If you destroy this academy, how will you explain yourself when you meet Park Seo-yoon again?" He said something that made both of them temporarily stop their conflict. "I don't know what happened between you two, but if you want to fight, please take it elsewhere." Now he thought of himself as a hero of reconciliation. Then he smiled politely and said, "Anyway, let me finish what I was saying." He asked the Dark Saint, "Don't you have something to say to me?" The Dark Saint replied, "Time is limited. Staying here for too long is not beneficial, so I will get straight to the point." He said, "Recently, during his investigation, he discovered that the Order of Truth is plotting something related to the Beast Berserk. This news is truly shocking. I wonder what will happen to the world if this great monster rises." The Dark Saint reported the situation. He still has nothing certain. However, the apostles have begun to take action. Sword Saint, being a skeptical person who wants to clarify everything, asked the Dark Saint, "Do you find any of the speculations about the actions of the apostles and the Beast Berserk to be excessive?" The Dark Saint felt a bit irritated when Sword Saint asked again, right after he had just said he wasn't sure. The Dark Saint had no choice but to tell him, "Anyway, from now on, I will investigate thoroughly. So can you help me?" Seo-jun felt strange that he could help the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint looked at him with an expectant expression. "I told you last year, I can't do it alone. Based on what we've found so far, right? They are repeatedly conducting those dangerous experiments targeting specific dungeons. He suggested, you just need to investigate those dungeons. Seo Jun felt uncertain because he was still a trainee, and not every dungeon was accessible to him. The Dark Saint said, soon I will participate in a professional hunter selection exam. After that, I will be able to enter any dungeon. He asked, you will help me, right? He didn't dare to promise for sure, so he just mumbled. Sword Saint interjected, why are you asking him for help today? The Dark Saint replied briefly, because he is the only one capable of doing this. Sword Saint felt irritated upon hearing this, as the other party did not explain clearly. What the hell are you talking about? The Dark Saint, with a cold and murderous expression, said, even if I explained, you wouldn't believe me like the previous times. So do I need to explain to you? Sword Saint was a person with a very high sense of pride. After hearing those words, he also felt annoyed. The two of them were filled with murderous intent, boiling inside, making him once again intervene. You two should go outside and fight for a bit. The old folks' meeting is like cats and dogs. No one is willing to back down, making my head hurt from trying to mediate. But what Seo Jun was curious about was, why did Sword Saint come all the way to Academy Dream? He shouldn't be the one being sought after, looking for Park Seo Yoon, right? He said she had something to do outside, so she left first. Now I don't even know where she is gone. Sword Saint had just met Seo Yoon recently. Seo Yoon had firmly told him that she wanted to wield a sword. He looked at her with a displeased gaze, feeling jealous because he couldn't understand why the person in front of him had such a tremendous charm that captivated his granddaughter. Suddenly, all three of them sensed an unusual presence. Everyone became alert, ready to attack the intruder. As the tension in the air escalated, they unexpectedly recognized a familiar figure. It turned out to be Lee Ha-yoon, who had come all the way to Academy Dream. She seemed to have just gone through something very terrifying. As the story unfolded, it became clear that Lee Ha-yoon had stumbled upon this place completely by chance, without any intentional motive. She had stealthily entered the academy and felt an immense energy radiating from it, so she decided to take a look. Little did she know she would end up in such a predicament. The one who discovered Lee Ha-yoon eavesdropping was Sword Saint. Just by looking into his cold eyes, everyone felt so scared they wanted to wet their pants. He asked, where do you think you're going to run off to? Lee Ha-yoon, confused, intended to flee but then saw Seo Jun, the person who had just saved her. If he just explained clearly, Sword Saint would understand. But Seo Jun shook his head in refusal. I don't know her. Not at all. You can throw her out on the street. The Dark Saint asked him, but he still shook his head. I don't know who this person is. Lee Ha-yoon could only cry, but fortunately, she didn't encounter any trouble and was temporarily safe. Regardless of whether Lee Ha-yoon was present or not, the Dark Saint still asked, so are you going to do it or not? Seo Jun agreed with the proposal. Of course I'll do it. As long as there's money, I'll do anything. The Dark Saint raised an eyebrow. After the professional hunter selection exam, I thought you wouldn't talk about money anymore. How much do you want? Seo Jun, with the attitude of a slave to capitalism, replied lightly, well, the price will go up. Lee Ha-yoon couldn't believe her eyes. What am I seeing in front of me? The person standing before him is the Dark Saint, and he dares to ask for money from him. The Dark Saint, already too familiar with this kind of behavior, just shook his head. What about the 10 billion won you mentioned at the beginning? Seo Jun immediately agreed. That amount is quite large. Successfully closing the deal, the Dark Saint agreed and promised to prepare the full amount for him in the future. Seo Jun even tried to squeeze more out. What's shared is shared, and what's private is private. Okay. The cost of 3 billion won for taking care of Lee Min-yeol will be calculated separately. He set aside his dignity and pride to earn money. Lee Ha-yoon was in a daze, unsure whether this guy valued money more than his own life. The Dark Saint seemed to understand that Seo Jun truly needed money more than his sacred art. He said, if you want, I can personally teach you sacred art instead of just giving you money. Seo Jun replied nonchalantly, I already said I don't need it. This response shocked Lee Ha-yoon for the second time. Those close to Seo Jun were accustomed to his personality, but Lee Ha-yoon was still not used to it. The Sword Saint took the opportunity to mock. How useless must you be for him to only ask for money, and not want anything else from you? The Dark Saint was not to be outdone, responding with a remark that made the Sword Saint furious. "It turns out you are no different from me." The two seemed ready to clash. Seo-jun continued to tease, "I already told you to. If you want to fight, go outside." Lee Ha-yoon felt fortunate to still be standing here. The Dark Saint emitted a hazy aura around him, preparing to leave. "I will come to find you after the professional hunter selection exam, and I will also send you the sacred art." Seo-jun saw the Dark Saint getting ready to leave, but what he said was not a thank you, but rather, "Don't forget my deposit first." Indeed, money has a significant allure for the main character. Sword Saint was surprised because he didn't think this kiddo could be acquainted with the Dark Saint. He modestly explained, "Actually, it's not much of a relationship, just a business connection. A kind of eat today, starve tomorrow business, I suppose." Upon hearing this, Sword Saint didn't say anything more. He fell silent and changed the subject. "Now that we've finished discussing that, let's address another matter. How did she get into the academy?" Seo-jun recalled the last time he had warned Lee Ha-yoon not to follow them. Afraid of being hit again, Lee Ha-yoon quickly replied, "No, I didn't follow you." He asked again, "Then why are you here?" Lee Ha-yoon wasn't sure how to respond. Afterward, Seo-jun warned her, "You better be clear. If you don't tell the truth, Sword Saint doesn't know what he might do to you." Looking at Sword Saint's expression, it was clear he was feeling uncomfortable. There was a fact that was discovered. Anyone who stepped into his granddaughter's academy could make him uneasy. However, the person Lee Ha-yoon feared more was Kim Seo-jun. Seeing that she still hadn't said anything, Seo-jun sighed and walked over to her, uttering a few words of intimidation. "You probably still haven't figured it out." Only then did Lee Ha-yoon, feeling scared, reveal the entire reason. "The main reason I came here is that I want to enroll in the Academy Dream." Seo-jun couldn't understand. Why does she want to enter this academy? The professional hunter selection exam is coming up soon. What good would it do to join the academy now? Lee Ha-yoon felt mentally pressured, stammering as she spoke, unsure of how to express herself clearly. He immediately became suspicious and accused her of being a spy for the academy hunter. The Sword Saint stood behind him, his gaze threatening, pushing her into a corner. "I just want to join the academy. Is it really necessary to apply such pressure?" She cried and complained. "I told you it's not like that." Seo-jun, still suspicious, asked, "Then why are you acting so strangely?" It made sense, as she had previously been arrogant and rude to others, and now she had changed 180 degrees. Who wouldn't be suspicious? The Sword Saint felt this matter wasn't worth his attention and left. Seo-jun thought he would stay to resolve the issue. He asked, "What should I do with her now?" The Sword Saint coldly replied, "How you handle it is up to you." Lee Ha-yoon was terrified upon hearing this, as just the word handle made her think, "Could he be planning to kill me? Is there anything more frightening than a human heart?" She felt, "I'd rather follow the scriptures than stay with Seo-jun." Now it was too late for regrets. All she wanted was to go home. Seo-jun asked again, "Do you want to join Academy Dream?" as he teased Lee Ha-yoon. Then he added, "I'm not the one who decides whether you can get into the academy or not. The one who decides this is Park Seo-yoon, not me. But right now, Seo-yoon has to go out." Upon hearing this, Lee Ha-yoon quickly thought of a way to escape, saying, "Then when will she be back? I will come back here." Trying to slip away, but unexpectedly, Seo-jun handed her a space bag and said, "Then while waiting for Seo-yoon to return, hold on to this bag." This was the bag that he had put a lot of weights into for his daily training. As soon as she held the bag, she felt an immense weight, making even moving her body nearly impossible. The only way to hold the bag was through relentless effort. It was then that she could feel the distance between herself and Seo-jun. He wore this space bag every day and still moved around normally. Seo-jun said, "Now I'm going to train, so don't bother me anymore," and left Lee Ha-yoon alone with that space bag. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint, after returning from the academy, slowly walked into his home. Upon entering the room, he still saw his granddaughter kneeling before him with determination. His granddaughter had not changed her mind, and she remained silent as an answer. He rested for a moment, then slowly walked to the sword placed in the room. He took it, then drew the sword from its sheath. He decided that he would teach his granddaughter. Just by drawing the sword, one could see how powerful he was. After all, She was his granddaughter. If he didn't teach her, who else would he teach? He said, the fast sword is the sword that seeks speed. This is sword skills that defeat opponents with a swift attack. Then, he performed extremely smooth sword strikes honed over many years of training. While dancing with the sword, he explained, the fast sword will be a weakness against opponents with quick reflexes. However, thrusts are often executed simultaneously with the fast sword. That is also the fastest sword skills. He continued, the change sword is sword skills that expose the opponent's mistakes through changing sword skills. That is why speed is very important. But the core is the unchanging attack, which is sword skills that inflict fatal wounds on the opponent due to surprise, focusing all strength into one skill. He paused, then continued to explain, the dull sword is sword skills that are slow, but just because it is slow does not mean it cannot be used. Although opposite in nature, their purpose is the same. The sword slowly and steadily advances into the opponent's range, gradually wearing them down bit by bit. He said, the strong sword is the sword skill where you apply weight to the sword when swinging it. This is a sword skill that quickly counters opponents by striking multiple times and delivering each blow with great force. He explained, it can be understood that the strong sword is a sword skill in contrast to the fast sword and is also the sword skill with the most devastating power among all types of sword skills. Unlike the change sword, which can transform, the magic sword is a sword skill that deceives the opponent's eyes. Long steps combined with quick movements create an illusion of the sword, misleading the opponent. He continued, the running sword is a light sword skill, attacking and seeking opportunities for counterattacks. This is a sword skill that reduces the burden on the sword, while dispersing the power of the opponent's attack. After that, the sword saint focused energy into the hand holding the sword. He said, this is the strongest move. The sword will be both fast and strong, a combination of the fast sword and the strong sword. With this technique, you can overwhelm your opponent in a sword duel. After teaching many fundamental lessons about sword skills, he withdrew the energy and sheathed the sword. He said, this is just the basics of sword skills. With great hope, he continued, I will give you a deadline to master all the knowledge I have taught. The deadline is before the professional hunter selection exam ends. The subordinate felt that this was something completely unbelievable. The sword saint continued, if you can't accomplish it in that time, then I will never allow you to feel complacent. He checked Park Seo-yoon's face, which was still full of hope. She did not show any signs of wavering. The sword saint added, if you feel like giving up, then give up right now. She knew that this was a very difficult task, but as long as she had determination, she would be able to do it. She said, I will succeed to the sword saint. He instructed her to pick up the sword. She stood up immediately afterward, with a determined look in her eyes. Lee Ha-yoon witnessed Seo-joon training for the first time and felt very surprised. She could hardly believe the terrifying strength and energy emanating from him. She wondered, even though Seo-joon is just sitting in concentrated meditation, the room seems to be swept by a whirlwind. He said, she has lowered her hands now. Lee Ha-yoon's expression showed her distress. She felt that the tribulation caused by the male lead would never end. At that moment, Seo-joon's two teammates had arrived at the academy. They exchanged a few words before stepping inside. After he meditated and focused on his breath, his central danshin and lower danshin needed an overwhelming amount of energy. He felt that no matter how much he absorbed, it could never be filled. He didn't know how much energy medicine he had to take anymore. When he looked at the struggling South Korean genius holding the spatial bag, he wondered, why are you still here? It was really too much. He was the one who had asked Lee Ha-yoon to hold the bag, and now she still hadn't left. He felt quite annoyed. However, since she was trying to hold the spatial bag, she couldn't hear anything he said. Seo-joon thought to himself, this girl seems to be a bit out of it. He decided to ignore her and walked away. He said, keep going. However, he then appeared in front of her again and asked, why are you still here? Haven't you left yet? Lee Ha-yoon came here because she genuinely wanted to join Academy Dream, so she was trying her best. She felt that if she could join the academy now, she would definitely kick him in the head to relieve her annoyance. Seo-joon didn't want to be seen as mistreating a woman, so he said, just give it back to me. Immediately, she handed the bag to him. He opened the spatial bag and saw that it only contained weights. He thought to himself, Why is she making such a big deal out of this? It's just normal. Lee Ha-yoon thought she had escaped this predicament, just not having to hold it for a little while made her feel so much lighter. But now he was asking her to hold it again. Just looking at it makes her feel discouraged. But he has requested it, and she has no choice but to try to hold it as best as she can. After that, she again resembles her previous state, using a lot of strength to hold the bag. Meanwhile, he sees her as a test subject. He wonders why the defense mechanism is not activated. He remembers when Jimin held the bag, it had triggered sparks. He recalls that besides himself, others would react differently when touching it. But now, he remembers that Seo Yoon, his past acquaintance, had also held the bag, and even when he fainted in the 10-star dungeon, Man Chol and the Magic Saint had helped him carry it out. He has confirmed that this defense only activates when someone wants to grasp or use his equipment. He borrowed the bag back, and then handed Lee Ha-yoon a strange item to place into the space bag. As soon as she put the item in, the space bag shocked her. Indeed, he does not know how to appreciate someone else's daughter. He was contemplating what to do next with her, when suddenly two teammates appeared and greeted him. Soo-yeon said she and her teammate just ran into Lee Min-yeol outside, so they decided to come in together. But what she noticed was that Lee Ha-yoon was charred black. Seeing this, Soo-yeon asked him, and he replied, "She wants to join our academy." Lee Min-yeol has a bad impression of her, and does not want her in the academy. Seo-jun does not want me the one to refuse, so he says, this should be asked of Park Seo-yoon instead. He hands her the bag to hold. Indeed, the wicked live long. He still has something to say to Lee Min-yeol. He doesn't know where to start to mention that he received 2 notebooks from the Dark Saint. He says, "The senior told me to give this to you. He also advised me to train diligently and not to let others defeat me." Lee Min-yeol is extremely delighted that the senior still remembers him. The two keep thanking each other and chatting, forgetting that there is someone silently holding the space bag and enduring. The reason she has to try so hard is that she wants to know how Seo-jun gained that power. Soo-yeon asks him if he has anything for her, and he replies that he has nothing but money. If she wants, he will give her some to spend. Lee Ha-yoon still believes she will definitely have a chance to watch them train daily. She hopes to understand why he is so strong, and will utilize everything around her to learn everything from him. When Soo-yeon, the younger sister, told Seo-jun that she wanted to jump off the building, he replied, "Wait until it gets dark. Okay. We'll get complaints otherwise." Lee Ha-yoon, upon hearing this, wanted to be dumbfounded, not understanding what those people were talking about. Seo-jun had many tasks to complete. First was his daily mission for Hercules, so he went to ask for his bag back in order to finish the job. Lee Ha-yoon was thrilled as if she had just bought something, and wanted to leave early. Unexpectedly, he lured her to stay and train with his sister. Soo-yeon also considered going somewhere else, not thinking that Lee Ha-yoon would train with her. He knew that whatever he said now, she would listen, so he forced her to train with Soo-yeon. With a reluctant expression, she asked, "Why do I have to do this?" But since she was dependent on him and wanted to understand why he was so strong, she had no choice but to comply. Seo-jun told his sister, "Did you hear that? From now on, ask her instead of Lee Min-yeol, Soo-yeon." The little girl felt a bit nervous because she hadn't thought she could do it. He just wanted to challenge her at the beginning to see if she had the capability to enter Academy Dream. This is called the Entrance Challenge. Soo-yeon sees this as a valuable opportunity because the person training with her is very strong. Training with talented individuals will benefit her greatly. As she begins her training, she creates incredibly powerful fireballs around herself. Soo-yeon also cheerfully says, "Then please take care of me." Lee Ha-yoon feels that this situation could very well kill her, let alone the training. She feels uncertain about when this calamity will ever end. She wonders, is there anyone or anything that can rescue her? Meanwhile, Seo-jun continues his training by holding a spatial bag and counting each item. At this moment, at the Professional Hunter Association branch in Seoul, a large organization, with numerous reporters sitting below is waiting for a man to come and speak. Some reporters are feeling sleepy, while others are wondering why the meeting is dragging on for so long. The meeting has been going on for nearly a day, and this has never happened in the history of hunters. The cause of this chaos is Kim Seo-jun. South Korea is currently in turmoil due to the upcoming professional hunter exam. The reason for this disorder is Kim Seo-jun, whose strength has altered the exam questions for the professional hunter test. Everyone is unsure of how the questions will be presented to be appropriate. A man in a suit slowly walked in and apologized to everyone for making them wait so long. The reporters below, knowing he had just finished a meeting, hurriedly asked, "How will this year's exam be conducted, and will Kim Seo-jun be exempt from taking it?" The representative from the examination organization held a few sheets of paper to make a statement. "Our association fully understands the public's concerns. To answer, our top priority is to exempt this cadet from participating in the exam." He continued, "The professional hunter exam is a national-level test. Any bias issues will affect the entire country. Therefore, there have been suggestions for this cadet to take a separate exam. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of discrimination occurring, and we also do not want our decision to impact other students. But it is clear that there are issues that need to be addressed regarding fairness in the professional hunter exam. Therefore, after the council meeting, our Professional Hunter Association would like to announce some changes to this year's Professional Hunter exam." He announced a very important piece of news. First, the exam will change its method to an absolute evaluation method, rather than the relative method used in the past. The reporters below are trying to record this important information. He continued, saying, "The reason causing the problem is the relative method of the test. This method is used to control the number of candidates passing each year, and to categorize the first group of professional hunters through the test. However, it is considered ineffective when looking at the severity of this situation." He continued, "Secondly, the difficulty of the test will be significantly increased. The application of an absolute assessment method could lead to many candidates achieving the maximum score. Therefore, it will be harder to categorize professional hunters based on the test. We plan to significantly increase the difficulty of this year's test." A reporter raised his hand, wanting to speak. "I am Wang Dong-soo from the Hunter newspaper." He asked, "You mentioned that the difficulty of the test will be significantly increased. How much is significantly increased?" The speaker replied, "We do not want anyone to achieve the maximum score." The reporter immediately showed fear. "Does that mean even Kim Seo-jun cannot achieve the maximum score?" The man confirmed, "That's right." All the reporters in the room went into a frenzy, believing that this decision was unreasonable. They thought, if even the best cannot achieve the maximum score, then this level of difficulty is no longer normal difficulty. Some reporters believe that this test is intended to assess the candidate's abilities. Another reporter said, "The test will change for the benefit of the people. But why raise the standards instead of lowering them?" One reporter asked a very important question. "According to the old law, only the first-place winner receives a grade. Will this change in scoring lead to other issues?" The man calmly replied, "When no candidate achieves a perfect score, there will be no professional hunters this year. Under the old scoring method, the top candidate always scored 100 points. But under the absolute method, being first does not mean achieving the maximum score. This is also why the law was changed to be more appropriate." Although he was the representative to speak, the situation underneath was far from simple. He felt frustrated, but due to the need to make a living, he had to comply. The truth is that large associations in the country have intervened in this exam. These large associations do not want Kim Seo-jun to achieve the A-level hunting certification. The large associations also wish to pull him into their own ranks. Deep down, he knows that this person is a dragon that cannot be tamed. He hopes that they will fail and will not be able to sit on that throne forever. However, to appease the public, he continued to speak. He stated that those who could become A-level hunters this year will be prioritized for dungeon raids next year. Furthermore, we have decided to make this year's test public for everyone to see. Although he was the one speaking and making these statements, he believed that the era and time of this world would open a new chapter. The moment Kim Seo-jun entered the world of professional hunters, all of Korea would change. After some time at his house, Park Seo-yoon finally returned to Academy Dream. She saw the scene of Lee Ha-yoon instructing the little girl Soo-yeon. Lee Ha-yoon was telling the girl, "While the destructive power is very strong, no one is foolish enough to stand still waiting to be hit." Soo-yeon understood the point and thought that she should also reduce the power of her strikes and add some intricate movements. Upon returning to the academy, Seo-yoon asked, "Is there anything I can help with? Why are you all here?" Seo-jun and the others also noticed her. Seo-jun was concerned and asked, Has Seo Yoon finished dealing with the urgent matter? Seeing that the students still cared and paid attention to her, she felt very happy. But since she would soon be busy practicing the sword techniques that he had just taught her, she told him, "Perhaps I won't be coming to the academy often until the professional hunter test is over." He didn't know why she made that decision. Park Seo-yoon noticed that her students would worry about her, so she hoped that occasionally she would be able to come, not that she couldn't come at all. She said, "You should focus on the professional exam now. There won't be any exams interrupting you for a while, so it should be fine. There's no major inconvenience here." Seo-jun could study on his own, but thinking about the possibility of not being able to see his beloved Seo-yoon anymore made him not want that to happen at all. So he anxiously said, "Even if I become a professional hunter, I can still come here, right?" Park Seo-yoon was attentively listening to what he said. He explained, "If I become a professional hunter, I still need to practice. But my house is small, and other places aren't very convenient either. So can I practice here? Besides, this place is quite comfortable." His words made Seo-yoon feel happy. She also wanted to talk to him about a few things. Then, with a serious attitude, Seo-yoon asked for his opinion on the idea of turning the academy into a guild. Seo-jun felt a bit strange. Is it possible to change from an academy to a guild? Seo-yoon replied, "It depends on the members. Although it's a bit fewer than a real guild, it should still be fine." He didn't know where this student would go. In fact, Park Seo-yoon had certain calculations for the student. She wanted him to be able to conquer dungeons, which was also Seo-jun's dream. He felt embarrassed that she could remember this. This time, Seo-yoon suggested, "You will be the leader of this guild." In other words, Seo-yoon proposed that he become the boss of the Dream Guild. Seo-jun was not born to be a leader. He was only good at training and giving lectures. He intended to refuse, but Seo-yoon insisted, "It can only be a team." She explained, "If the team leader has a rank of A or higher, and I am still at rank B, right? Currently, do you have the ability to receive an A rank hunter license? After this test, you can use the academy as the headquarters of the guild." Seo-jun felt he couldn't make a hasty decision. He was caught in a mess. In thought, he felt like a naive child, the author's favorite. The author wholeheartedly agreed. Seo-jun also didn't really want to be the leader. Then, Lee Min-yun said, "This was also a proposal I intended to make. But I didn't expect Seo-yoon to say it to you first. After that, I hope to make myself the boss of the guild that Seo-jun joins." Soo-yeon also enthusiastically agreed, strongly supporting it. The two kids started discussing the future. Lee Min-yul still had a dream. "If Seo-jun becomes the boss, can I be the vice boss? Since we're forming a gang, we need to assign proper ranks, right?" Soo-yeon disagreed. The vice boss will definitely belong to Park Seo-yoon. He only felt embarrassed with these two kids. It turns out, only these two little ones would make such a fuss. Seo-yoon encouraged him. "You have to pass that test." She even said, "If it's you, there shouldn't be any problem." He humbly just smiled, as he couldn't be too complacent. Then she quietly said, "I will also do my best." He felt Seo-yoon's behavior was a bit unusual, so he asked, "Seo-yoon, what did you just say?" Park Seo-yoon just smiled cheerfully. "Let's work hard together." Both of them were building each day very well, but they also had to end each day here. Lee Min-yul still hadn't finished speaking. "I want to become the head of the intelligence department, responsible for gathering information. As for Soo-yeon, she will be the manager of the research team." The two kids talked about all sorts of things, while the professional hunter competition hadn't even taken place yet. He stood in a corner, saying, "What qualifications do you two have for me to assign you any positions?" Lee Ha-yoon stood nearby, feeling a sense of loneliness, as she witnessed the Academy Dream members always loving and caring for one another. They all returned to practice. Park Seo-yoon was training at the Sword Saint's house with a sword, while Lee Min-yul and Soo-yeon also returned to practice together. New relationships began to form from here. The end of these relationships would open the door to new ones. That is how life is. Lee Ha-yoon slowly walked over to the two. She also intended to practice, but was still unsure where to start. Seo-jun, for his part, was also training hard every day to achieve a better life before the professional hunter exam. The progress points of the lessons also fluctuated slightly. Sun Wukong's lesson had reached 5.5%, and he was currently among the top 3 lessons, with A-level movement power, A-level transformation, and S-level insight. Time passed quickly, and finally the professional hunter exam arrived. On a bright morning, the three of them, Seo Jun, Lee Min-yul, and Su Yun, gathered here. Among the three, only Su Yun was the youngest and also the one feeling the most anxious. She wished, if only my sister Park Seo Yoon could be here. Unfortunately, Park Seo Yoon was unable to attend. Seo Yoon explained and apologized for having unfinished business that needed to be taken care of. Although he wanted to ask Seo Yoon what she was busy with, he didn't want to bother her, so he decided not to ask anymore. He told the two members of the Dream Team that they should focus all their efforts on the exam. Today was the first day the Dream Team was taking the test, and he didn't understand why Lee Ha-yoon's figure was lurking behind the Dream Team, trailing along. He remembered that she hadn't been approved by Seo Yoon to become a student of the academy. Lee Ha-yoon had directly approached Seo Yoon, but was rejected on the grounds that no additional students were being accepted. The two younger siblings, Lee Min-yul and Su Yun, felt sorry for her and defended. What's wrong with you? She has helped us a lot, so what's the harm in letting her join us? Seo Jun said, you got close so quickly. We fought fiercely during the friendly tournament. How come you're so close now? Su Yun also wanted her to join in because Lee Ha-yoon had helped her train a lot and didn't come to the Dream Academy very often anymore. Lee Min-yul completely supported her opinion. Seeing that everyone else was in agreement, he didn't feel it was a problem anymore and said, okay, fine. The main character has now become an idol. Wherever he goes, people gossip that it is Kim Seo Jun, and the ripple effect causes everyone to stare in their direction. He also feels that he will encounter troubles, so he moves at a very fast pace, almost as if he has just teleported. Before leaving, he wished everyone good luck and promised to see them again later. The surrounding contestants had not even had time to discuss before he had already vanished. The people in the academy feel they have made significant progress, but when they meet him, they think differently. In a VIP room inside the monitoring center, 5 people sitting in chairs are the strongest professional hunters in the country. One man, holding a coffee cup, is the leader of the mythical guild, Lee Sung-min. He said, this year there are many promising talents. A woman with red hair, the leader of the Harem Guild, Jung Yoon-mei, who is the third-ranked hunter in South Korea, confidently said, why haven't you given up on the mythical guild yet? You're running out of funds, aren't you? Lee Sung-min calmly sipped his coffee, then teased the Hibiscus Guild. You may look foolish, but you are also the 4th-ranked hunter in South Korea. His name is Do Min-seok, and he felt angry for being dragged into this, while he was just trying to watch a movie. The next person is the 5th-ranked hunter in Korea, the leader of the Sorabi Guild, named Han Man-cheol. He is often criticized even when he is sitting idle, being called the poorest among the guilds here. He said, our Sorabi Guild does not accept shameless people. Indeed, being poor often leads to contempt. Do Min-seok, who was watching the movie, commented, well, the association president is doing quite well, isn't he? Han Man-cheol interjected, I thought Kim Seo Jun would achieve a perfect score for sure. Do Min-seok expressed disdain for Seo Jun, believing, this guy could never reach that level. He even insulted the association president, calling him an ignorant person. When the boss spoke up, everyone had to fall silent and listen with tense expressions. He said, I hope you all prepare thoroughly and utilize all the connections at your disposal. If Kim Seo Jun becomes an A-rank hunter, we will face significant trouble. He continued, there have been hunters ranked from 2nd to 5th. Therefore, this old man from the underworld is the strongest hunter in Korea, the leader of the Dark Dragon Guild, named Ryu Jin-cheol. Jung Yoon-mei remarked, the leader doesn't need to worry. That won't happen. You should focus on recruiting Seo Jun instead. Do Min-seok then asked, by the way, what will you do if Kim Seo Jun refuses? This question made Ryu Jin-cheol extremely angry. He radiated a murderous aura throughout the room. Just talking about him becoming an A-rank hunter was merely a matter of time, no matter how many times he was rejected. He still threatened, don't you know my way of handling things? I don't like having competitors, so do your best to prevent him from obtaining the A-rank certification. Otherwise, things will become even more troublesome. His words made the other 4 change their opinions. Immediately, they felt that their worries were unfounded. The red-haired man, Do Min-seok, felt he had misspoken and quickly apologized. The others had to lower their attitudes when speaking to him. Lee Sub-min didn't dare take a sip of coffee, fearfully saying, "Of course that guy will still rank first, but in the first exam, the difficulty of the first subject is extremely high." The professional hunter exam was taking place. This was the 45th organization. The first subject was a written test. The examiners went around distributing the test papers to each student, simultaneously announcing, "The examiners are distributing the questions. Candidates, please prepare to turn over your papers." Seo-jun also sensed the difficulty of this exam. Lee Sub-min confidently told the strongest man in Korea, he will never be able to achieve a perfect score. The difficulty can make even professional hunters tremble. The tests are not designed for the students to solve. But perhaps he doesn't know that Seo-jun is the author's favorite. How could he not achieve the highest score? Even if someone pretends to be swag and says they will kick him, failure does not make him falter. Instead, he succeeded magnificently. Just in the first round, he ranked first with a perfect score of 100. This is the highest score possible. That was the score in the written exam. The people in the room began to discuss. They said that person couldn't do it. Now he has conquered with 100 points. The professional hunter selection exam consists of 6 rounds. The first is the written exam. The second is basic endurance. The third is mana proficiency. The fourth is dungeon attack. The fifth is combatability against monsters. And the sixth is individual combatability. So, in total, there are 6 exams. This exam will take place over 3 days. Today is the first day of the professional hunter selection exam, the day that the candidates have been eagerly anticipating for a long time. This is also the day when the first 2 exams, the written exam and basic endurance, take place. The candidates gathered at the results announcement board for the first exam. Someone reported, "The first exam is a crazy exam. The written exam can be said to be the hardest exam." Some people said, "I studied all night, but the results were not as expected." They felt, it would have been better not to study at all, because why did Seo-jun get a perfect score? Lee Min-yul, with 50.5 points, felt that this was beyond imagination. He lost right from the first round in the essay exam. Soo-ryun, who ranked second with a score of 87, which is quite high, asked, "How did Seo-jun do that?" Seo-jun calmly replied, "Just by looking at it, I can tell the answer right away." The two were in need of a satisfactory answer, and upon hearing his response, they felt like punching him. They thought the male lead was really bland. Deep down, Seo-jun knew the professor has given him wisdom. Thanks to this ability, he only needs to glance at the question to see the answer. Without this skill, he probably wouldn't have achieved the perfect score in the essay exam either. Soo-ryun asked Lee Ha-yoon, "What score did you get?" She hesitated to answer this question, but still awkwardly asked, "So what score did you get?" Lee Ha-yoon shyly and embarrassedly replied, "I only got 32 points." This score left everyone momentarily at a loss for how to comfort her. A great talent that has ever appeared in the history of professional hunters. Perhaps now her talents in other areas will flourish. After the first essay exam, all 5 of them felt uncomfortable, especially Ryu Jin-cheol. He made the atmosphere heavy and said, how could he achieve a perfect score? Next, he stated that not only did he sit here with a perfect score in the essay exam, but also in the basic endurance test. It was the other guilds that had taken responsibility and would change the structure of the exam. Therefore, they now had to accept it. Ryu Jin-cheol kept cursing and asked, "How do you intend to explain this? Han-man-cheol, the 5th strongest in Korea. How do you feel?" Han-man-cheol replied, "This is not normal at all. The difficulty of the basic endurance test has been adjusted based on the standards of the 4 big guilds here. That means Kim Seo-jun's basic endurance is at least on par with them." Feeling at deadlock, Jung Yoon-mi reassured everyone. The competition is not over yet. The plan might have just hit a small snag. Do Min-seok, who was addicted to watching adult films, also spoke up. That's right, the competition still has 2 days left. Ryu Jin-cheol, on the other hand, was more tense than ever. He had heard that Academy Dream would transform into a guild after the hunter selection exam concluded. The guild leader would undoubtedly be Kim Seo-jun, and the director of Academy Dream was the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. This meant he would have the opportunity to join that guild. He emphasized, no matter how foolish you may be, you should understand what this means. Right. These words made all 4 others feel their spirits sink. He felt incredibly angry and powerless. Ryu Jincheol realized that any guild backed by the Sword Saint would grow very strong. He further emphasized, along with the right to attack dungeons first for the next 5 years, thanks to the tricks of the association president. He shouted loudly at everyone, "The guild I'm talking about will be established and will overpower the position we have held for so long. We have built this for so many years." Seeing him so tense, Jung Yoon Mi tried to suggest gently, "What happened today won't happen again on the second day." Because by referring to his previous achievements in competitions, we know what type of questions to switch to and how to adjust the difficulty so that Kim Seo-jun cannot achieve a perfect score. After that, seeing that he was less angry, she emphasized further that unless he suddenly gets stronger after waking up one night, there is absolutely no way he will achieve a perfect score again. At this point, the author begins to empower the male lead. In the third round, concerning mana proficiency, this test was unquestionable, as what he was training every day was precisely his mana skill. Clearly, with this test, he also achieved a perfect score. He ranked second, and the results from Academy Dream were as follows. Lee Ha-yoon scored 80 points. Su Yun, disciple of the Magic Saint, scored 77 points, and Lee Min-yul, disciple of the Dark Saint, scored 76 points. In every round, he had surprised the other contestants. In the fourth round, about dungeon attack, he also achieved a perfect score, simply by standing still. If I were to participate in a competition like this, I would just stay home to relax. Why bother competing? His teammates also secured ranks from 2 to 4. Returning to the meeting, everyone was tense knowing that they were about to face a barrage of scolding. Ryu Jincheol asked a question. "Is there anyone here on the same side as Kim Seo-jun?" This caused all the remaining people to stand up, clarifying that it was all just a misunderstanding. What benefit do we get from following that kiddo? As for the swordmaster Han Man-cheol, he believed that betrayal is shameful. Han Man-cheol is a man of honor and sees that the situation can still be salvaged. Therefore, he asked, "How have you prepared for the remaining tests?" Jung Yoon Mi did not know how to respond to him, as they had already completed their preparations. These developments were beyond their expectations. Han Man-cheol, however, focused more on the final test. If they failed tomorrow, that name Kim Seo-jun would become an A-rank hunter. His becoming an A-rank hunter was a terrifying threat to the largest guilds in South Korea. Jung Yoon Mi told Ryu Jincheol that she would definitely make him taste defeat. Ryu Jincheol demanded that everyone revise the entire plan. She dared to argue back, asking, "Why should we do that? If we change the entire plan like this then?" Before she could finish her sentence, she received a menacing glare from Ryu Jincheol, one that suggested he was ready to kill her at any moment. The threatening gaze and the killing intent she felt made her stop speaking. Afterward, he lowered his murderous aura and asked about the final combat test. "Who is the judge for that test?" Han Man-cheol replied, "It is an A-rank hunter currently active from the Sorabi Guild." The Swordmaster said, "Aside from his reputation, this person's skills are exceptionally outstanding, to the extent that we predict he will soon become an S-rank hunter." He sensed that, in order to defeat this person easily, he wanted to change to another judge. He did not know who the judge was, but on the late night of that meeting, the guild leader of the association personally came to the academy. At the home of the Sword Saint, his subordinate said that he should not do that. The subordinate explained that the 5 great leaders of the guilds would intervene, but he requested, "Let everything proceed naturally. If something unfortunate happens to Kim Seo-jun, then what will happen to the young lady?" The Sword Saint remained calm and replied, "If that is all it takes for him to fall, then his abilities only reach that far." It seemed that the Sword Saint had great confidence in Seo-jun, believing that he would have the ability to obtain an A-rank hunter certification. He explained, if he had been weak from the beginning, then he would not have come this far. However, the subordinate still appeared worried and told him, "But the principal." The Sword Saint interrupted and said, "The important thing is whether the 5 big guilds will interfere, right? Those names do not have the guts to do that." He turned back and calmly said, "Let everything proceed naturally." The subordinate saw that the Sword Saint had already mentioned such a thing, so he did not want to ask for anything more, and did not want everything to pass by like that. He went to the academy to find Seo-jun, insisting that this matter could not be overlooked. He wanted to talk about the young lady and inform him of the current situation, which had dispelled his doubts. At this moment, Seo-jun was sitting and practicing mana control, but he had already instilled fear in others. Seo-jun knew that this was the subordinate of the Sword Saint. He politely asked, "What brings you here? I can guess that my Seo-yun has encountered some trouble, right?" Seeing the strength he had surpassed compared to before, the subordinate calmly replied, "Not at all, so you can rest assured." In his eyes, Seo-jun was no longer a weak person in front of the Sword Saint as he had been before. He wondered, achieving this level in just a few months is hard to believe. He thought that the subordinate of the Sword Saint had come to find him because Park Seo-yun had run into some trouble, but in the end, there was nothing. He breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he thought to himself, "Couldn't it be that everything happening before my eyes is all part of Sword Saint's plan?" He asked him, "What brings you here?" He decided that this time he must definitely tell him the things that needed to be said. The competition continued smoothly. Today was the third day of the professional hunter selection exam, and also the final day. It was assumed that in the round of conquering monsters in the dungeon, it would be difficult for anyone to achieve a perfect score. But surprisingly, 3 people achieved perfect scores: Kim Seo-jun, Lee Ha-yoon, and Lee Min-yul, along with the girl Su-yeon. The 5th place was a familiar name, Jung Sai-woo. Lee Min-yul was overjoyed to finally achieve a score of 100 right in the waiting room of the contestants. Su-yeon did not understand how her older brother could easily score 100 as if it were a piece of cake. Lee Ha-yoon, however, was well aware of his abilities and was not too surprised. Suddenly, everyone noticed that his behavior seemed a bit strange. He didn't say anything, just silently lowered his head, as if he was preoccupied with something. Lee Min-yul was about to ask him if something was wrong when someone else jumped in to provide new information. The judge for the combat exam has been changed. The members of Dream Team were surprised by this change in judges. However, Lee Ha-yoon felt that the change in judges wasn't very important, because even with a new judge, the captain could still easily overcome it. Only Lee Min-yul felt that there was something unusual about this. The person who had just rushed in to announce not only talked about the change in judges, but also mentioned that one of the 4 leaders of the big guild would be the judge for the selection exam. This news struck like a bolt of lightning, and everyone was filled with fear. How powerful is the big guild that they would send a judge for Kim Seo-jun? In this final round, it is an incredibly difficult competition as the judges have been changed to an S-level hunter, the leader of the 5th-ranked guild in Korea. Just as it began, even the genius of geniuses, Lee Ha-yoon, could only manage to slice a straight line before being kicked and rolling to the floor, losing consciousness. The judge only awarded her 64 points, the highest score so far. Other contestants like Su-yeon received only 43 points. The other contestants waiting for their turn felt that this final round was too challenging. Everyone concluded that a score of 64 was already very high, as even a talent like Lee Ha-yoon could only achieve that. This round of judges held a Sword Saint with an extended grip. He is Han-man Sheol, the master of the ultimate truth sword, to the point that even Sword Saints must acknowledge his power. He remarked that the strength of this year's contestants is quite good. He does not wish to crush potential talents, but this is the path he has laid out, the path that a seeker of ultimate truth mentality must take. Of course, today no one could defeat him, except for contestant number 2371, who is none other than our main character. The staff invited him to step forward. This time, he personally held the Lance of Longinus to show just how serious he was. His expression clearly displayed seriousness, mixed with a hint of anger. The match was being broadcast live, with many people, even all of Korea, watching the competition. People were discussing. The 5th-ranked guild in Korea will be the judges for this selection exam. In this round, Kim Seo-jun will face off against Han-man Sheol, who is his judge. A friend who was typing on a laptop had to stop to follow the match. In particular, in restaurants and eateries, many people were animatedly discussing. Some said, if he can defeat the judge, then his abilities are real. But there were also those who fiercely oppose. There's no way a contestant can defeat the judge. In fact, there has never been a precedent for this in history. Those working on the bus also had to keep an eye on this match, especially at the construction site. Everyone stopped working. Uncle Man Chol was paying great attention, focused on not missing a single moment. The president of the association was also eagerly looking forward, watching the match on screen. Meanwhile, his teammates, after being thoroughly beaten by the judge, were placing all their hopes on him. The two of them stood ready in a fighting stance, but neither had made a move yet. He expressed disdain, stating, "Your abilities have been acknowledged by me and are truly impressive. I am quite taken aback, but this is where you will stop." He emphasized, "In this round, you will absolutely never achieve a perfect score." Seojun replied, "I know." With a response he had anticipated, Seojun displayed an indifferent expression, somewhat cold. As time passed, one day before the final round was to take place, the president of the association came to deliver news to him. He could not have imagined that the largest guilds in Korea did not want him to become an A-grade hunter. The president of the association also provided him with some information. If Park Seo-yoon does not master sword skills before you conquer the final round, then she will abandon her dream of becoming a hunter. But the issue here is that even if you become an A-grade hunter and Seo-yoon fails, it will be futile. The president said to him, "Even if you achieve a perfect score, the problem is that tomorrow, in the match against the judges, the points and decision-making power will completely rely on the judge's evaluation. So that means, no matter how skilled you are in combat, if they say your ability deserves only 99 points and not a full 100, then you won't be able to achieve a perfect score," he explained. He said, "Many people will oppose this, but they are the largest guilds in Korea. They will use their connections to pressure you." Upon hearing this, he could only feel that these people were utterly shameless. But outwardly, he said, "I really admire the ultimate truth-seeker mentality of the Sorabi Guild. This is disappointing to me." The president of the association explained, "These people have been at the top for too long. Their ambition will only grow stronger as they seek to maintain their position." He suggested, "You should go meet the Sword Saint to ask for help. Just set conditions like last time, and no matter the day, the Sword Saint will have no choice but to agree." However, in reality, he did not go to meet the Sword Saint, and chose to overlook this issue. He asked, "How is Park Seo-yoon's health? Is she going to meet the deadline?" The president shook his head sadly. "To be honest, I think it's impossible. But don't think about intervening. This is the young lady's battle, and even if she cannot stand by your side, she still wishes for you to achieve a perfect score." He made a bold decision. In fact, he even wanted to ask the old man something. "Can you tell me about Park Seo-yoon's current situation?" The old man asked, "Why would you do that? Is it because you want the young lady to feel less guilty?" His answer was, "Not at all. What I hope for is the exact opposite. I think positively. If I can achieve the impossible, then why can't she?" He had made up his mind. He would not go to the Sword Saint's place. Upon returning, the old man thought a lot. The guard noticed that the young lady had been losing sleep for many days. He wanted the Sword Saint to put an end to this. He said, "Today is the confrontation day, and also the final day of the selection competition. If it continues like this, things will only get worse." Park Seo-yoon felt exhausted. She had to muster some strength to keep the Sword Saint pinned to the ground to avoid collapsing. The guard appeared very worried for the young lady, but then the Sword Saint's closest confidant said, "Let the young lady go home. She has made her decision. We should not interfere." The guard was unsure of what to say. He was only feeling concerned for the young lady. In the old man's eyes, the way he looked at the young lady had changed. Observing her training and her goals, he smiled. He understood why she was so eager to wield a sword once more. Park Seo-yoon was sweating profusely during his training. On the other side, Seo-jun was facing one of the fifth strongest individuals in South Korea. He said, "I'm sorry, but I have to secure a perfect score, because someone is waiting for me." His tone was very courageous, but Han-man Cheol thought that his situation was not significant. He said, "For a professional hunter, everything is incredibly harsh. If I give a perfect score, then I would know what would happen." Seo-jun ignored the judge's words and continued to ask, "If the judge can't evaluate, then who will give the score?" He asked back, "What did you just say?" Seo-jun decided to showcase the strength that he had been training for. First was the warm-up with leg movements back and forth. He said, "If any situation arises where there is no choice but to give me a perfect score, then what will the score be?" Han-man Cheol understood the young man's point. He admitted, a perfect score can only be achieved in one scenario, which is when the judge loses to the contestant. Seo-jun believed that the judge would not be defeated here, but he gently warned, You might end up bedridden for a month. A 27-year-old kid said that a fifth strongest individual in South Korea could end up bedridden for a month. Who wouldn't be angry? Inside, he felt very furious. But on the outside, he tried to remain calm and sighed. He laughed and said, "So arrogant. Even if your skills are superior to others, that doesn't mean you will win." Seo Jun didn't want to waste any more time. He emphasized, "I must achieve a perfect score." The confidence was evident on his face. At this moment, he was on a completely different level. He warned, "I will make you regret it." Han Man-cheol felt insulted inside. He said, "It seems I have tried to stay calm, but with this situation, it will be different." He knew his opponent was a very strong person, so he didn't waste any time and rushed at him, using his ultimate truth sword. Both sides pressed their weapons against each other. Looking at Seo Jun's face, it seemed that he had not unleashed all his strength yet, while he had used all his power from the very beginning. This was evident through the thunder mana surrounding his body. Neither side was willing to concede. The fierce clash made the arena shake violently. The shockwaves they generated were enough to tear the room apart. As he struggled to fight with the sword he had proudly wielded all his life, he noticed something unusual. Looking at Seo Jun's face, he emphasized, "Don't die, okay?" This time, Seo Jun decided not to hold back his strength anymore, because he was holding the Lance of Longinus. He had decided to fight seriously. Why do you have such an attitude towards guild leader Han Man-cheol? The story goes back 9 years. Seo Jun recalls when Uncle Man-cheol and President Sorabi visited the construction site where he was working. At that time, Seo Jun still believed in this world and was passionate about his job. Uncle Man-cheol recounted, "My name was given by my father. My father was saved by hunter Han Man-cheol, and as a way to show gratitude, he named his son Man-cheol." At that moment, Seo Jun still admired professional hunters, deeply respecting anyone who was a hunter. Seeing his enthusiasm and passion, Uncle Chol asked, "Do you know about the great disaster? Let me tell you about it." Seo Jun listened intently to every detail of his uncle's story. One stormy night, monsters had invaded the shelter in droves. At that time, the government and the military decided to abandon that shelter due to a lack of manpower, and because there weren't many awakened individuals at that moment. Seo Jun asked, "What should the people inside the shelter do?" Uncle Chol replied sadly, "What to do? Of course they just wait to die." The situation became so serious that even 5 great heroes could not stop the monsters. The public was terrified, praying that they could survive this dreadful disaster. At the moment when the monsters burst into the shelter, everyone believed that this would mark the end of everything. But suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded, as if a terrifying power was emerging before them. Everyone was astonished, as the government and military had given up. However, there was one man who dared to stand firm and challenge them. He was the founder of the Ultimate Truth Sword, and also the father of the hunter Han Man-cheol. At that time, he proudly spoke to the people about his own truths. If you want to walk the path of the ultimate truth-seeker mentality, ask yourself these questions. Have I truly given my all? Have I fought until my last breath? Have I disregarded everything to eradicate the enemy? As he spoke, he wielded his sword to slay the monsters. He fought valiantly alone, as if he were an army of 100 men. Uncle Man-cheol recounted with great enthusiasm how the battle unfolded, emphasizing that he had saved 50,000 people and brought them back safely. But after saving everyone, he was exhausted and passed away. His father was among the 50,000 people who were rescued, so he decided to name Uncle after him. Upon hearing that a hero has saved countless lives, Seo Jun's long-held dream resurfaced. Man-cheol asked Seo Jun, "You said you wanted to become a hunter, right?" At this moment, Kim Seo Jun was still living with his family, saving money in hopes of applying to an academy, although he had no idea when he would have enough. 9 years ago, his uncle had remarked, "Compared to others your age, you really are a very hard-working person." Currently, his job was still working as a laborer at a construction site. His uncle advised, "Don't let your body get hurt. For people like us, our bodies are our means of making a living. You must learn to put yourself first." At this time, he continued to harbor hope and admired the professional hunter heroes. In fact, he had once been scolded by his boss. "Get back to work." Man-cheol felt angry because they had just taken a break, and yet the boss was already calling them back to work. After work, as he was walking home, A large TV at a company announced that a 10-star dungeon had broken out in the central Seoul Saint area today. However, the situation was swiftly dealt with by Hunter Han-man Cheol from the Sorabi Guild. The host continued to announce other information, and at that moment he was listening intently. Man Cheol felt it was time to go home, so he called for him to step away. At that moment he still lingered a little longer to watch. Han-man Cheol was being interviewed and had stated that the most important thing in the Ultimate Truth Sword was not external forces, but the unyielding will of the seeker of absolute truth. This was the essence of the Ultimate Truth Sword. These words ignited his dreams, that one day he too would become a professional hunter and become as cool as the master. But at this moment, he was also the one who had used his lance to knock the master back, causing him to stagger. His eyes reflected determination, as if he wanted to teach the master a lesson. While fighting against the fifth strongest person in Korea, he recalled the lessons that Sun Wukong had taught him. First, he had knocked the master back. Next, he had to know how to seize the opportunity. When the master had not yet recovered and was still kneeling on the ground, he concentrated a significant amount of Kai around his body to unleash a direct thrust. This attack was powerful enough to penetrate the core of the earth. The master took the full force of this strike and spat out red syrup once again. Each time he attacked, the master would spray out red syrup in response. The people standing outside applauded him in admiration. They witnessed the fifth strongest man in Korea being overwhelmed. He struggled greatly to get up and spat out a lot of blood. Han-man Cheol thought, the person in front of me is a weakling, and this match will not be easy. He wore a plotting smile. Although he acknowledged the abilities of the young man, he still felt, if he unleashes a finishing blow, then I will definitely be dead. Just within a few exchanges, I have felt that the person in front of me is my limit. He'd assured himself, I will fail, but as a judge, I cannot concede. He would continue to fight until the contestant could no longer battle. Realizing that the young man did not want to take his life, he became enraged and fought on fiercely. Waves of fierce mana enveloped his body, combined with the anger he had restrained for so long. He declared, if one accepts defeat when faced with failure, then one is not a person who follows the ultimate truth-seeker mentality. If one wishes to walk the path of the ultimate truth-seeker mentality, then one must ask oneself this question. Have you truly given your all? Have you fought until your last breath? Have you disregarded everything to eliminate the enemy? After that, the room began to shake violently from the killing intent he radiated. This was his state of infinite instinct. Here, he would unleash all the strength he possessed. He constantly said, I will never lose my sanity. He explained that the moment we lose the truth is when we die. He used all his strength and rushed forward like a lightning bolt. He even planned to finish him off, but he was remarkably calm. Unlike the admiration he felt 9 years ago, he had changed now. Afterwards, he asked him, so didn't you surrender to the Dark Dragon? People were busy showcasing their skills in public, yet he was preaching philosophy like that. This made him feel very angry. He thought, what a disgrace. Afterwards, he noticed the anger in him and unleashed super strong attacks. But he wouldn't admit it, instead telling him to be quiet. He would give any opponent a lesson in philosophy, and this time it was particularly deep, like boxing, as impactful as Kotex. The first thing he said was, you don't want to let go of the despair you hold on to just for personal gain. Ah, that is the ultimate truth that your father, the hunter Han-1J, spoke of. These words made him remember the old days, but also made him feel very annoyed. It was just hatred that he once admired Han-man Cheol's Sorabi society, yet what he admired was not him, but that indomitable will. He shouted at the man, don't you feel ashamed to face Han Ji-won? For the first time, he had to confront someone who dared to mention his father's name. He asked, why do you dare to speak of my father? He coldly replied, are you asking me to kill you? Well, I would like to, I won't. Then he felt that simply using his bare hands might not be enough, so he put away the lance into thin air. He twisted his wrist, preparing to unleash thunderous punches. Before acting, he added, you might have to stay in the hospital for a month. But no, I've thought about it again. You will have to lie in bed for the next 2 months, daring to mention my father and claiming that you understand the supreme truth incorrectly. The man was furious, charging at him with tremendous strength. He emphasized, don't underestimate the will of the supreme truth. But he had greatly underestimated him. He then used the power of a god to appear behind the man, ready to deliver a punch. It was he who underestimated. He punched directly into the man's back. His punch was like that of Super Saiyan level 1 of Son Goku, striking him and causing the ground to crack. He did not use all of his strength in this punch, but it was strong enough to make the man feel as if he was approaching the limits of his life. After that blow, he lay flat on the ground. Even Han-Man Chiol could not understand why this man was so strong. He wondered what he had used to strike him. When he found out it was a fist, he was astonished. His pride drove him to stand up once more, even though he had reached his limit. After that, he had to fearfully retreat a bit. He waited for a strike, but he didn't want to give the old man a chance to breathe for long. He charged in and delivered a thunderous punch to the old man's face, sending him tumbling backward. He used his other hand to land another blow, with the strength of a god. After that, he moved behind the old man and continuously struck his face and stomach. The punches were so powerful that the old man could no longer hold his sword and spewed syrup repeatedly. He felt like he was recalling the past. He felt that this was no longer a fight. He knew that the young man was very strong, but before the battle, he had thought that the young man was still weaker than him. But now, in his eyes, the person in front of him was no different from a god of destruction. He couldn't even approach him, touch him, or inflict a single scratch on him. The young man's extraordinary power was truly absurdly overwhelming. Seo Jun held the collar of his shirt up, showing no mercy even though he was old. He emphasized that if someone provoked him, he would hit them without hesitation. He had used the power of the gods in his right punch. As he prepared to throw the punch, the man begged him to stop and let him die. He thought the man would stop, but in the end, he put even more strength into it, hitting him again with the punch of the gods. Man Shul could no longer stand and had lost his ability to resist. He could only lie on the ground, groaning. Seo Jun slowly walked up to him, gripping his collar and looking straight into his eyes. He felt the man's pleading, "Please spare my life." He found this sight not only hard to bear, but also disgusting. The man promised, "I will give you 100 points, so please let me go." But now he was no longer a social figure. His attitude had turned into that of a true coward. Looking at his cowardly actions, Seo Jun realized that perhaps he had surrendered to Ryujin Cheol in the same way. He felt that this person could not be trusted. If he spared him here, who knew if he would break his promise? Seo Jun noticed that the man before him was not easily ready to give in. Seo Jun decided not to kill him, even though this was the plan that Ryujin Cheol had devised. He wanted Seo Jun to kill the judge in order to achieve a perfect score. But if he did this, it would be a serious violation, causing his paper to be withdrawn. He felt powerless and did not want to let go of him anymore. He sensed that from the beginning, he had not been able to obtain the A-level hunter certificate. Looking back, he felt anger, clenched his fists, and the power of the god surged up once again. He said to him, "Haven't I told you? The ones I target are those who, when pushed to the brink, can still find a way. Or in other words, those who break through all limits." He did not want to go easy. He used the power of the god to throw a punch, telling him, "Just lie there for 2 months." After that, he harnessed 3 Danshin to deliver an even stronger blow. He did not realize that the person in front of him would punch an old man like him, begging for forgiveness. But Seo Jun remained resolute, continuing to unleash a thunderous punch to this old man's face. The punch created a terrifying energy field, almost shattering the arena floor. The words of his father flew with the wind along with the old man's teeth that lay at the front line. As he was knocked away, he thought, how could this happen? His father once said, "If you still want to become a true hunter, ask yourself this question. Have you given it your all? Have you fought to the death? Have you poured all your strength into defeating your opponent? Only then can you not feel ashamed of yourself." Seo Jun is the one who reminded him of the image of the beloved father. He said, "Think carefully and see if what you have done is shameful." At the moment he was about to faint, he looked at Seo Jun and thought, "This is the true essence of the ultimate truth. Nothing more. It is transcendent." He lay on the ground, not knowing whether he was still alive or not. Seo Jun felt furious, shouting, "That bastard Ryujin Cheol, can you see me?" It turned out they were watching the match through the cameras in his room. "I see you too, watching what you're doing," Seo Jun said. He pointed directly at Ryujin Cheol's face. "Next up, it will be your turn." The moment he defeated his judge felt like a victory over the world. The uncles on the construction site shouted, He did it. Even the president of the association smiled with a proud face. Even the old lady who had been in the hospital with him felt happy. The old lady said, "Oh my, this is the kiddo who was in the same district as me a few months ago." However, her grandchildren did not believe her. How could this person get into the hospital? Seo Jun confidently and calmly stepped off the stage. As soon as he stepped out, his dear younger siblings rushed over to inquire and congratulate him. Ryu Jin Cheol was devising other plans. He asked the remaining guilds what they would do. The red-haired girl replied, "I have mobilized all the forces in the guild. However, there is one issue." When he asked what it was, Jong Yun Mei answered, "The issue of the association president has been reported." Lee Sung Min said, "The association president announced the situation as soon as his exam was completed. Only the press staff are still being gathered." Ryu Jin Cheol asked, "Then what about bringing Han Man Cheol back to consciousness?" The response was, "It's not outside expectations. The results came out exactly as you predicted. That person has exceeded the limits of mana. His body can only withstand so much. Fortunately, it's not a critical level, but it will take at least 2 months for recovery." Ryu Jin Cheol felt uneasy. He asked everyone, "Have we completely lost? Whether concerning skills, public opinion, or logic, we have all been defeated by a new student, a kiddo with a runny nose." The atmosphere in the room became tense. No one dared to raise their heads to face each other. He thought about the scene where he was threatened, that he would be the next one. He felt both hatred and noticed that this was an arrogant person. He struggled to contain his anger inside. His younger sister Su Yeon continuously cheered. "Oh my god, so cool." She even called him Appa. Lee Min Yul didn't know what to say after witnessing the captain's strength. She could only shake her head and repeat, "I don't know anything, I don't know anything." His younger sister Lee Ha-yoon, after seeing him fight, thought to herself, "Could it be that I was handled with kid gloves?" She felt that even though he showed his strength, this is still not his full capability. He found this normal, and did not understand why people reacted this way. Even though he had not cared and planned to leave, people still regarded Seo Jun as a fearsome person, not wanting to offend him. Su Yeon thought, "This brother is no longer human." She also believed, "Don't tell me Appa is a rival to my idol, it wouldn't change my admiration for him." Lee Ha-yoon also began to feel jealous. She wondered why she had been treated so gently before. Seeing these noisy kids gave him a headache. He couldn't understand what was wrong with them. When the guy left, they shouted even louder, disturbing the people around them. When he stood in front of a large building, he was also taking a break and didn't want to go in just yet. Lee Min Yul noticed that this building didn't resemble an academy at all. Su Yeon thought, "This building only changed its name, but it's really a pity." They decided to go inside. Lee Min Yul asked him, "You've obtained the A-level hunter certificate, right, Seo Jun?" He replied, "Not yet officially confirmed." Su Yeon argued, "They just haven't confirmed it on paper, but that's enough to know." While waiting for her younger sister Su Yeon, Lee Min Yul hoped that they would also be promoted to B-level. As for Seo Jun, there was no need to say, he had been confirmed by the association president himself. Lee Ha-yoon, the calmest person in the group, said, "We'll know for sure when the official announcement comes." When the girl entered the academy, she thought, "Sister Park Seo-yoon will be waiting here." They were excited and happy, but didn't see anyone. She and the others went in and looked around, but they couldn't find Park Seo-yoon anywhere. Lee Min Yul assured the girl that Seo-yoon would come to the academy today. The girl asked Seo Jun, "Appa, have you heard any news about Park Seo-yoon?" When they turned around, he was nowhere to be found. It turned out that he had gone to deal with this matter. He utilized his skills to traverse high above by jumping across the buildings. Now, he had to try to run to the Sword Saint's location as quickly as possible. On his way, he was worried that today was the deadline that the Sword Saint had given to Park Seo-yoon. Therefore, the reason Seo-yoon was unable to make it to the academy was because of him. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. So he shot forward like a shooting star, reaching speeds of 300 kilometers per hour to quickly get to the Sword Saint. Upon arrival, just before he could enter the gate, the guard said, "Today, Sword Saint will not accept visitors. Please go back." Seo Jun knew that he would not be able to enter, but he pleaded with the guard, saying, "I just need to go in for a moment." No matter how urgent it was, he understood that the Sword Saint would not easily let him in. At the moment, he found himself in a difficult situation as he could not charge in recklessly. But he also did not want to leave so easily. Fortunately, with the blessing of Buddha, the closest subordinate had said to the guard, "Let him in." The guard respectfully greeted him upon seeing him. He still firmly insisted, "It will be fine, just let him in." However, the guard said, "The Sword Saint does not wish for anyone else to enter." But he replied, "I will take full responsibility for this." Thus, the door to the Sword Saint's home was opened. He invited the man in, and the two of them slowly stepped inside quietly. When they arrived at the training ground between the Sword Saint and Park Seo-yoon, she was extremely exhausted and breathing heavily. Upon seeing him, she was taken aback. The Sword Saint was furious, because he despised those who defied his orders. He exuded an incredibly strong killing intent, possibly the strongest he had ever emitted. He also said, "Do you think my words are just a breeze passing by your ears?" Only Seo was on the ground, unable to bear it. Yet the man stood tall there. He lowered his head and sincerely apologized to the Sword Saint. Seo-jun was unaffected by the aura that the Sword Saint radiated. He slowly approached and said, "Though it may be a bit rude, I must come here because there are a few things I need to discuss." The Sword Saint sensed, in such a short time he has grown stronger like this. Before him, there was no longer the weak man he once was. He even had to admit that. Now, standing in front of him, he has to exert all his strength just to cope, or even more than that. He no longer exuded killing intent and said to his granddaughter, "It's all over now. The deadline has passed. Go back." After that, he turned away disappointedly and told his granddaughter, "What I ask for is only the minimum requirement. If even that you cannot meet, then you will be eliminated and spend your whole life in torment and self-reflection." It was worse than not having companionship. Park Seo-yoon had tried her best, to the point of losing sleep for several days, but still could not complete the challenge he set. However, once the male lead was here, everything was possible. He told the Sword Saint, "It's not over yet. The deadline given to Park Seo-yoon is when the selection exam takes place." The Sword Saint turned away, irritably saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? The exam is over. The proof is that you're saying it yourself, right?" Nevertheless, he remained confident and said, "My score has not been officially confirmed yet. The end of the exam also means that the scores of all candidates are officially announced, right? And the score of the final subject as well as the personal combat ability has not been announced yet, so Park Seo-yoon's battle is still not over." He came here to protect Seo-yoon, not just to guard her, but also to help her have another chance to take on the challenge. Although he had expressed all his thoughts, he still had to be cautious in front of the Sword Saint, as his decisions remained significant. However, he did not want to make things difficult any further. He simply replied, "All right." He understood the implication, turned around, and extended his hand for Seo-yoon to take hold of. He helped her up, and this gesture seemed to impart strength and motivation to Seo-yoon. Seo-jun looked into her eyes and said, "Be confident and let's move forward together." He had accomplished the impossible, and now he was passing that motivation on to Park Seo-yoon. She could also sense that the situation had completely reversed. He smiled gently and said, "Impossible? Don't say that. Look at me, what he has achieved can be done. Now it's just you left." She took the sword she had been training with alongside the Sword Saint. This time, her determination felt stronger than ever. She grasped the sword and walked up to the Sword Saint, standing before him and saying, "Please, give me one more chance. This is the final opportunity." Park Seo-yoon charged in to attack the Sword Saint from every angle. However, the Sword Saint's expression still showed dissatisfaction. This time, everything was different. With the support of her boyfriend, the outcome would also be different. She seemed to have mastered the sword skills that the Sword Saint had taught her. First, she executed a high-speed slash called the Swift Sword. Then, she stepped back, executing a circular footwork before lunging in to deliver a fast strike focused on a single point called the Variant Sword. The sword strikes she unleashed now were incredibly skillful, completely different from before Seo-jun arrived. She continued with fluid sword movements, as if in reality she could swiftly change targets, called the Creeping Sword. Once she had closed in on the enemy's territory, she applied pressure on her opponent using her sword, called the Dull Sword. Despite her fatigue, she held on tightly, preparing to unleash all of her strength in a single blow, called the Strong Sword. Reaching her limit, she grimaced. Then, she prepared for the heavy sword attack, an assault that maximized destructive power, increasing the weight and that of the sword saint, in order to create a stronger impact. Seeing her niece has made some progress, Sword Saint responded with a horizontal slash. She basically stepped back, thinking this blow would be decisive. Sword Saint believed it was the end, continuously countering, but she still didn't want to give up. Sword Saint's attacks were connected and harmonized in a rhythm she could not achieve. Therefore, his attacks were very difficult to defend against. She remembered how Seo Jun had done the impossible for her, and wanted to prove to him that she could be the person he hoped for. Her eyes suddenly glowed yellow. At that moment, she heightened her awareness and senses, allowing her to block the incoming attack right before her eyes and even counterattack with her sword. This was the flowing sword. Sword Saint thought everything was over, but unexpectedly the little girl had countered. It felt as if time had stopped. She sensed her grandfather moving much slower than before. The feeling of holding Sword Saint now felt very strange to her. As she tried to grasp some sensation while time slowed down, she was able to reflect on herself. Around her were all excellent teachers. She had grown up alongside these people and had met hundreds of great individuals, those she normally thought she'd never meet once in her lifetime. Among those great individuals, her own mediocrity was a curse. She thought, but if I meet ordinary people, will my life be different from how it is now? She felt that she had been running away from reality for too long, but fate had led her to meet Seo Jun. Just thinking about this name gave her even more motivation to fight. Then she unleashed the phantom sword skills, a technique that could dazzle the opponent, further fueling her determination. She engaged in a sword duel with the Sword Saint, matching him evenly. In her mind, thoughts raced continuously. She no longer wanted to give up. She no longer wanted to be an ordinary person. She wanted to stand beside that boy. Suddenly, while counterattacking, she felt a cold wind blowing through her heart. She did not know what kind of feeling this was. She thought it was enlightenment. She also did not understand why it was like that. She felt a divine strength within her. This feeling was very certain, very clear. She advanced instinctively, lifting the Sword Saint as if she possessed the strength of a god. The downward strike was so powerful that he had to raise his guard to defend. The technique she had just used was called the tyrannical sword. She did it. She had mastered all the skills that he had taught her. The Sword Saint instinctively blocked the strike, sensing the change in his granddaughter. He remembered. Earlier, the girl had reached her limit. The level at which she had just attacked him could not possibly be her current rank. He wondered, what was this that he was seeing before him? He felt the difference, something that made his granddaughter Park Seo Yoon's eyes beam with joy. She felt happiness and said to him, "Now I can go with him, right? You will allow me, won't you?" The Sword Saint, with a bewildered expression, could hardly believe this was real. His granddaughter had run over to him to announce that she had done it. When he turned his back, he saw the two of them talking intimately, and they even seemed to make each other happy. The Sword Saint recalled and thought, there are those who live in this world solely in pursuit of a singular goal. There will undoubtedly be difficulties and troubles, but they will endure. However, there are rare cases where their limits are unfathomable, and there are also those who can help others surpass their limits and bring them alongside themselves. The Sword Saint realized that even he could not do that. He remembered the words of the Magic Saint. Don't tell me that occasionally there are people considered useless who can do things no one else can. The Sword Saint sighed. Our era has passed. The next day, upon seeing Park Seo Yoon having completed the challenge, he finally dared to bow his head and apologize. He said, "Ever since the Magic Saint spoke to me, I have been thinking about the things that old Magic Saint said. At that time, I didn't see them manifest on the outside, but internally I have thought a lot. I also forgive my subordinates because, after all, I am the one who allowed that to happen." The words of the Magic Saint feel like prophecies about the future. He looked at the two young people, and tonight they had lit up his hopes for a future with a new era. On that same day, the two felt very happy as they were on their way back to the academy. Park Seo Yoon asked, "What will you do if I fail?" Seo Jun, indeed someone who calculated contingency plans, replied, "I will probably approach the president of the association." She gave a puzzled look, not understanding why he would seek that out. Seo Jun explained, "No matter what I have to do, I must ensure that he postpones the end of the exam and certifies professional hunters." At that moment, suddenly a message popped up on his phone. When he took it out to check, He found that it was a message from Soo-yeon. She was so worried that she texted, "Where are you going without telling us first?" The message also mentioned, "The chairman of the association has arrived at the academy. He is waiting for you and Soo-yeon to come back." He thought for a moment, and immediately didn't want to keep the chairman waiting long, so he urged Park Seo-yoon, "Seo-yoon, let's hurry up. There are many people waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Seo-yoon smiled happily. The academy dreamed for her, felt like a second home. She quickly ran off. When she just got home, everyone cheered. "Sister, the eldest sister is back." Only Lee Ha-yoon did not react joyfully. Soo-yeon ran to grab Seo-yoon's hand, worriedly asking, "Where did you go? Oh my gosh, we thought something happened to you. We were so worried." Park Seo-yoon smiled and comforted the little girl. "Sorry, I just had something to do." Lee Min-yeon also curiously asked the captain, "Did you go to pick her up? Your sudden disappearance surprised me too." The chairman of the association felt delighted to see Seo-jun again. Finally, he could meet him. Joyfully, he said, "No, I should now call you Hunter Kim Seo-jun, right? Congratulations on passing the professional hunter selection exam." He kept calling him the Hunter Kim Seo-jun. The president of the association said, "You scored high in the final exam. By achieving maximum points in all subjects, you will receive an A-level hunter certificate. The others have all passed the exam, so they are recognized as B-level hunters. He believes that you are not yet deserving of the S-level hunter title, but I also cannot grant it to you right now, because that would be a bit difficult." Seo-jun feels that the S-level hunter title is just a matter of the future, so he replies, "It's alright, I just need to work harder, and that's enough." The president is confident that as long as it is him, there will certainly be no issues. The other members of the guild also agree with the president's opinion. He came here to bring benefits to him, and explains, "From now on, A-level hunters will be under the special management of the association and will receive a priority ticket in the dungeon raids that have been allocated." He continued, "The reason I came here is that I want to ask whether you have considered establishing a new guild or not." Seo-jun saw everyone laughing joyfully. He did not think much and immediately agreed. The president of the association was pleased to see that he quickly agreed. This time, he would personally take care of setting up the guild. Seo-jun wondered, "How will you personally manage that?" The president explained, "This matter is quite complicated. Preparing the documents and getting approval from the higher-ups takes quite a bit of time." While speaking, he took a piece of paper out of his pocket for them to write down the names of the guild members. He emphasized, "I will personally handle this, and it won't take long." As he held the paper in his hand, which contained the list of founding members of the guild, he noticed a problem, and spoke to Seo-jun about it. Seo-jun didn't understand what the issue was, so he inquired. The president replied, "To establish a guild, you need at least 5 certified hunters of at least B rank, but we're currently lacking 1 person. If you can't find anyone, I can use my authority to establish the guild. But if this is discovered, it could become a bit troublesome." The problem had arisen, and now he thought hard, but had no idea where to find the next member. However, if he established the guild right now, other guilds would scrutinize their association. Now he was racking his brains thinking about who would be chosen for the guild, but the more he thought, the more confused he became. Lee Ha-yoon stood there with a look that seemed to say, "Please let me join." After a while of thinking without coming up with anyone else, he glanced at her. Without much hesitation, he decided that Lee Ha-yoon would be the 5th member of the guild. In the end, she was finally accepted. But instead of feeling happy, Lee Ha-yoon felt despair at the thought of having to be with that money-obsessed demon. The other 2 members of the guild cheered enthusiastically. They had been looking forward to working with a genius like Lee Ha-yoon. The formation of the guild was complete. The president asked, "So what will the guild's name be?" The guild had prepared a name beforehand, and was determined to stick with it. Seo-jun replied, "Our name is Dream. This is our guild's name." At the headquarters, where the larger guilds were gathering at the company, they had heard the news that he would soon establish a guild. By this time, their jobs were threatened. Everyone was worried, thinking, if he establishes the guild, he will conquer the dungeons with ease. Jung Yoon-mai said to the others, "If the association has already decided on this, then what can we do?" Behind her, a large explosion occurred, causing a massive piece to shatter. The 77th calamity, one of the 49 calamities of the largest guilds in South Korea, had arrived. The Sword Saint had personally come here alone. Everyone recognized that this was the Sword Saint, but they did not understand why he appeared here. The Sword Saint was not fond of speaking much. Just a glance from him was enough to reveal that he knew what they were scheming in their minds. As usual, he sealed the killing intent throughout his body, and this killing intent spread throughout the room. Even the strongest members of the largest guilds in South Korea could not withstand the pressure emanating from him. The Sword Saint stepped closer to them, moving forward and addressing the guild leaders who were lying scattered on the ground. "You all seem to be misunderstanding something. I have no reason to let you be. But if I were to involve myself in this matter, it would not differ from the disgusting actions you are currently taking." He continued, "If we do not put an end to the cataclysmic flood and eliminate the monsters so that you could sit in this position later, who knows, you might even consider yourselves the ones who ended the cataclysmic flood and wiped out the monsters." The person the Sword Saint aimed to confront today was none other than Ryu Jin-cheol. He was not easily affected by the killing intent that the Sword Saint radiated. The Sword Saint emanated a terrifying source of energy. Seeing that he was not affected by his murderous aura, Sword Saint praised, "It's been a while since we last met. You've grown a lot, Ryu Jin-cheol." He frowned and retorted to Sword Saint, "On the other hand, you've aged quite a bit too, old man." Suddenly, from behind the curtain, a person in a mysterious black coat stepped out. She said, "That's enough. Even if you are the Sword Saint, you can't swing your sword carelessly in someone else's house." Sword Saint looked closely and realized that she was from the Order of Truth, none other than Kalia. She saw that Sword Saint was not surprised at all, so she understood that he was already aware of the Order of Truth's involvement in this matter. When seeing Kalia step out, Sword Saint also lowered his murderous aura. He said lightly, "These insignificant pests want to take my azure dragon sword to trick the kiddo. How ridiculous. If they had any sense, they should have known their place and kneeled down to apologize to me." Members of other guilds slowly stood up. Sword Saint looked at Kalia and said, "These guys don't have the guts to do that. There must be someone behind them pulling the strings, and only you could do that, right?" Kalia did not bother to clarify. Her expression remained calm. She knew that the initial purpose of the Sword Saint coming here was to meet her. Then, the Sword Saint spoke words he had never said before, as he wanted to act like a proper elder. Kalia did not understand what the Sword Saint wanted to say. The Sword Saint explained, "I know that you people will be a problem if that kiddo establishes a guild, and I guess that's why you all are gathering here, to plan to prevent that from happening." The Sword Saint, embodying a dragon, radiated an aura of killing intent. This time, it was far more terrifying than before. He warned the crowd, "You had better not make any moves while I am still alive." Strangely, Kalia did not show fear, but instead challenged him. "What if we refuse?" The Sword Saint was enraged, exuding even more killing intent, causing all the remaining guilds to tremble in fear. Some lay sprawled on the ground, while others cowered in dread. Even Ryu Jin-cheol had to sit still in the face of this overwhelming power. Kalia looked at the Sword Saint, but her expression revealed no fear. She was ready to challenge the Sword Saint. After achieving his goal, the Sword Saint didn't want to waste any more time with idle chatter. He turned and walked away without saying a word. When Kalia asked, "Why are you leaving so easily?" she thought, "Is he going to destroy this building as well?" Unlike before, he didn't want to act rashly. He simply replied, "What should I do that for?" This answer left Kalia unsure of how to react. She even sensed danger from the Sword Saint, prompting her to order everyone to cancel all plans. Ryu Jin-cheol, a proud man, disagreed with this decision. In his mind, he was only thinking, "Why are we afraid of the Sword Saint as if he's about to fall into a pit?" Seeing Ryu Jin-cheol overstep his bounds, Kalia pointed at him and said, "You're letting your arrogance balloon too much. Don't underestimate the Sword Saint." She compared and analyzed to Ryu Jin-cheol, letting him know that she understood his skills and strength very well, as he had reached a level nearly heroic in battle. But she warned, "However, don't get the wrong idea. No matter how close you get, you'll never be able to reach that level." Ryu Jin-cheol was boiling with rage, trying to suppress the anger within him. He had to endure for the sake of power. When Kalia no longer warned him, Ryu Jin-cheol was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was very strong, but he still fell short compared to some others. Kalia said to him, "We cannot directly provoke Kim Seo-jun. But there are still other ways. Ryu Jinchiol did not understand what the apostles were plotting. She smiled and said, "Because destiny will not change." On the side of the Dream Guild, everyone was enjoying a happy time after establishing the guild. Today was the first day they would embark on a dungeon raid. Park Seo-yoon was checking the attendance of all the members in the guild. She was very cheerful because today was the first raid for the Dream Team. She advised, "Let's all do our best together." In the Dream Guild, she was also appointed as the vice president. This time, her outfit had changed. She was dressed like an ordinary student, no longer wearing teacher clothes. Lee Min-yul felt that today was a beautiful day. Having just received his professional hunter certificate, going on a dungeon raid made him feel wonderful. Soo-yoon, the little girl, stepped into a real dungeon for the first time. Before this, she had only participated in competitions with artificial dungeons. Soo-yoon seemed quite anxious that she wouldn't be able to manage. Lee Ha-yoon encouraged her, saying, "It's not much different from the simulated dungeons. The only difference is that the difficulty is higher, and the risk of dying is real." Everyone had been promoted to B-rank hunters. While everyone was chatting, the main character had also arrived. Kim Seo-jun was burning with a fierce determination that, unlike other dungeons, everyone could make money from this one. He was obsessed with money. This time, his obsession had intensified even more. Lee Min-yul asked the others, "What's up? I know he's into money, but is he even more desperate for it now?" Soo-yeon had noticed that each time he checked his phone, he seemed to become a completely different person. Whenever he ran out of money, she could only associate it with the idea that he had bought something. This time, when the free transit ticket expired, and he had spent all his money on health supplements, he also had to pay for the transit ticket again for 2 billion won. After making all the payments, his account balance was only 98 million won left. He felt like a failure, as he didn't even have 100 million won. Feeling that the other members were talking behind his back, he turned to glare at them with a devilish gaze. Soo-yeon felt an overwhelming excitement. As this was their very first dungeon raid, Lee Min-yul could hardly wait any longer, urging the captain to head into the dungeon right away. All the members were ready to go, but he mentioned that they were still missing one person. For a dungeon raid, it only required one guild to participate, so the others were asking who they were still missing. He replied that it was a friend of Soo-yeon. Just then, the uncle managed to run over. When he called the uncle in, everyone realized that it was Soo-yeon's father. He had come here upon Seo-jun's invitation. Soo-yeon was angry with her father for not telling her. Man-chul responded, "Do I have to inform her too? Everyone is already gathered." He asked everyone, "Are you all ready? Let's go right away." Lee Min-yul then asked, "Which dungeon are we heading to this time?" This question was normally mundane, but the protagonist felt differently. Or more precisely, he was money hungry. He told the guild members, "It's an incredibly beautiful place." Everyone was eager to reach that destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at an outskirts area of Seoul. There were many large companies here, and this place was the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild. The other members of the guild began to scold when they saw an old man standing here, casually drinking from a can. He angrily shouted, "This is the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild. Tell those bastards who just entered to get out right now." Man-chul, who was also a capable boss, ignored the old man's insults. He explained, "By the way, I've heard that Kim Seo-jun can use the priority pass in this area." Kiddo seemed to have an inkling about the name, a very famous name that everyone in South Korea knew by now. He asked for clarification. "What is the name of the guild that just entered?" That day, while drinking water, he had to pause, and then broke into a happy smile. He proudly said, "That is the Dream Guild." In the dungeon, Seo-jun was channeling his mana and unleashing powerful strikes. His strength had surpassed the level to fight against any dungeon, as the energy rays released by Longinus were also completed. The monsters in the dungeon had been annihilated. "I see that if this continues, it will be difficult for me to take the corpses of those creatures to sell, because now I have gone too far, so there are no traces left." The two teammates sensed that there were still some monsters remaining, so they said, "Let us handle it." After that, each of them used their powers to fight, cutting off the heads of the monsters. These were indeed giant superdogs. Not only did the two girls use swords to fight, but Lee Min-yul also fired arrows. Soo-yeon created a magical space to bind the monsters. The two worked together, one restraining the monster while the other was responsible for attacking it. Just like that, the powerful monsters in the dungeon were continuously exterminated. Even after finishing off the monsters, they managed to salvage some remaining corpses to throw out for Uncle. Uncle could handle bodies. The members of the association were filled with fear because in their eyes, the people in front of them were no longer human. The Dream Association raided the dungeon too quickly and dangerously. In just a few minutes, they had finished dealing with the dungeon, and it was Uncle Man Chol's turn to showcase his body handling skills. The two of them were talking to each other. The nephew said, "Uncle, isn't this very similar to the old days?" The uncle replied, "Damn it, what's so good about this?" He suggested that his uncle should establish a transportation company that cooperates exclusively with their guild. However, in the eyes of the Dark Dragon Guild members, this was not just a simple dungeon conquest, but also a scene filled with the bloody corpses of monsters. Seo Jun was running low on money, so for him, making money was the most important thing. He also helped his uncle, but the look on his face while making money terrified others. When he asked why these people kept staring at them, Manchol answered that they were members of the Dark Dragon Guild and wanted to meet him. Seeing such a scene made them fearful, and they even wanted to leave the guild. After they ran away, Park Seo-yoon asked him, "Why did you choose the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild? Did you do it on purpose?" Seo-jun just smiled subtly, considering it an acknowledgement. It only took a few minutes to clear the dungeon. After that, they had finished things in this place. Clearing the dungeon was even easier than their abilities suggested. Everyone encouraged each other. "You all did great. Keep it up, Soo-yeon." The girl noticed the pile of monster corpses and asked, "How much money is there in total from this place?" Park Seo-yoon is an experienced person. She knows that although these are level 8 monsters, each one must at least be worth 100 million won. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Earning that much money in a day, everyone demanded to hold a celebration. They planned to take a break after conquering the first dungeon. However, Kim Seo-jun, who was obsessed with making money, did not see it that way. He asked, "Why is everyone so happy? We have just started." The reality is that the next dungeons were also conquered. The second dungeon with the stone monsters was defeated. The next dungeon with the underwater monsters was also defeated. The consecutive dungeons were continuously conquered, and today alone, they had already taken down nearly 10 dungeons. The other members also began to feel exhausted from fighting from morning until evening. Lee Min-yul even asked, "Who said we weren't tired? Captain, aren't we supposed to be going on a raid soon?" He was not someone who would easily give up. Seo-jun explained, "I am in dire need of money to pay for various things." He urged everyone to go earn money while they still could. Soo-yeon also did not want to continue. She called it exploitation. Lee Min-yul demanded, "Captain, just go alone. None of us here need money as badly as you do." Seo-jun explained that the reason he was asking everyone to follow him was that he was having difficulty controlling his power. That's right, you heard it correctly. He was struggling to control his power, because whenever he launched a skill, the monsters were instantly eliminated. Meanwhile, when the others attacked the monsters, their corpses still remained. He felt the need to sell the monster corpses to earn money. Not only to make money, but he also stated that the people in the guild needed more experience to become A-rank hunters. Lee Min-yul lazily replied, "Then just gain experience gradually and pay it back." Seo-jun felt as if he had become a monster in the eyes of everyone. He explained, "Everyone needs to become A-rank hunters to elevate our guild's ranking." Then he pressured everyone and explained the issues related to money. For example, if the guild rank goes up, it will help everyone get tax exemptions and increase returns. It's all about the money. Money is money. In Seo-jun's eyes, he just wanted to earn as much money as possible now. He said, "The top 1 money lover. I always believe that top 1 is Kim Seo-jun. Top 2 is Kim Seo-jun." He insisted, "If all the others can reach A rank, it will help the guild earn more money." Lee Min-yul felt that his presence had helped his friend become famous. Tired of his constant complaints, he said, "If you don't want to go into the dungeon anymore, you need to become an A-rank hunter immediately." Soo-yeon didn't want to go anymore and was feeling heartbroken. Her younger sister said, "What a wicked boss. The president is so evil. Such malice, thanks to the opinion of Sister Park Seo-yoon." When she turned around, she saw no sign of her sister, but for some reason, Park Seo-yoon was standing behind Seo-jun. Park Seo-yoon had once sworn that wherever the main character was, she would be there too. Lee Min-yul and Soo-yeon felt betrayed while a struggle was taking place. The others called her the boss, but she was only the vice president trying to obstruct him. Sister Park Seo-yoon, after hearing the complaints, wanted to enlighten herself, disregarding everything Seo-jun said, while he remained determined to go. Let's go earn some money. After a long day, the association president was reviewing the dungeon conquest reports. He saw the graphs showing that the Dream Team's conquests were soaring and couldn't believe his eyes. They not only conquered dungeons rated 7 to 8 stars, but also freely rated dungeons within the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild. The chairman felt both intrigued and anxious that the Dream Guild might clash with the Dark Dragon Guild. However, he had remained silent for many years without being able to do anything, as the Dream Guild had priority tickets for passing through the dungeon. Coupled with the fact that the Dream Guild conquered dungeons very quickly, he calculated that the Dark Dragon Guild's treasury would be drained. At that moment, a staff member announced an urgent matter. This was a very terrible issue. After hearing from his subordinate that the Roger Dungeon had appeared in South Korea, he asked, "Has the guild contacted the saint yet?" The subordinate replied, "We have reached out immediately, but as always, we don't know when he will respond." The chairman felt troubled and had a headache, because among the 5 heroes in South Korea, only Soul Saint was capable of handling the Roger Dungeon. But in times of difficulty, there was always someone capable of resolving the matter. No one else. When he thought of this person, did he feel as if he saw a glimmer of light? The subordinate did not understand what he was talking about. The chairman of the association believed that besides the saint, Kim Seo-jun could handle this matter. He knew he loves money very much, but I don't know if he would accept the offer, even if the payment was sufficient, because this job would put the hunter face to face with life and death at any moment. He asked his subordinates if they were willing to raid that dungeon. Now he had become a celebrity. As he walked back, every girl who passed by recognized him as the superstar Kim Seo-jun. Everyone thought he was a famous person and must be very wealthy. But who would have thought that he had now become a poor man? On the way, he reflected, "Why did my teammates dare to run away when I just asked them if they wanted to extend the dungeon raid a little longer?" As soon as he asked, everyone immediately fled. They were all really too tired after a long day. He took out his phone to check his account balance. While pulling out his phone, he complained, "Why do those people hate earning money so much?" His account balance currently showed 121 million won. This was only 1/5 of the money he had earned from raiding alone. He worked all day just to buy a free passage ticket, and just like that, 2 billion won flew away in an instant. His account balance was left with only 121 million won, and considering the long term, every 3 months he had to buy a ticket. Just thinking about it was already disheartening. The reason he often buys a free pass every 3 months is due to the enlightenment process. This purchase of the free pass has increased by 0.1% in the sermon. Although he has already bought it, he thinks it would be better to just buy single lessons. But anyway, he has already purchased it, and he is unsure what will happen with his karma. Now there are too many lessons he wants to learn, so he has become entangled in a mass of knowledge. He no longer needs to earn money to buy elixirs to drink. While walking down the road, he does not know where the enormous amount of money to pay for his upcoming expenses will come from. He remembers that the Dark Saint still owes him 13 billion won, but currently he has not heard any information from him. He sighs because there is no way to simultaneously accelerate his enlightenment process while receiving 10 billion won at the same time. It does not just fall from the sky. Suddenly, someone approaches him and greets, "Hunter Kim Seo-jun, welcome back." The president of the association personally came to meet him. Upon seeing the president of the association come to see him, he led him into the academy to invite him for coffee. The president apologized for visiting him so late and said that he had come just to discuss something important with him. Seo-jun welcomed the chairman comfortably. "Feel free, sir." He asked, "So did you come here for something?" The chairman of the association, with a serious expression and a bit of worry, replied, "Recently, we received a report about a dungeon of Roger that has appeared in South Korea." Seo-jun, sipping on a can of Pepsi, wondered, "Wait, isn't that the monster I defeated in the last season?" He couldn't understand why the chairman considered this matter so serious. The chairman lowered his voice and pleaded with all sincerity, "I hope Hunter Kim Seo-jun can help us deal with this dungeon." Upon hearing the chairman's request, Seo-jun felt a bit anxious. This dungeon would involve many monsters, not just one like before. He asked, "Why is it me who has to handle this dungeon?" Noticing his reaction, he felt something wasn't right. It seemed like this was an opportunity for him to quickly sign up for the lecture again. The chairman didn't want to ask someone else to do unpaid work. He also came to offer him incentives, specifically money. He didn't just say, "We can provide you with some financial support." It's true that wealthy people, instead of saying money, prefer to say financial support. When he heard the amount of money, Seo-jun felt overjoyed and almost drooled. Just hearing the phrase financial support made him excited. He shuddered, trying to hold back his excitement, and asked, "How much is it?" While he only thought the amount could be a few billion won, the president of the association dropped a bombshell that shocked him. Just 30 billion. Seo-jun was so thrilled that he crushed the soda can in his hand. On the outside, he tried to act polite and refined. But inside, he knew that in South Korea, over the past few hundred years, there had been 8 dungeons like this. If he included the dungeon the president asked for this time, it would make 9. What mattered most was that he sensed beautiful days were approaching, because this was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. This opportunity would help him make rapid progress in enlightenment. Normally, even other participants would have to pay a fee to preserve their lives when agreeing to enter a dungeon. But he only needed to participate and win, and the dungeon would reward him with 30 billion won. This amount was incredibly enormous for him and the largest sum he had ever encountered. Oh, so happy! His heart blossomed. Unexpectedly, from a poor person, he was about to become a billionaire. He tried to keep his mouth from smiling, because the president had no idea how happy he felt. The more Seo-jun tried to suppress his satisfaction, the more he noticed the chairman looking at him from the outside, mistakenly believing he considered this amount of money to be insignificant. The chairman could not increase the reward amount. If there had been money in the budget, he would have raised it. He had just invested all the funds into the professional hunter competition. Currently, the only one who can resolve this dungeon is the Soul Saint, but now, nobody can be contacted. Therefore, there is no one else but Seo-jun who can tackle this problem. This is also the reason why he raised the price for anyone who can resolve this dungeon to 30 billion won. In the world, there is only one person who is the Soul Saint, and he has just appeared. The second person capable of solving this issue is extremely rare. Dungeons are not ordinary monsters. Rather, they are a type of invisible specter. Every attack, whether physical or magical, is ineffective against it. The consequences of this dungeon breaking out and the waves of specters spilling out would be terrifying. Compared to the amount of money that the association has spent, the repercussions would be greater than ever. As the chairman of the association, he cannot allow this to happen. Not only will he eliminate the dungeon, but he also proposed that after successfully raiding and destroying the invisible specters, Seo-jun will receive an S-rank hunter certificate. Upon hearing this, Seo-jun struggled to suppress his satisfaction. Indeed, when money is needed, the heavens always know how to help. The more he stayed silent, the more serious the chairman of the association became. This task was too difficult, so he had offered a series of special incentives for the Dream Guild. He continued, stating, "The Dream Team will become an S-rank hunting guild. After that, the association will fulfill the promotion requirements according to the terms. Furthermore, many types of taxes will be exempted from the profits that the Dream Team earns." Seo-jun had to continuously cover his face with his hands to hide the desire surging within him. Now he had to do everything possible to plead with the association to leave that dungeon to him, along with 30 billion won and an S-rank hunter certificate, exempting him from all kinds of taxes. He thought in his mind that he would fight tooth and nail for this opportunity, no matter what. On the surface, he pretended to be indecisive, not letting the chairman know that he was eager to take on this mission. He was doing his best to hold back laughter and keep his joy inside without revealing it outwardly. He feigned asking, "Is it unusual? Can we rely on the Soul Saint to handle matters like this?" The chairman looked gloomy as he replied, "To be honest, recently they haven't been able to contact the masters." He sensed that if the Soul Saint took on the job, the opportunity would vanish immediately. If he could get in touch with the Soul Saint, he would have lost his job. He then agreed without hesitation. "Then I will give it a try." The president of the association was so delighted upon hearing his agreement that he stood up and asked him, "Is this for real? When can you carry out the raid?" He replied, "Right away tomorrow." He had to try hard to contain himself and responded, I'm not too sure about that and need to prepare. Afterward, he began to chant a poem. However, given the urgency of the situation, he stated, "At the latest, it'll be tomorrow. I'll try to handle it as soon as possible." He feigned concern, but in the president's eyes, he was a man with a generous and compassionate heart, willing to risk his life to save others. The president even nodded repeatedly to thank him. The president further stated, "In this lifetime, the association will never forget your dedication for the safety of the people and the country." He tried to turn his face towards the corner of the wall to relish this feeling of joy. He pretended not to need any thanks. The president was puzzled by this gesture but continued to reflect. Regardless of how talented he was, this was still a matter of life and death. In his eyes, he was an extraordinarily chivalrous person, ready to sacrifice himself and rush into danger, even having to surpass the strongest heroes. In the eyes of the chairman, he was indeed a true hunter, a model worthy of admiration and learning from. He thought to himself, perhaps the sword Saint would feel the same way about him. Seo-jun tried to hold back, but deep down, he was feeling very happy. He had never felt such happiness as he did today. After confirming his plan, he went to meet everyone to announce that he would solo raid the dungeon. He watched how everyone reacted to his decision to raid alone. Deep down, he also knew that besides him, no one else could resist this spiritual attack. Most importantly, if he went alone, he would greatly improve the benefits of the teaching process. The other guild members, specifically the 4 others, initially questioned why he would go raid alone instead of staying at the academy. Everyone thought that this conclusion would make them sad, but unexpectedly, when he was no longer there, it also meant that everyone would get to rest and wouldn't have to do anything at all. All 4 were overjoyed. No one bothered to ask to follow him on the raid. Each of them told him to take care. Some even said, "We won't see you off. Hey." Everyone seemed to cleverly push him away. A guild still without him. A good brotherhood still without him. He asked everyone, "Aren't you worried about me?" Park Seo-yoon felt more concerned about the monsters instead. Lee Min-yul and the little girl Soo-yeon are also enjoying precious moments together. In fact, they have dressed up to celebrate. Your strength is truly overwhelming, yet you are afraid of those spiritual monsters. If you are scared, then the only case left would be the apocalypse. Lee Ha-yoon is the only one who understands the real motivation. She says, "The only thing that affects you can only be money." The other members recalled, "Indeed, it's money. No doubts about it." He is getting ready to tackle a rather difficult dungeon, and the people in the guild even seem pleased that he is going alone. Park Seo-yoon, the one who cares about him the most among those present, wants to help him prepare. He says, "No need. I'll go right now." When he steps closer to the door, she expresses her concern. "This is the dungeon of the spiritual monsters. You must prepare very carefully. There is still plenty of time to get ready." He turns back and says, "If I waste any more time, the association will be able to contact the Soul Saint. I have to go immediately." Seo-yoon also doesn't understand why he mentions this. In fact, what he means is he is afraid of losing his meal ticket. If the Soul Saint clears the dungeon before he does, he would end up being in debt. To reassure Seo-yoon, he said, "Anyway, I will be back." After that, he immediately left. Park Seo-yoon felt quite anxious. The other members in the guild were calling out to her. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Rest while you can. And they urged her to order some fried chicken to enjoy. News about the newly emerged dungeon was spreading all over social media. Everyone knew about this, including the news that Kim Seo-jun would raid the dungeon alone. This news had circulated widely. People felt this was seemingly impossible. But with the name Kim Seo-jun, nothing was impossible. He has now become a superstar in everyone's eyes. People even compared the Dark Dragon Guild with the saying, "Age is just a number." Everyone hoped he could handle this dungeon for the safety of all. The chairman of the association was sitting in his office holding some paperwork. While working, he was confident that he would do well. During work hours, he would consider providing additional benefits for that guild. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to deliver an urgent message. The subordinate had to hurry because Soul Saint had just responded to them. The chairman was very surprised as Soul Saint had not been in contact for a long time, and now suddenly reached out again. He asked his subordinate, "When did Soul Saint contact back?" The subordinate replied, "I just received a call from Soul Saint, and I came here to report to you." At first, The chairman was concerned, but upon hearing this news, he realized that other issues no longer mattered. He demanded to contact Soul Saint immediately. However, the subordinate said, "I don't think it's necessary for you, sir." He couldn't understand the reason until he learned that Soul Saint had entered dungeon number 10. When Seo Jun stepped into the dungeon, his eyes widened in astonishment. An elderly woman was walking leisurely within the dungeon. He sensed an energy emanating from her, a nurturing energy. He asked, "Are you Soul Saint?" The Soul Saint, looking like a fairy, turned to look at him. Upon entering the dungeon, he noticed that the place was nothing more than a desolate wreck. Surrounding him were the graves of monsters, and possibly humans too. He wasn't sure if this was indeed the dungeon of Roger's creatures. As he ventured deeper, he always held the lance of Longinus, ready for any situation. He paid close attention to everything around him. The atmosphere was saturated with death energy, but he sensed that it still wasn't enough. He could hasten his progress. After taking just a few steps, he noticed that there was another person in this dungeon. This individual exuded a feeling of mystery and strangeness. Although the dungeon was filled with death energy, there was not a single trace of it around her. He vaguely guessed, "Is this Soul Saint?" Nothing could be more wrong. Soul Saint could sense his presence and turned to look at him. She was one of the 5 great heroes in the cataclysmic flood battle. She cared and told him, "You should go back, for this place is very dangerous." She held the lantern in her hand and continued to urge him, "Please go back. This is not a place for you to take risks." It was the first time he met Soul Saint, and he never thought he would have the opportunity to encounter her. But wait, if Soul Saint was here, it meant she would also eliminate those spiritual monsters. He asked her if she intended to bring down this dungeon. She replied, "Why not?" He immediately told her that the strange things Soul Saint was doing were not right. He told her that she could not do that. Soul Saint also did not understand what he was saying. He had his own reasons, so he requested Soul Saint not to destroy this dungeon. She turned back and looked at him as he spoke. He ran up to her and pleaded, "Please listen to me. I beg you." Soul Saint, when meeting anyone, could sense their presence. Even she could not sense his presence, even though he stood right in front of her. But due to her duty to eliminate the dungeon, only she had the ability to eradicate the monsters. She said to him, "Get out of the way, I have to deal with them. Those horrifying monsters cannot be released back into the world." What she said was entirely correct and reasonable, but Seo Jun had his own reasons. He could not allow her to kill them. If they were to be killed, it must be by him. The Soul Saint was angered by the obstinacy of the person before her. She was about to say, "You aren't planning to move, are you?" When suddenly, there was an appearance. She felt extremely alert and anxious, urging him to hide behind her. A source of negative energy, a haunting that had spanned a century, was gradually taking form, accompanied by eerie laughter and a stream of black smoke. The manifestation of a soul from hell had appeared before them. Roger had arrived. The Soul Saint sensed the danger and did not want him to lose his life. She grabbed his shirt and said, "Hurry, get out of here. Leave this place to me." He did not obey, primarily because he wanted to increase the lecture rate. Even if he were to be beaten to death, he would still step forward. As he slowly advanced, the progress of the sleep also increased, the numbers starting from 0.1 and rising to 0.2%. Each time he stepped forward, although he felt a little uncomfortable, this was the feeling that the corruption process was increasing. He was acting very strangely. In fact, he was so fearless that he spread his arms wide and said, "Give me more wickedness." At this moment, Roger still did not know that the person before him had once defeated a creature exactly like him in an artificial dungeon. Instead of feeling guilt and anguish that anyone encountering such a monster or spirit would be expected to feel, he remained calm. His expression was as if he had just resolved an issue. And he even said, "It's skyrocketing. The corruption process is soaring." With each increase, he received an additional 0.2%, 0.3%. Roger began to feel suspicious of its attacks. Why does the opponent seem so pleased? He stood there yelling, "Bring it on! Bring it on! This is so enjoyable, so enjoyable!" The spirit monster felt terror, but instead of retreating, it unleashed a decisive skill. It could be said that even a Soul Saint would have difficulty resisting this, instead of merely transferring wickedness to him. This time, it flew into his mind completely. Soul Saint looked at him with a face drained of color, without a drop of blood. Oh my God, kid, he's dead. She didn't know what to do at all. She was sure that his mental shield seemed strong enough, that he wouldn't be hurt, right? But the situation he was facing was a completely different case. Earlier it was malevolent intent, and now it was possession. This monster had invaded the mental shield of its target and was launching a direct attack on his spirit. She was panicking, not wanting him to die so soon. She had to think of a way to act. If not, his mind would collapse. She said to him, "I will drag it out right now." But unlike her worries, the man in front of her was writhing and twisting, as if he were being taken to heaven. The process of enlightenment was also greatly accelerated. Because this was a direct attack, the enlightenment progress increased by 0.9 and 0.7% each time. This increase was enough to make him feel happier than ever. Soul Saint watched and saw that his expression resembled a deep doubt about existence. He praised the ghost. Number 1, wonderful, it tickles my armpit. The process is so smooth. Every moment passed, every second flowed by. He felt like he was about to be so happy that he would burst. Unfortunately, the ghost is feeling regret for stepping into Seojun's spiritual world. In front of it sits the Buddha. The ghost is sitting before the Buddha's hand. Standing before a supreme being, the ghost must submit. Seeing that the spiritual monster had been drained of its malicious intent, he bluntly slapped one side of its head to make it tumble away. After all, it was also a 10-star creature. How could a spiritual being be treated like that? He only regretted. The ghost's death energy is gone already. He stood before Roger and asked it, "Are you dead? Are you dead?" And he even poked it with the lance of Longinus to see if it was still alive. After completely draining its death energy, he felt immense pleasure as he took out his phone to check how much progress had been made. It's quite interesting that with just one Roger, the progress increased by 4.3%. He quickly calculated, if there are at least 10 more like this in the dungeon, the progress will increase to 43%. So when I explore this dungeon, the enlightenment progress should reach at least 80%, right? Just thinking about this made him feel an indescribable joy. He hugged himself and remarked, so awesome, such a thrill." The Soul Saint looked at him with a pitying gaze, a look filled with more compassion than admiration. Calculating all this time, he had even forgotten the presence of Soul Saint. She said, "Don't pretend anymore. Pretending to be okay won't do any good." He kept fulfilling his duties and enjoying his work, while being completely unaware that Soul Saint had changed her opinion about him since their first meeting. In her mind, a person had to possess spiritual power to completely annihilate the Rouge, and it required a large amount of spiritual power. Just thinking about the scene of the person in front of her bringing the monster back to death made her see him as stronger than herself. In fact, she had never encountered a case like this since she was born. He, on the other hand, kept thinking that this was his turf. Even if it was Soul Saint, she still had to wait in line. The president of the association had assigned him to handle this case. When she first met him, she attempted to see through his mind, but failed, gaining no results. She could not see through his mind, and Soul Saint also could not discern the thoughts of the person before her. This also meant that his soul realm was at least on par with hers, if not greater. After careful consideration and feeling that he could completely defeat the Rouge, she finally said, "I will not interfere with those." But she still had doubts, because this was also the first time she had met him. She did not know, could he really handle it or not? The spiritual power of an ordinary person would never compare to that of a Soul Saint. But when she encountered him, she felt that he seemed to be stronger. The Soul Saint had some issues to examine, so she could not leave this dungeon. Seojun asked her about that. "What is it?" The Soul Saint replied, "I don't really know the details. The Dark Saint spoke very generally, so I only grasped some vague information." Seojun continued to ask, was what the Dark Saint mentioned related to Berserk or the Order of Truth? The Soul Saint's expression changed. She did not expect that he would have a connection with the Dark Saint. From one surprise to another, she could not help but be astonished. When she first met him, she had said, "We consider we have a business relationship." She felt that she could place her trust in him. Therefore, she directly stated that the Dark Saint was suspicious that the church might have created the Rouge dungeon. He did not think that the Order of Truth could create a dungeon as powerful as that. The Soul Saint shook her head because she herself did not know clearly. She had only heard information from one side, and if it was known that it was made by the Order of Truth, there would be no way to verify it. She said, We still need to verify this information. Seo Jun found this a bit confusing. The Dark Saint has to rely on the Soul Saint to investigate in this dungeon, because the Soul Saint is the only one who can enter. Even the Dark Saint is helpless. He did not know where the Soul Saint was now, because he owed him money. While he was thinking, he suddenly came up with an idea. In front of him, he could take this opportunity to ask the Soul Saint to pay his debt. The Soul Saint noticed that his actions seemed unusual. He did not explain, but said that he could assist her in doing something in this peaceful dungeon. At a glance, one would not detect that there was a gathering of spiritual monsters on certain paths. They had gathered this time into a horde of draugrs, a very dangerous type of monster. Even the strongest individuals in the world find it hard to resist the psychological attacks from them. But for the main character, it was different. This was not only an opportunity for him to earn a lot of money, but also a resource that he could use to advance his own enlightenment process. Ordinary people would be extremely cautious when encountering these psychic monsters to ensure their minds were not affected by them. But now he was different. He could comfortably confront them. With the steadfast heart of the Buddha, he was able to eliminate them all. He joyfully enjoyed the celebratory feasts of success and told Soul Saint, "Let the Dark Saint know that I have helped her diligently." After Soul Saint assisted him, she felt regretful. These monstrous spirits were a nightmare for anyone who encountered them, but today marked the end of their reign as they faced the protagonist, a person endowed with the unyielding will of the Buddha. Today, he could even regard the raid on this dungeon as akin to Christmas Day, celebrating the birth of the Lord, welcoming the new year. He had never felt as fulfilled as he did today. The Dark Saint was currently hiding in a distant forest. In this place, he could avoid the pursuit of the order of truth. But unfortunately, wherever he went, he was shadowed. We found him in a state of severe blood loss. There was a stalker after him, clad in a black cloak enveloped by eerie energy. That person remarked that it had been a long time since they last met the Dark Saint. Upon glancing at their style, he immediately deduced that they were the Apostles of Temperance. They had pursued him all the way here, and he had moved a considerable distance to evade them. But unexpectedly, they still caught up. Now, he no longer had the strength to defeat his enemies, so he devised a different plan. The Apostles were accompanied by another person. If a fight were to happen, it was clear that the Dark Saint would be the one to lose. The Apostles had to kill the Dark Saint at all costs because he had caused them too much trouble. He even warned, "Searching for the Soul Saint is a mistake on your part." The Dark Saint felt uneasy and did not understand what the Apostles were implying. He said, "The Roger dungeon was created by them in Korea. The Apostles know that I cannot enter it, so they asked the Soul Saint to investigate for them, helping them reveal all of the Dark Saint's plans." He was both worried for the Soul Saint and trying to find a way to escape from here. As he pondered, he realized that the Apostles' sole target was him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him. He thought to himself that he had been too careless. Looking at the speed of that figure, he could see how powerful he was. Even the world's top assassin was being choked and pressed against the stone behind him by one of the Apostles. The power was overwhelming. No matter how much the Dark Saint struggled, he could not escape the grip of the Apostles. He did not understand why Temperance's Apostles exerted so much effort to eliminate the heroes, especially after the great cataclysmic flood battle. The Apostles, with faces pale from lack of sleep, said, "There's no special reason at all. We are simply following the words of the God." When they were truly ignorant, blindly unaware of a way out, he tightened his grip around the old man's neck even more and pressed him hard against the stone slab, making him cough up syrup. He said, "Do you enjoy this life, the Dark Saint? Just a fleeting moment. Although you've tried very hard to delay, it's obvious you won't survive this never-ending war. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to stop us." Upon hearing this, the old man could only sneer disdainfully. They were truly foolish arguments that made him laugh. The Apostles did not understand why he was able to laugh while being strangled nearly to death. The Dark Saint thought, "They still haven't discovered one person. This person is invisible to their eyes." Seizing the opportunity, he spoke to that person again. He had tried to slice him with a knife, but that was too slow, allowing him to easily take the knife away. The Dark Saint flew into a stance to prepare to escape. He knew the old man was about to flee, so he shot a destructive energy ball from his hand. He even said, "Is that all you could do with these petty tricks?" Then, he unleashed his energy skill. This energy wave was even stronger than other waves, coming from a destructive dragon, Fafnir. But the title of the world's #1 killer, #1 server, #1 Fi was not just a title. He could easily escape from them. He was also powerless because the true level of invisibility of the Dark Saint had reached a supreme level, even reaching a state of being inconceivable. Another apostle suggested they should pursue the Dark Saint, but he said, "No need, just leave him alone." Because their goal today is not to kill the Dark Saint, but to eliminate Soul Saint. Soul Saint, still unaware of their truly terrifying plan, remained in the dungeon. While creating this dungeon, he was fleeing while feeling worried about Soul Saint. At this moment, the real nightmare was waiting for them, especially Soul Saint. This mutated monster was on an entirely different level compared to Roger and was feeling an intense hunger. Today was the decisive day, the day Soul Saint would die. However, before the monster appeared, seeing the scattered spiritual monsters like Rouge being thoroughly beaten by the main character, they were even able to attain enlightenment. Perhaps after a tiring process, he checked his phone to see how much progress had increased and realized that the enlightenment progress was at 49.9%. I don't understand why the progress isn't increasing anymore. The reason is that you've sucked all the dead air from them, so there's nothing left to increase. Although I've tried many ways, the process of enlightenment still cannot progress. Seo Jun didn't know what to do as the enlightenment process was at a standstill. Is it possible that it has reached its maximum level? He ruminated, just a 10% increase in the enlightenment process would allow me to feel a significant change. But for the steady lecture of non-attachment, it's not the same. He didn't know what principles he should contemplate now to increase it to 50%. Caught in a dilemma, he pondered what to do until Soul Saint spoke up. "Hey, have you calmed down yet?" "No, have you finished your part?" They were outside targeting the extermination of the spiritual monsters, while also exploring any unusual abnormalities in this dungeon. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't discover anything. He asked Soul Saint, "Have you found anything?" Soul Saint replied, "Not exactly." But he felt that today's dungeon was too easy. Normally, when he entered a dungeon, he would be worn down. But this time, everything was peaceful and uneventful. Then, based on his experience, he asked Soul Saint, "This dungeon doesn't have any anomalies, right?" She still could not understand his point. He explained, "Because neither Soul Saint nor I feel that there is anything unusual about this dungeon. I am just wondering if we should think a little more broadly. For example, distortion." She had heard about this before, but there were currently no signs of mutation at all. Seo Jun asked again, "Have you thought of other types of distortion yet?" After the mutation, he had once rescued Magic Saint, and Uncle Man Chol told this to Soul Saint, saying it was also a form of mutation for her to ponder. Soul Saint acted. She said, "You are here for me to check it myself." Then, Soul Saint raised her hand, concentrating the energy she gathered into her palm. This energy was completely opposite to the heroes he had encountered before. It was a warm energy, as if it was embracing everything it touched. She released energy from her body. The powerful energy summoned a wild beast. For the first time, he witnessed a noble creature standing before him. It was a divine spirit. As she called it forth, the divine spirit gradually approached the main character, then affectionately embraced him, as if he were its master. This is an action reserved for special individuals. He himself did not know why he did it. Suddenly, she remembered that divine spirit is the noblest and most sacred creature. A person with no integrity will not attract the attention of the divine spirit. Moreover, when seeing the heroes from the cataclysmic flood, it did not react much. But sitting before her was a completely different phenomenon. Why does the divine spirit seem to be so close to him? From the very first meeting, she thought the main character looked more like a madman. It was true. He was always holding his phone and showing a satisfied expression when encountering spiritual monsters. His unusual behavior gave Soul Saint a headache. The divine spirit cherished him dearly, so it kept licking his face with its tongue. Good things are short-lived, while difficulties immediately followed, bringing a feeling akin to the end of the world. Couldn't it be that the monster came here to kill Soul Saint? Both Soul Saint and he sensed an evil intent this time. Even Soul Saint, and he had to take a defensive stance against the evil intent. The monster emitted a very high level, which they felt from that sinister energy. But suddenly, it was extinguished. He looked towards the divine spirit, worried that that monstrous presence was targeting it. The Soul Saint concentrated to sense, feeling fear. For even during the cataclysmic flood battle, she had never encountered such malicious energy. She may have faced it once when confronting a great beast, but this time her senses indicated that this would be a fight to the death. She said to him, "Hey kiddo, it's very dangerous. Get back behind me." He always knew how to surprise others, and he also sensed where his own strength stood. He stepped in front of her and said, "I can feel it stronger than the Rouges. But the more powerful a monster, the more experience points there would be to gain." In fact, he even wanted to protect the Soul Saint. He said, "You should hide behind me. I'll cover you, and I'll handle it myself." Indeed crazy, one of the 5 great heroes now had to rely on the protection of a 27-year-old. His intentions were not simple at all. Actually saving the Soul Saint was one thing, but advancing his breakthrough was the main goal. He proactively sought out the source of that malevolent energy. This time, he was strong enough and ready to seek out the boss himself. While running towards the boss, he couldn't help but wonder if this time would be like what happened with Magic Saint back then. It felt oddly strange. He didn't understand why those creatures targeted the divine spirit instead of the Soul Saint. Inside him, he felt very joyful. "Boss, I'm coming to you." The problem was quite simple. He just needed to solve it before it got close to the divine spirit. After walking a short distance, he came closer to it. A demon appeared before him. This was a legendary being, an absolute challenge. Not just a resident of the highest level of the 6th heaven in the world of desire, but the ruler of demonic heaven. It was not even afraid and actively approached the protagonist. It was even smiling at him. Who exactly was the boss here? Instead of showing fear in front of a high-level demon, he pulled out his phone to check if his progress had increased. He had become obsessed with his phone, obsessed with the teachings of Buddha. Instead of being scared, he even slapped the demon's face and called it ugly, showing no respect for the demon whatsoever. It was a demon, and how could anyone treat it like that? It didn't understand what was happening. It simply hugged its face and cried. It was the first time anyone had treated it this way. In front of him appeared an experience machine. This opportunity was too good to miss, and he even broke into a sinister smile. On the contrary, he teased it. "Don't die now." What the hell? What is going on here? A human daring to threaten a demon. Truly unusual. Normally, a demon would be offended and attack in anger. But it seemed this demon was not very strong in physical attacks. He easily dodged, even while taunting it. "Stop attacking with physical blows. Use some mental attacks instead." The demon, furious, replied, "I see and I am angry. You bastard." It was about to bark at him, but he just wanted to move a little. It started using mental attacks. He poked its belly with his weapon. The demon found it so funny that it broke into laughter, but these smiles were a bit sharp and painful. He had driven it crazy, as it emitted twisted energy and wicked thoughts 1,000 times more than that spiritual monster nearby, the Soul Saint, who could sense that things were not going well and felt worried for him. Looking around, dark magical energy enveloped the entire dungeon. If you don't act to help, you may encounter some trouble. The demon licked its tongue, showing a smug expression as if it had defeated that brat. As the main character, he possessed unmatched power. A source of radiant energy within the eyes of others suddenly erupted, illuminating everywhere. Upon seeing this energy, everyone instantly recognized whose it was. Both the Soul Saint and the demon were taken aback. He gradually broke free from the dark magic with ease, as simple as eating 3 bowls of rice. To him, it felt trivial. The demon realized the situation was going south, so fleeing was the best option. In its attempt to escape, it had no idea that its opponent could even run in midair. In fact, he countered its attacks fiercely. His aura was so powerful, striking back and forth, then soaring into the sky to deliver an energy strike. The demon was hit hard, its whole body paralyzed. It couldn't even rise to its feet. How boring! The strongest one being in such a weak position was not satisfying in the least. He even felt annoyed seeing the lecture on billions still not increasing. The demon's mindset struggled to keep up with his power. In front of Seojun, he even told the Soul Saint, "You should wait a moment. I still need to deal with this one. It's dangerous, so please step back." What face did the 5 great heroes have left? An A-class hunter, still inexperienced, was instructing one of the heroes from the cataclysmic flood to retreat. Seeing the demon sleeping a bit too long, he used the old trick, taking the weapon to poke at its head. The demon, already bald, felt insulted and shouted, "Ah, don't scratch my head." After that, it opened its 3 eyes on its face. These 2 eyes were not ordinary. They were the highest level of mind manipulation technique. The man felt uncomfortable and achy. But fortunately, he was following the teachings of Buddha, so he was protected by Buddha. Buddha said to him, "In this world, there is only one true question, one good question. Is life worth living? This is the ultimate question of life. Everything else is just details. So let me ask you, what reason do you have not to end your life?" After a few brief minutes of being possessed by the demon, when he returned to reality, he asked himself, "Oh, is that all there is?" After that, the demon waited for him to take out his phone to check if the progress had increased, but it was still only at 49.9%. It hated him so much that it screamed in his face, "Come invade my mind. Give me back my mind." That was the lyrics of a song, but the technique the demon used, I don't know. In his mind, the teachings of Buddha appeared. What reason do you have not to end your life? Still the same question. After that, he returned to reality once again, as if nothing had ever happened. It turned out that he had to answer this question to increase the progress by 50%. If he did not answer, he would not be able to proceed. He still had some time to tease the demon a little longer. "Just sit there and wait, I still have to think." The demon must have been shocked. It had been thousands of years since it became a demon and had never encountered such a case. It thought, "All right, let's see if I can attack his mind a few times." Seeing him preoccupied with thinking for a long while and unable to play around, it decided to switch targets. It turned out that the Soul Saint was standing nearby. For the Soul Saint, it was different. After the demon used its mind invasion technique, she felt a headache. He was extremely worried, but the Soul Saint responded that she felt fine. The evil demon felt satisfied, as it had finally seen its mind attack technique work. After ambushing, it laughed and ran off somewhere. The two of them didn't understand what it was aiming for, and they also did not understand where it had run off to. Instead of being a source of terror, the male protagonist had now become a source of fear for it. But no matter where the evil demon was, it still remained in this dungeon, so finding it was only a matter of time. Perhaps there was another target that the Soul Saint had overlooked. He asked, "Where is Divine Spirit?" It turned out she had forgotten it at the previous spot. With his quick mind, he felt uneasy. He ran to the location of Divine Spirit. He did not know why the demon was attacking them. But one thing he was sure of was that the demon was targeting Divine Spirit. The demon's intrusion into the Soul Saint's mind, even for a brief period, had managed to locate Divine Spirit. When they found Divine Spirit, it had taken on a different form. Divine Spirit's original form was a friendly, amiable deer radiating positive energy, but Divine Spirit now, in their eyes, was completely different. The Divine Spirit before them had been invaded by the demon, turning into a red state, symbolizing the demon. When they could not determine what had happened to it, he looked towards the Soul Saint, but the Soul Saint felt unbearable torment. She was being torn apart every second. Even as a Soul Saint, she had to scream in pain. The lantern illuminating her hand had also fallen. He held her in his arms, continuously questioning in his mind, why is the demon targeting Divine Spirit instead of the Soul Saint? Looking at the Divine Spirit before him, he gradually found the answer. It turned out that from the very beginning, the demon had intended to invade Divine Spirit in order to control the Soul Saint. He said, "Right now, it's no longer Divine Spirit, but a demon." Soul Saint felt immense pain, which was clearly reflected on her face. She was in his grasp, but her body was emanating multiple sources of dark energy from within. From here, he could infer that Divine Spirit and Soul Saint were a singular entity with a spiritual connection. The demon's goal was to directly invade Soul Saint's mind through Divine Spirit, and this was precisely her weak point when facing this wicked entity. The situation had become extremely critical. He no longer smiled like before. He had to quickly deal with the demon, or it would endanger Soul Saint's life. In his mind, there had only been a process, but now he was determined to handle that demon as fast as possible. However, the current issue was that he had not yet figured out a way to attack the demon without harming Divine Spirit and Soul Saint. This was truly difficult, but instead of wasting time thinking, he decided to pick up his weapon and charge towards the Divine Spirit. For some reason, there was a fire ring separating him from the demon. Now the situation was different. He and Soul Saint were surrounded by a ring of fire. The situation was more critical than ever as Soul Saint was no longer the person she once was. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she had transformed into a demon, a wicked spirit within the body of a saint. Dark energy emanated from her, spreading around. He no longer thought about defeating the demon, but only wanted to stay and help Soul Saint. He shouted desperately, "Please calm down." But Soul Saint at that moment had become someone entirely different. His words did not penetrate her mind anymore. She began to speak bizarre things, mumbling. In the end, aren't they as bad as that, those bastards? Out of control, Soul Saint unleashed an immense amount of energy to attack him. To save his life, he had to flee, creating a safe distance, before he could calculate his next move. While he tried to dodge the attacks, one strike shot towards him and exploded. Fortunately, his nimble agility allowed him to soar into the sky, but his face was slightly scratched. With the situation as it was, he could not approach Divine Spirit. This was a battle of the mind, and to defeat the demon, he needed to conquer Soul Saint first. But would this become a reality? His opponent is Soul Saint, one of the heroes in the cataclysmic flood battle. Even if he gives it his all, he may not necessarily win. He questions the safety of Soul Saint as he claims victory. Looking around, he sees that the remaining evil spirits are no more. In this moment, he has made a life-changing decision that someone must die. With this decision, there is no other way. Either Divine Spirit dies, or Soul Saint dies. He feels an overwhelming anger. Amidst the sea of flames, he fights against the fires of the demons, while speaking to Soul Saint. Aren't you the hero of the cataclysmic flood, the one who dealt with the monsters and saved this world? Please don't let those evil thoughts brainwash you. Soul Saint seems to resonate somewhat with these words, but then she expresses the deep anguish in her heart. With a compassionate heart, she has always wanted to save this world with her spirit. She sighs. To save the world? I have dreamed of that for a long time. Of a world where no one is harmed or unhappy. But what has the world become now? He feels deep down that this is not the voice of a demon, but that of Soul Saint. He continues to listen to her words. Soul Saint said, "The days during the cataclysmic flood were terrible. Have you ever seen a scene where humanity had nothing to eat and had to trade their children for food? Have you ever seen the bodies of children hanging along the roads? Have you ever had to beg others to survive and felt relieved that you weren't the one to die that day? The time when the cataclysmic flood took place is seen as the end of the world, a world gone mad with destruction. At that time, the laws controlling humanity were about to collapse. Morality was torn apart. She had to struggle on her own to change the world. But even so, in the end, nothing changed. The famine dragged on endlessly, and the pain never stopped. Even during the cataclysmic flood, I was glad to be alive, but now I feel pain for having to exist." At this point, Soul Saint could no longer hold back the tears on her face. The more she spoke, the more she cried. She continued, "Monsters cannot speak, but we can. Monsters and beasts can be spoken of. We are living in a world where the only difference between humans and monsters is that. This is the world that Soul Saint has created. That is why I want to rebuild." At that time, her teammates stopped her. These people said to Soul Saint, "Don't force a change like we used to. Nothing will ever change." Her teammates, like so many others, had chosen to turn a blind eye. But when she directly witnessed the suffering of humanity, in the end, she still decided to leave. She went to a place no one knew and practiced as an excuse to calm herself down. Nevertheless, the more she practiced, the more she felt the world's fury. She could hear the anger, the wailing of the souls of the dead growing louder and louder. The sensation of pain in this world would never end. The more she cultivated, the more cries of anguish were drowned into silence. They asked her why they could not find happiness. They asked Soul Saint, why do they have to be in such a state? They are the ones who suffer the most in the world created by Soul Saint, the ones she has not yet been able to help. Soul Saint's eye sockets began to bleed. Now, the more she spoke, the more she felt tortured. She felt disgusted with herself, so she would no longer alleviate their suffering. The death of one person is seen as a tragedy, while the death of hundreds is merely regarded as a number. Through death, one grants everyone equality. Kid, you can't stop me. He felt the fall of Soul Saint. It was not simply because of the demons sowing discord, but the demons had started it. They had planted the seeds of doubt. This was the pain of being a hero. At this moment, the Buddha's words, "What reason do you have to not commit suicide?" appeared in his mind until now. Finally, he could understand why the Buddha had asked him those questions. Soul Saint continued to use powerful magical attacks against him, but he was fully capable of withstanding them. In fact, he urged her to hear him out. "Why are you only looking at those people? Why do you only focus on those people?" Seo-jun asked Soul Saint. "Why are you only looking at those people?" At this point, Soul Saint had lost control. She was unleashing fierce attacks, but he could easily block them. Amidst being attacked, he said, "I believe that my words can change her." He told Soul Saint, "You said that this world is not a good place. But it is not all, because they cannot speak up. Because of that, many people have died. But the world is not just about the powerful that humanity must oppose. There are also those who need help." He said, "Everyone has to live while carrying burdens on their backs. Living one more day is undoubtedly a very difficult task. I am also very tired of my life and do not have enough strength to share the pain with others." He continued, "They say that when pushed to the wall, people reveal their true nature. But judging others that way is not a good thing. It is an arrogant way. They are simply too exhausted to endure the words and harmful actions of others directed at them." At that moment, Soul Saint felt very angry, but he still tried to say, "They cannot claim that they have lived through today if they have not experienced the toil and hardship that they must bear." Soul Saint shouted loudly, "We are the heroes of the cataclysmic flood. I do not know about others, but my comrades cannot ignore the pain of the world. Regardless of all the anger and gloom weighing down on us, I remain determined to speak my mind. Even though one is a hero in the cataclysmic flood, in the end, they are still a human being, right? Of course, there are many people in this world who die in unhappiness. I know that there are truly many people who are very unfortunate. Let's just say we feel sorrow for them. But does that mean we can be sad for them for a lifetime?" At this moment, Soul Saint was somewhat shaken. He continued to attack with words. "Do you think you can bear all the sadness in this world? In the end, madam, you are still the one who suffers, aren't you?" These words seemed to awaken her own mind. Her face was no longer fierce. He explained, "Everyone lives for today, and tomorrow we should live better than today, living the days after that better than the days before. Only by doing so can we truly live. We live in fear because we do not know when tomorrow will end. That is life, a life of doing everything to survive. Although it seems that life is extremely difficult, people still find joy in that life, a very humble happiness." As he spoke to Soul Saint, he thought of the images he had experienced with friends, the moments spent hanging out, enjoying delicious food, chatting happily, singing at karaoke, quietly watching the sunset with a loved one after a long and tiring day. A faint hope was turning towards tomorrow. "Soul Saint, can you endure everything again?" He clenched his hand tightly and said, "That is the happiness that people have created. They can return to their everyday lives after the cataclysmic flood ends. If you have changed a hopeless world, where they only know how to think about survival, then in a world where they can live a normal life, what happens if they only look at the degenerate ones and endure?" The mood of the Soul Saint was now greatly shaken. There was even a moment when she could regain her consciousness. But the demon did not easily let go. The divine spirit howled a beast's roar, sending dark intentions straight toward the Soul Saint. At that moment, he stood to shield and protect her. The energy of Buddha surrounded him, protecting both of them. The brilliant light of Seo-jun reminded her of the good things. Voices of the Buddha echoed in her mind. "Do not turn your back on that happiness. Do not turn your back on that happiness and deny life. That is how goodness becomes degenerate. That is goodness, not evil. Goodness is tainted by contradictions, just as it fails to protect itself. Life is like walking backward on a flowery path. Only after passing through do you realize how beautiful it is. Do not forget that path becomes filled with fragrant flowers." The face of the lady returned to its normal state. Looking into her eyes, one could see that the demon no longer occupied her mind. After that, she was liberated from the demon's invasion. But due to exhaustion, she collapsed. At this moment, only the demon and him remained. After rescuing the Soul Saint, the process of enlightenment increased by 13.7%. He radiated a source of benevolent energy, an energy that made the demons tremble in fear. The demons sensed this energy and even recoiled before the energy of the Buddha. Good will always triumph over evil. That is always the case. He said to the demon. You know this too, don't you? Then, he swiftly moved behind and said, Your mind is about to collapse, and your body is no different from a piece of paper. He merely needed to lightly touch the body of the divine spirit with 2 fingers, and both emitted an endless source of light, a light that could illuminate the entire dungeon. The demon gradually disintegrated in the brightness. This was also the light of the Buddha. After a period of unconsciousness, the soul saint eventually regained consciousness. When she woke up, he inquired how she felt. Upon awakening, she felt a bit fatigued in her head. Seojun told her, You should rest a little longer. The demon has vanished, so you don't need to worry about anything anymore. Soul Saint has just seen the demon, and now it has disappeared. Then, it translates to no one else but you. You sit next to her and gently stroke the face of the deer. The divine spirit has returned, proving that the divine spirit is still safe here. You feel truly fortunate because you were worried that one of the 2 might be lost. But it turns out that the unwavering steadfastness of the Buddha only exterminates the souls of the wicked. You also discover another benefit of unwavering steadfastness from within your body. You can feel that your power has expanded significantly. After waking up, the soul saint feels that his power in front of him is comparable to that of the heroes in the cataclysmic flood battle. In less than a year, Seojun has surpassed all of them. The divine spirit, due to its fondness for the main character, has continuously buffed him. The soul saint has another concern in her mind. She thinks, in the future, if he becomes corrupted, and his power develops in a wrong direction, then who will be the one to stop him when he turns his axe towards the earth? The soul saint only tells him one thing. I hope you can keep that spirit forever. She continues, saying this might sound a bit funny, but even though this world seems very absurd, I want you to know that this is something that can never be avoided. When he heard this, he thought that she was saying something not unreasonable at all. He even explained, People are caring more and more for each other. I think everything is gradually getting better. She, however, believed, such things could also be hypocritical. I fear you might feel pessimistic, but you are different. He always hoped, I hope for a beautiful future in an equal world, where everyone cares for each other and there is no discrimination at all. If the values of a society have nothing more than hypocrisy, as some say, then the era of Hong Gil Dong cannot be overlooked. What about the differences in status in becoming a thief? Upon hearing this, her expression turned to one of surprise, as if she had just been enlightened once again. He spoke the words he thought in his heart. I believe this world is not like that. Even if it is, I will do everything to change it. Soul Saint, after hearing these words, did not respond further. In fact, she even laughed pleasantly, as if she had just been relieved. She felt, it is foolish to worry about the shadow, while this tree still stands tall and fierce. She felt, perhaps I had sunk too long in sorrow, blaming myself for my own weakness. When the words of the Buddha still resonate, that is the reason why people are still alive. He looked at the soul saint and understood that, perhaps this question is not only for me, but for all those who are alive. Although I do not have the answer to the question at this moment, the day I complete the process will eventually come. The soul saint acknowledged his power and thanked him for giving her the strength and reason to continue living. She said, Thank you very much for helping me stand firmly on my own feet. Kalia had failed in her attempt to kill the soul saint. She was kneeling before Temperance, looking extremely frightened. She did not believe that a demon could be destroyed. This was impossible in her calculations. When creating this monster, she thought that it would be indestructible. Death is not a term used to refer to annihilation. Evil, even if its physical form is shattered, is something that cannot be destroyed. She struggled within her mind, realizing that there are beings who can destroy demons, yet they are not humans who can do it. As she was agonizing over this thought, she realized, that is precisely who he is. The apostles felt very angry this time. They had clearly told her to investigate that kid, so why did she not do it? He appeared with an evil glare, staring at her. Kalia, this is a serious matter. Do you understand? That person has already gotten involved in this. I have heard that you and Kim Seo-jun are acquainted. Are you still using the guilds in South Korea to monitor him? Right. Kalia didn't dare to oppose. She could only reply, Yes, yes. The apostle said, I need you to act immediately. Kalia understood his meaning and asked, What you mean? He coldly replied, I want us to return to the correct trajectory of things. Seo-jun was still in the dungeon with Soul Saint. He asked her, "What are you planning to do now?" She replied, "I'm not sure either, because I have lived my whole life apart from the world. But now, I don't need to do that anymore." He felt extremely pleased, even inviting Soul Saint to stay in their guild until a decision was made. She questioned, "Do you have a guild too?" He responded, "Yes, after all, you need many things to prepare, and you also need a place to stay during this time." But in reality, his intention was to verify what the Dark Saint had told her. Soul Saint replied nonchalantly, "How can I impose on my savior? No need for that." He felt very honored. Therefore, he told Soul Saint, "Don't say that. We are very happy indeed." She understood his kind heart and agreed to stay in the guild with one condition. She would personally teach about spirit art. Just as she was about to tell him what the foundation of spirit art actually was, he replied, "No need, ma'am." This left her stunned for 5 seconds, not knowing what to say, because he had just declined the request of Soul Saint. He replied naturally, "What I mean is there is nothing. So please stay in our guild." Not only did Soul Saint have her invitation to teach declined, but he also rejected all the teachings from other saints as well, not just Soul Saint. Perhaps Soul Saint should get used to his style. Gradually, Soul Saint thought, "If you don't want to meet, then fine, I won't teach either." She said to him, "You intend to help me without expecting anything in return." On the surface, he acted as if he didn't care about that. But in reality, he was very pleased inside. He had waited so long for this statement. She seemed to know him inside out. She said, "Do you need money?" He seized the opportunity to reply, "Of course I do." She agreed to this proposal. Divine Spirit had just been fondly caressing him, but now looking at his face seemed more like a devil, which frightened her. What needed to be done now was to get out of the dungeon. He suggested that she stay at their guild. In fact, from time to time, Soul Saint's old friends would come to visit. He said, "You won't feel lonely." Her reaction was, Which friends do I have?" He took Soul Saint to the guild for a reason. This would be a significant opportunity for him to make money. That morning, he had introduced her to everyone. "This is Soul Saint. She will be staying with us in the guild for a while." She greeted everyone who came to the vlog channel. When the captain returned home, the other 4 members, instead of showing joy, felt more anxious. He told Soul Saint, "Just ignore us, and make yourself at home." Soul Saint said, "I will never forget this favor." The remaining guild members also appeared worried when they saw him. Even Lee Min-yul, terrified, asked, "Where are you? Are you not planning to raid the dungeon anymore, right?" Fortunately, today he had fought, so he had skipped a day. The other members in the group, upon hearing this, felt afraid. He had ordered the remaining members to disperse, free to do whatever they needed. The remaining members were all looking forward to this announcement. When he returned, Park Seo-jun was engrossed in sword training, while the girls Stu Yeon and Lee Min-yul were vigorously practicing together. The captain was sitting and checking his phone, nodding in approval, while Lee Ha-yoon was also practicing sword techniques. The newly joined Soul Saint did not understand how this guild operated anymore. Even when she saw Lee Min-yul training, she asked him, "Isn't that the secret technique of the Dark Saint?" He confirmed, "Oh, it seems so." Soo Yeon was practicing her slicing punch, and she also recognized that this skill belonged to Magic Saint. It turned out that in this academy, everyone was a disciple of various heroes. She had thought that only the granddaughter of Sword Saint was the sole disciple of Sword Saint. Now other disciples were coming to light. After he explained to her that they are disciples of other saints, she finally realized that this was a gathering of disciples of various heroes. She also wondered about a character she had overlooked, which was Lee Ha-yoon. She asked, "Could it be that the girl in front of me is also a disciple?" She replied, "I am not a disciple of anyone." While everyone was training, good news arrived. The good news for him was nothing other than money and money. The amount of 30 billion from the association president and 13 billion from the Dark Saint made his current total 43 billion. As soon as he got this money, he would immediately buy the lectures. "Oh my God, just look at how attractive these lectures are," he said. The first lecture was by lecturer Atlas, also known as the lecture that would help him overcome 10,000 types of poison, or also known as the indestructible body. The second lecture by lecturer Thialfi would give him speed faster than anyone else, distinct from all, or known as running at the speed of light. Each lecture here is valued at 40 billion or more. He thought to himself, It would take a long time before I could gather enough money to buy them, but who would have thought I would earn so much money like this? Being greedy, he wanted to learn both lectures at once. He was thinking about shamelessly asking Soul Saint for 40 billion, since he had saved her life after all, but he also felt that was a bit too much. As he turned around and saw Soul Saint about to walk away somewhere, he said, "Please don't go." After that, he led Soul Saint to a place. She just followed him, and he did not know where he was leading her, because he was just taking her behind the guild. Soul Saint heard a familiar voice. When she turned around, the figure appeared vaguely. It was the Dark Saint. Noticing her astonished expression, each time he showed up, he guessed that his cloaking ability was still functioning well. However, he felt a bit embarrassed when he saw the young man looking at him every time he appeared. Soul Saint was once again surprised, as this was not his intention. Could this kid actually sense him on his own? Setting that aside, she noticed that his face bore several wounds. She had many questions to ask him about his disciple and also about Magic Saint. Seeing her in confusion, the Dark Saint advised, "Calm down, Soul Saint. I will tell you later. Can you tell me what happened in the dungeon? Did someone really save your life from behind you? As soon as Ta Bum called you, you went to the Roger dungeon immediately." But at that moment, the young man interrupted the conversation between the two. He wanted to clarify some things. Looking at his explanatory expression, one could guess what was about to happen. He continued his analysis, primarily for the purpose of his own earnings. He explained on behalf of the association president. "I went to deal with that Roger dungeon. But do you know who I met there? It was none other than Soul Saint." Both heroes are still listening to him explain. He pretends to be innocent when he sees the man come into the same dungeon as him. He said, "I immediately realized there must be something going on in this dungeon. He must be related to the Dark Saint case of 10 billion. Hearing him explain, the two elderly people can only exclaim, "So scary, how scary." Then, he further explained, "So I decided to investigate together with Soul Saint, but the strange thing is, no matter how hard I searched every nook and cranny, I found nothing. From that moment on, I sensed that this was the order of truth. It felt like those bastards had played tricks with this dungeon. I have a gut feeling like that. Am I right, Soul Saint?" he asked. The woman was startled. "Oh, is there such a thing?" After that, she confirmed that this was indeed true. Only then did he dare to continue explaining. "Of course, when I mentioned this deformation, you didn't agree with me, nor about summoning the Divine Spirit. But right after she summoned the Divine Spirit, the demon appeared and attacked her. I mean Soul Saint. So I beat that bastard up." The Dark Saint was surprised. Could it be the demon inside that dungeon? He affirmed that he was telling the truth. 100% credible. "The proof is that Soul Saint is standing here, isn't she?" Soul Saint saw him acting too quickly, and she was also scared. He rushed to the old man's side and patted his chest. "Ha, see. There's no way I would dare to lie to you." But in reality, no one knew that he had enjoyed a happy life inside the dungeon. Preparing to get into the main topic, he said, "So that money to keep quiet about the order of truth targeting Soul Saint, it's a normal thing. You can understand my intention." The Dark Saint was surrounded by skeletons, but he still had to agree to give him 10 billion won. The plan was a resounding success. Soul Saint saw them finish their conversation, and then it was her turn. She felt fear because she was being targeted by the order of truth. The Dark Saint confirmed. As this kid said, inside the Roger dungeon, they attacked. She said, "It seems they don't just want to eliminate me. They also want to get rid of all the heroes at the cataclysmic flood site." She couldn't understand why they treated the heroes like this. The Dark Saint was also on the hunt for the reason. He said, "They are also after you because of the Apostles of Temperance." At this point, things were no longer simple. Seojo knew that they were hunting all the heroes and wondered why the Apostles would take such horrific actions. The questions about reasons and causes remained unanswered. The wise lecture suddenly takes effect. He analyzes like a deity and says, "You, and the heroes of the Order of Truth, want to exterminate them. Is this related to the Berserk Beast?" The Dark Saint still did not understand his point. Then, he continued to analyze like a deity. "This is just my speculation. Not certain, but let's hear it out. Last time, the Dark Saint mentioned that the beast had vanished, but was not dead, right? He said it was the effort of all 7 apostles at that time. How powerful is it?" The Dark Saint reminded him. It is an extremely horrific monster, to the point that even the heroes from around the world working together might not necessarily win. He guessed the reason. Exactly, everyone might not necessarily win. No one knows when Berserk will appear. Will Berserk die before we see it? But the Order of Truth knows. So what is the decisive factor? The Dark Saint felt like he was rambling to him, and still did not grasp what he was saying. After that, from the analyses and clues he had gathered, he drew a conclusion. They can predict the future. If they can glimpse into the future, even if not perfectly, the story would be different. In their eyes, this might just be a part of it. The Dark Saint had been monitoring them for a long time, but still could not analyze it as such. He felt that the analysis of the man was somewhat correct and asked him to continue speaking. He continued his analysis. The Order of Truth has foreseen the future. Berserk will be defeated, although the heroes will also suffer significant losses, which is why they have decided to act in this manner. They know that the monster has not yet appeared, or in other words, that is why the 7 apostles deliberately made that monster disappear. Soul Saint interrupted. What purpose does the Order of Truth have in doing this? More importantly, what reason do they have for killing the heroes? Seo-jun voiced his thoughts. He asserted, only the heroes can resist Berserk. Therefore, if that monster is released immediately, they want to buy time to eliminate those who fight it before there is no one left to challenge Berserk. Suppose it is released again. The Dark Saint believed. The apocalypse will come. A terrible scenario will unfold. Soul Saint said, but if everything you say is true, then they wouldn't need to do it like this. They could just buy time instead. Seo-jun also agreed with this opinion. Time will still pass. When that happens, those heroes will die of old age. In my guess, the Order of Truth cannot keep the Berserk contained forever. He said, in short, they don't have much time left. Isn't it strange that such a sudden transformation occurred? Could it be the influence of the weakening seal on the Berserk's power? Currently, he believes, there are only 3 possibilities. He is still analyzing and thinking about the current situation in front of the 2 heroes. The first possibility is that the seal on that monster has weakened, and its power has been released and caused the transformation. Or the Order of Truth has found a way to harness the Berserk's power. It could also be both. But I'm not sure. He continued. What I just said is based on the fact that the Order of Truth is a heresy. Really, more precisely, this is my speculation that they are the ones who wish for the apocalypse. He concluded, seeing the events unfold as the Order of Truth does not bode well, so if they have a plan, it must be at the era of the cataclysmic flood. Just sitting still is enough. There's no need to sacrifice to save others and the other heroes. Thinking back, he felt this was still unreasonable, because they did not know much about them. He also could not think of anything more. The Dark Saint found what he said to be quite ridiculous, but he could not be careless. What he just said, if true, he thought, one day, if the monster is released, will this world have enough strength to cope? He looked at the person standing before him and wondered, can this kiddo possibly destroy the monster? He asked him, what do you plan to do now? The Dark Saint replied, I cannot know for certain. Until now, I have only focused on investigating that beast. But after hearing you, I still want to understand the Order of Truth first. I have decided to go abroad. He did not expect the Dark Saint to leave South Korea. I'm going over there and check out some bikini girls. The Dark Saint replied. Then continued. I meant, as long as the Apostles of Temperance know I am still alive, it will be difficult for me to act here in South Korea. He added, what the Order of Truth is doing needs to be clarified. We must know whether they are targeting heroes in South Korea or globally. Seeing this, Soul Saint did not ask for an opinion. She simply nodded and replied, I don't know clearly, but I have lived in isolation for too long, so I'm not used to it yet. For now, I guess I'll ask him to help me reintegrate. The Dark Saint said, although I don't know their true purpose, they are definitely wanting to kill all the heroes. He expressed sympathy for Soul Saint, adding, I also understand the reason why your grandmother went into seclusion. She may not like it, but I think it's a good thing for her to come down from the mountain. Soul Saint replied, all right, the Dark Saint. Before you leave Korea, you still have some things to think about. Remember that anyone sitting idle is under threat, including Sword Saint and Kim Seo-jun. He cautions Seo-jun, you need to be careful. The Order of Truth has always been keeping an eye on you, just hiding it too well. He guessed. To them, You are like an invisible variable. But because of this incident, you may have become a threat to them. Seo Jun felt anxious upon hearing this. He lives day by day, and now hearing that an entire church is watching him, it's frightening. After saying this, the Dark Saint used his stealth technique to prepare to disappear. I don't know when, but I will come back to find both of you when I have more clues. Seo Jun did not let him leave so easily. He grabbed the Dark Saint to hold him back. You promised to give me 13 billion, don't forget. The Dark Saint guessed. Seo Jun seems to be in desperate need of money now. Couldn't it be that he uses the scent of money to find me? The meeting at the headquarters of the association took place in a tense atmosphere with continuous complaints echoing. Some individuals expressed their dissatisfaction because someone had been granted an S-level hunter certificate despite having no notable achievements. The association's president, faced with numerous criticisms, was accused of acting unfairly. Someone spoke up in criticism. You awarded 30 billion for just one table. How can you use taxpayers' money so arbitrarily? A member with a position in the association also commented. Other hunters have to expend tremendous effort to become S-level hunters. Why can he jump straight to S-level? This is clearly due to connections. Another individual, equally outraged, exclaimed. A soldier who just became an official hunter receives an S-level certification right away. I will never accept this. There was even someone shouting, where is the fairness? There has never been a precedent for this. The association president, who represented all professional hunters in South Korea, stood there silently listening to the criticisms. Being subjected to such treatment for a long time made him face the anger of the delegates. Don't just stand there, say something. A delegate shouted. The president felt it was enough already. This person usually didn't care much, yet now was jumping in to criticize. But seeing the furious actions of the delegates, he also understood. He guessed, this could be part of Ryu Jin-cheol's plan. The president felt immensely angry. One delegate continued loudly, are you joking with me? The president could no longer hold back. He emitted a signal of anger and spoke to all the delegates. Do you all think I have so much free time that I'm just fooling around? Regarding the preferential treatment, you are right. Other delegates, after hearing the chairman's speech, could hardly believe their ears. They whispered to each other. What on earth did the chairman just say? The chairman of the association continued. If I give Sword Saint an S-class hunter license, would you all stop me? A delegate spoke up in protest. Why are you saying such things out of the blue? The chairman yelled at the delegate. Answer my question. Would you all stop me then? The delegate replied. Sword Saint is absolutely deserving of a higher rank. The chairman analyzed. Why has Sword Saint not officially conquered a single dungeon since the cataclysmic flood ended? It is because Sword Saint has no achievements that you are hoping for from Hunter Kim Seo Jun. However, the reason you didn't stop me is that everyone knows his skills and sacrifices. He shouted at the delegate. Hunter Kim Seo Jun deserves the same treatment. Hero-level hunters must be treated appropriately. If you call that special treatment, then I have nothing more to say. The delegates below all looked displeased, finding it hard to accept this. He angrily explained further. You just said I am wasting tax money, right? So what do you think we should spend money on to avoid wasting it? A delegate spoke up. Of course, it should be used for the people. The chairman immediately replied. That's exactly why I'm using it. The delegate angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, how can giving money to one person bring benefits to the people? At this point, the chairman of the association had to explain clearly to these ignorant people. He looked straight at the delegate and said, you say that because you don't know what would happen if the Roger prison collapses, right? Just in terms of damage alone, it would already reach hundreds of billions of won. Not to mention the colossal loss of life. Sitting there and talking, do you think you can handle that? Seeing the chairman's strong reasoning, the delegate didn't dare to say another word. The chairman continued to scold. Investing 30 billion to ensure the safety of the people. Isn't that what the people pay taxes for us to do? So what's the problem here? This cowardly delegate didn't dare to say anything more because he genuinely didn't know how to respond. The chairman slammed his hand on the table, continuing to admonish. What are you talking about? Isn't it unfair? I don't know what you mean. But when it comes to fairness, your salaries are much higher than those of other civil servants. Isn't that unfair? The delegates continued to argue stubbornly. That's because we are doing more important things. The president of the association explained. Then isn't what Hunter Kim Seo-jun has done very important? Do you believe that fairness only applies to you, and not to hunters like him? One delegate pointed directly at the president, speaking loudly. What you said is already against the law. It is unacceptable. The delegate next to him insisted. Issuing an S-level hunter license like that is too early. The president found himself momentarily in a passive position, needing to think. Every delegate sitting below knew the extent of Kim Seo-jun's abilities. They also recognized that they were being unreasonable. In this chaotic world, when someone is too talented, others will find ways to bring that person down. The president of the association understood the reason for the behavior of these delegates. It was all due to the tremendous political power of Ryu Jin-cheol and the money he had spent to bribe them. Then he continued to fight back, speaking loudly. I believe you are the ones wasting taxpayers' money. As government employees, at the very least, you should feel ashamed. The group of delegates sitting below could not accept this statement. Many stood up, banging on the table, feeling that the president's words were an insult to them. The chairman declared, from this moment on, he will become an S-level hunter, regardless of the opinions of the others. The delegates erupted in chaos, shouting, Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the chairman of the association? The chairman believed that his decision to protect him was absolutely correct. He thought, these delegates are just a bunch of pitiful bastards. At that moment, a woman approached him. At first glance, he immediately recognized her as Kalia. On one early morning, a handsome man came to find the male protagonist. He introduced himself. I am Park Yu-min, a member of the Dungeon Management Bureau, under the High-Level Hunter Association. He handed the male protagonist a business card to confirm his identity. The male protagonist politely greeted him. Nice to meet you. But may I ask, why are you here? Park Yu-min replied, I am here because I have something very important to inform you. Seo-jun remembered. The chairman of the association will personally come here to meet him. So why is someone else coming? Seeing Seo-jun's clear skepticism, Park Yu-min explained, Actually, I came to meet you today not for that reason. The chairman of the association cannot come here at this time. Seo-jun felt quite dissatisfied when he heard the words problem. Could it be that something happened with that money? He thought to himself. The staff member felt immense pressure when facing him. Seo-jun transformed into a capitalist ghost, frantically asking, Is this related to the 30 billion? Is the budget insufficient? Or will the association president reduce the reward money? Right. The staff member only came to convey the information, but felt too much pressure. Fortunately, the staff member quickly confirmed for him. That money has been approved. After hearing this, Seo-jun returned to his charming and handsome demeanor. The staff member added, You will receive that money today or tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Seo-jun felt as joyful as if New Year's had come and Christmas had arrived. He cheered in his heart, happily welcoming the new year. He cheerfully greeted the staff member. I got a bit too excited earlier. The staff member continued discussing the current situation. Although everyone is firmly opposing your becoming an S-class hunter, the president has made a resolute decision. So everything will be fine. However, this situation has never occurred before, so the president will be a bit busy dealing with those issues. That's why I'm here to speak on his behalf. Seo-jun replied, Oh, I see. But he still did not forget to express his concern about that money, constantly bringing up money. The employee had to reiterate once more. The amount I mentioned, I have already said is approved. At the latest, you will receive it by tomorrow. Hearing the employee confirm it again, Seo-jun finally felt at ease. The employee thought, this guy seems indifferent to the hunter's license. He even looks like he would want to tear me apart if I don't hand over 30 billion won. Truly a terrifying person. He thought, Seo-jun is more like a demon. A person who becomes an S-rank hunter means that they are among the strongest hunters in the world. The position and fame that come with it cannot be quantified just by money. The employee felt skeptical about life. Why does he only seem to care about money right in front of me? Seo-jun then asked, By the way, I don't need to pay taxes, do I? In the eyes of the employee now, Seo-jun was no different from a money-obsessed demon. Whether other things were present or not didn't matter. As long as there was money, that was enough. The employee replied, There will be no tax applied. After that, this employee also realized that the person in front of him seemed somewhat like a hero. Not exactly the same, but also not entirely different. He said, The chairman of the association will visit you one day. Hearing this, Seo-jun finally decided to let the employee go inside to rest. Seeing his strong silhouette walking away, the staff reflected on the earlier conversation. He asked, "Chairman, to be honest, I also had some issues I don't understand." The chairman of the association is always worried about the issues concerning the hunter Kim Seo-jun. Somehow, he has managed to handle the problems related to the hunter tests and the establishment of the guild. But the issue of obtaining an S-level hunter license this time is not easy at all. The staff also had to acknowledge, "I know he has the qualities of a hero. However, if it continues like this, the position of chairman of the association, when he is doing this, he seems to be neglecting that seat." The chairman took off his glasses and spoke to the staff sincerely. "I often say this whenever I drink with colleagues. If the current trend is that high-level hunters only care about their own interests, then we have no choice but to accept it. The high-level hunters in South Korea are in decline. A major competitive agreement called the Five Great Guilds has held power for so long, and not only the world of high-level hunters, but also South Korean society as a whole is deteriorating. I haven't improved it. But all we can do is maintain the status quo." The chairman continued, his voice full of contemplation. "In the past, I forced myself to believe that an individual cannot stand firm against the current of time. But for some reason, I thought that Hunter Kim Seo-jun could do it." The chairman spoke to the employees with a meaningful gaze. "Yes, one can sow the seeds of hope in the midst of doubt or denial. Isn't that the mark of a true S-rank hunter?" In the end, the employee was able to comprehend what the chairman was saying. He decided to take an action he had never taken with anyone before. He called Seo-jun over to have a conversation. The employee bowed his head to express his respect for him. The employee was bowing before a true S-rank hunter. He felt shy and reluctant to accept praise. But since the employee had bowed politely, he had no choice but to accept it. The next morning, when news of the attack on the Roger Dungeon was announced, South Korean society was turned upside down by 90 degrees. The fact that a young man had conquered this dungeon led everyone to call him a legend. Reports stated that he was also granted an S-rank hunter license. People referred to him as the youngest, strongest, and fastest hunter in history. His emergence truly caught the attention of the dominant powers that had held sway for centuries. Guild Dream was in a period of success, and their next move would be what? Even a newspaper predicted the emergence of a new hero. If the sixth hero of Korea is born, Seo-jun's story will stand out even more. Many social media communities and even morning news broadcasts are paying attention to this news. At the same time, a battle broke out due to the news and rumors related to dungeon conquest. However, negative news also surfaced, questioning, is he really deserving of this title? Nevertheless, that is not his main concern. The issue is that currently his account has 30 billion won. What could be happier than that? He is calculating what his finances are at the moment. First, the 2 courses I want to take cost 40 billion won, while I've spent all the money on potions, each bottle costing 15 billion won. In total, these amounts are 95 billion won. Right now, I have 43 billion won in hand, so I need an additional 53 billion. Although he has a lot of money, he is always in a financial crisis. The more money he has, the more expensive other things become. What is the use of becoming an S-rank hunter? What's the point of guild leveling? Then there's tax exemptions and all that. At this rate, no matter how much money I earn, it will all be spent. He frantically searched on the Ultimate Academy for the phrase cause and effect. Before starting, he thought to himself, could my cause and effect be so terrible, and hoped to find an answer, but ended up with more than 9 million search results. Damn it, but no matter how much I search, it's never enough. Isn't the goddess of luck supposed to have cause and effect mana? Like investing and then reaping the effects. What is cause and effect in the Ultimate Academy? Scrolling down a bit more, he found all sorts of random things. For example, I will show you how to easily clone cause and effect, or the distorted creature has farmed cause and effect for 137 years alone. As he scrolled down further, he felt the retribution drawing near. There were all sorts of news like I was deceived like this. Professor Loki tried to trick new students. Or, don't try it. I just got compensated for losses from these scam games. However, after searching for cause and effect, he still did not have an answer for himself. Thanks to his determination, he calmed down and no longer felt panicked. At that moment, the president of the association personally came to meet him. Upon seeing the president, He joyfully welcomed him in and said, "I'm sorry for coming so early." He learned that Soul Saint was also at the Dream Guild. He asked, "Where is she?" He replied that she is upstairs, and I have prepared a private room for her to rest comfortably. He asked the chairman, "Do you want to find her?" He shook his head and said, "No. Actually, I came today to see you mainly because I have something to discuss, and secondarily to visit Soul Saint." He was unsure what the matter was that the chairman of the association would come to see him in person. He had said, "Yesterday, young lady Kalia came to see me. She asked me for help." He knew that she was part of the Order of Truth, so hearing that name made him extremely cautious. The chairman spoke with a slightly anxious expression. "I'm sorry, but do you know what is happening in Europe? In one country, monsters are flooding the streets. They are causing countless injuries and immeasurable material damage. The monsters are frenzied, attacking and devouring humans wherever they encounter them. The situation is extremely dangerous. The people have no choice but to flee in panic. Although the heroes here have been fighting with all their might, it seems they still cannot deal with the monsters completely. There is even a young girl who has lost all her family. She has cried a lot." When he picked up the phone to check the situation there, he couldn't understand what was happening in that place. The chairman had said, "This is the situation in Italy." He couldn't believe it. Why is this happening? Because as far as I know, in this day and age, artificial awakening is still viable. There shouldn't be a lack of hunters. Although what he said was correct, the chairman informed him, "Recently there have been very strange phenomena. Researchers discovered that these are deformed dungeons, and they are appearing increasingly throughout Europe. In fact, the Italian government has had to deploy professional hunters to control the situation, but their force is still insufficient." Soul Saint knew that the chairman was here, so she personally came down to join the conversation. As she remembered, there is also a very powerful hero there named Andrea, who will try to help the people. After everyone saw her, she continued, "The situation is too harsh, to the point that even a tiny individual cannot resolve it." The chairman asked, "Are you referring to the hero Cataclysmic Flood, the Italian Andrea, right?" She confirmed, "That's right." Unfortunately, the chairman had to confirm that he has just passed away. This news not only caused panic in Italy, but also made the hunters in South Korea feel extremely unsettled. The chairman only heard that he had died from an incident in the dungeon. He also heard that the death occurred when he went in alone to raid the mutated dungeon. But not only in Italy, other European countries are also in a similar situation. Many heroes of the Cataclysmic Flood are fighting on their own, but the situation is so dangerous that the European Union had to seek help from the Order of Truth. Hearing this, he did not understand. Why is the chairman of the association telling him this? Does he want to ask for his help? The chairman confirmed, "That's right. Young Lady Kalia has asked our country to intervene, and she wants you to help Italy." Seo Jun wanted to understand more clearly and asked, "Is the situation in Europe so serious that even the Order of Truth cannot handle it?" The chairman explained, "Indeed, but for Italy that's not the only reason. The Soul Saint, she is someone who has met the hero Andra. She knows that Italy is in this crisis because of his death. She recalls that when he was alive, he was not just a hero of the Cataclysmic Flood, but also a mafia boss. He was the head of the Mafia Association, and was the first to unify the mafia world, an international criminal organization." He continued, "Andrea, he is also a madman, always shouting that he will revive that criminal organization. At that time, she thought he was just rambling, but little did she know he actually did so. Now the situation has become complicated. Her old friend has also died, and she could only sigh, unwilling to discuss the death of that person any further. She said, the situation in the mafia will have some dissenters, but this is nothing compared to the great hero Cataclysmic Flood. She worried. In the past, he was alive. He was like the chains of the criminals, but now he is no more. I don't know whether those mafia organizations have collapsed or not, and I don't know how those mad dogs will react. Italy is currently in utter chaos." The chairman added, "The Italian government has secretly asked the Order of Truth for help, but they said they have their own issues. Right now, the Order of Truth wants to ask you to resolve matters abroad." She reacted violently, saying asking this kiddo is one thing. Even the hero Cataclysmic Flood has given up. The chairman understood her meaning, so he declined that proposal. However, young Lady Kalia simply asked the chairman to convey her message to Seo Jun. After recounting everything about Italy, he did not want Seo Jun to do anything at all. He believed Seo Jun doesn't need to go to a strange country full of dangers. But perhaps the president of the association had forgotten Seo Jun's motto. Money is heaven, it's Buddha. As long as you give him a large enough sum of money, he will take on any impossible task. This news reached the Order of Truth. An apostle heard that Seo Jun was in need of money. The apostle asked Kalia, "Do you know Seo Jun's purpose?" Kalia, however, did not think so. What Seo Jun really needs is something else. After all, she was just a disciple of an apostle, and she thought she didn't need permission to speak. She dared to say, "In my guess, Seo Jun is just a money fanatic." After hearing this, the apostle didn't have much to say, just smiled subtly and got straight to the point, asking again, "How much does Seo Jun need to act?" Kalia replied, 100 billion won. After hearing this price, even the apostle acknowledged, "This kid is really crazy." Kalia also provided an extremely interesting piece of information. As long as this amount is met, Seo Jun will go along with the members of the Dream Team. Not sure what was going through his mind, but the apostle immediately agreed to that amount and ordered her to bring whatever Seo Jun needed. She also didn't understand why the apostle decided so quickly. He said, "The mutated monster that swallowed Andre is still in Italy. If he's planning to go there by himself, why should we stop him?" Kalia, the apostle's ceremony is about to take place. Once you become an apostle of temperance, you will understand. Looking at her actions, it seemed she hadn't finished speaking. She hesitated and added to the apostle. When he asked if there was anything more to report, it was because Seo Jun really needed money. So you requested the Order of Truth to make a deposit in advance. Now Seo Jun had become the captain of the Dream Guild. He had planned for Dream to go to Italy with 2 members. Lee Min-yul and Soo-yeon reacted as if they were about to go on a trip. She felt extremely happy, because this was the first time she would go abroad. Lee Min-yul shouted, "Italian noodles, pizza forever." He thought everyone didn't want to go, but instead, they reacted as if they were going on a leisure trip or just to hang out. He told those 2 kids, "This is a mission trip, not a vacation." The Soul Saint, after seeing the Dream Team seem to be familiar with this situation, had a face like, "I'm okay." She was sipping tea when suddenly something resembling an earthquake made her spill the entire cup. Her expression seemed like she was used to this. Even there is a feeling like this tremor has occurred for several days, but today, it is not just a tremor. It feels more like an apocalypse. Why is there such a tremor in Academy Dream? Actually, there is a reason for it. Guild Dream is preparing to fly to Europe, specifically to Italy. More than 100 billion won has been spent, with the main character receiving 60 billion, while the others get about 10 billion each. The others don't actually need that much money. For him, he even pleaded with everyone, "Can each of you reduce 10 billion for me?" They felt there was no problem at all. In fact, if they received that extra 10 billion, their responsibilities would only become greater. Soul Saint stepped outside and saw the scene of this wealth. She recalled, the Dark Saint had given him a lot of money. Why does he need more money for? Time is moving quickly. There are only 2 weeks left until the Dream Team arrives in Italy. Park Seo Jun and the others in the academy greeted Soul Saint in the morning. The strange thing is that the tremor has still not ceased. The source of this tremor is none other than Kim Seo Jun. He is doing some exercises in the morning, something people call joyful morning exercises. Regarding Soul Saint, she thinks differently. After greeting everyone in the morning, she still doesn't understand what the thing in his hand is that could make the entire building shake. Furthermore, the thing in that bag is actually a 500 kilograms weight. After resting and being here for a while, she observed that there were disciple of Sword Saint, disciple of the Dark Saint, and also disciple of Magic Saint. Everyone here is an immeasurable talent. Yet, all these outstanding disciples concentrate under the spotlight of one person, this money-loving individual, rather than anyone else. However, in reality, she overlooked one person. There is someone who is not a disciple of anyone at all. She looked towards Lee Ha-yoon and felt that this girl seemed somewhat out of place. Therefore, she used her spiritual power to see what was deep inside her. She noted that normally the soul would have different colors depending on their mood, but the black color in this girl's soul only indicates one thing, that her ego is very impoverished. She also had an idea about the girl. Thus, she approached her and asked, "Are you still here?" Lee Ha-yoon carefully replied, "Yes, I am allowed to say that I am here." Nothing could be hidden from the Soul Saint, and she knew the girl was lying. Therefore, Lee Ha-yoon felt very embarrassed, unsure of how to justify herself. The Soul Saint thought for a moment. Initially, when she looked into Lee Ha-yoon's soul, she saw only a black color. Naturally, it should have been crumbling over time. But currently, the collapse of the girl's soul had stopped. She didn't believe it could be anyone else but Kim Seo-jun, who might have given her wisdom by seeing through her heart. She could see. This child always doubts herself and tries to change, but feels lonely as she doesn't know how to navigate this life. With a gentle expression, she said to the girl, "They say even the Holy Spirit cannot control your actions." She intended to guide Lee Ha-yoon, so she added, "I think we should start working on things personally with you first." Lee Ha-yoon had always been a person filled with self-doubt, so her reaction was somewhat clumsy. The Soul Saint asked, "Why don't you want to?" She didn't answer but turned her gaze elsewhere, as if there were difficult truths she couldn't express. Noticing this, the Soul Saint couldn't hold back. She used her ability and flicked the girl's forehead. She asked, "Are you still not being honest?" Lee Ha-yoon did not understand why she was being flicked on the forehead. She was about to say the next sentence when she was flicked again. From that moment on, until the remaining people in the academy, and especially she herself, would go to Italy, she would become a strict, gentle as a lion queen to teach her. She said, "When I speak, you must listen. From now on, I will only accept the response, yes. Do you understand?" Lee Ha-yoon had been hit from the moment she entered the academy until the guild was established, and she was still being hit. She fearfully replied, "Yes." Then she said, that response was too slow. She was forced to answer yes, once more. Seo-jun did not understand why she was speaking so loudly. He felt she was very mysterious to him. At that moment, he had completed 2 tasks. The first was the strength task of Hercules, where he easily lifted 500 kilograms weights. The second task, walking in the sky, was also completed. Time passed, and during these short 2 weeks, they had worked hard to conquer and resolve what was happening in Italy. When reporters announced that Team Dream would go to Italy at the request of the Order of Truth, this news spread throughout the country. Look at the comments below to see if anyone noticed that the Dreamville just boarded the plane at Incheon Airport. Most comments suggested they are not old enough compared to the mafia over there. Some people commented advising the Dream Team should be more confident because they won't last long. There's news about a high-level hunter who died there, and the Dream Guild went to provide support. Isn't that foolish? However, these are just comments online. In reality, the Dream Team is not like that. Their current strength is such that even the weakest among them is on par with a rank A hunter. Leaving behind the worries and expectations of many, the Dream Team finally set off for Italy after arriving at the airport. Everyone set foot on the land of Italy. The Dream Team was all incredibly happy to be here, because, after all, this is a new horizon they have come to. Just after arriving, Lee Min-yul and Soo-yeon demanded to go eat pizza and pasta. If the main character hadn't stopped them, these two might have actually come here for a vacation. Usually, a teen needs to have a few funny people like that. Otherwise, they might get into trouble just after arriving. When he turned around, he was met with cold-blooded faces looking back at him. He felt that things were really complicated here. Park Seo-yoon asked him, "What should they do now?" He replied, "In a moment, someone from the government will come to greet us." Just as he mentioned it, that person appeared. A beautiful woman said, "You are the Dream Team, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Elena. I am a member of the Professional Hunting Association in Italy, and I also manage hunters coming from Asia." She had blonde hair and quite a charming appearance. He shook hands with Elena to welcome her and introduced the people behind him. "I am a member of the Dream Team." Elena, upon meeting them, felt a bit disappointed as in front of her was only a rank A hunter, and the other hunters were all rank B. She thought at least the Order of Truth must have sent them here with an S-rank hunter. Nevertheless, she still politely shook hands in return. "I look forward to collaborating with you. You must be tired after the long journey here. Allow me to guide you to your resting place." Things took a turn for the worse when the gangsters from earlier continued to cause trouble, and even said things that only Italians would understand. He had no idea what those people were saying since he didn't know Italian. Helena had just come to meet the Dream Team when they encountered some difficulties. She felt guilty, so she said, "Don't worry about them. Please take this way." Suddenly, a round yellow orb appeared, hovering in front of his tie. He didn't know what it was, But Lee Ha-yoon explained, "This is a medium for spiritual connection. I learned this from Soul Saint. Using this medium, you will be able to communicate, although it's only basic communication." He felt that it was indeed the genius he expected, to be able to create a communication method after studying for just 2 weeks. As soon as he was given the ability to communicate, he began to understand the words that the thugs at the airport were saying. One of them said, "These kids came here for vacation. Huh. Those weaklings would crap themselves if they knew what this place is." Another, with a cigarette in his mouth, laughed scornfully. "It's obvious they would freak out if they knew. He came here to make money, not to make trouble." But those bastards kept chirping in his ear. One said, "Look, those cowards are running away. Let them be. Even if we do nothing, they'll die soon enough. What a waste it is for someone so beautiful to die young, haha." One of them continued, "Why not go over and stab them before that happens?" Hearing this, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He had thought about leaving, but they kept talking and talking. At the climax they even said, "Hey, if that beautiful girl were to die, it would be such a shame." His teammates also reported, "Why are you just standing there? They'll all die anyway." Just landing at the airport in Italy, there were a few things that made him feel annoyed. He said to Elena, "Excuse me, I have something to do." The beautiful girl sensed that trouble would arise because the people in front of them were not ordinary thugs. They were a mafia gang with a lot of talent. They were like parasites that the government had to turn a blind eye to because they couldn't deal with them. She had to stop this person. At that moment, she still didn't know how strong Seo-jun was. Park Seo-yoon signaled with his arm that beautiful girl, let him handle it. Elena felt terrified as to why his teammates were acting as if nothing was happening. He had approached them. At this moment, he hadn't said anything when they started throwing insults. "Oh, you're crazy, aren't you? Who knows, maybe he's so scared he's just looking for a bathroom." He said, "A bunch of trash floating around this airport. Italy is really chaotic." When the guy who was smoking leaned closer to him and wanted to say that again if you dare, he didn't like to talk much. He immediately used his right hand to push the guy's head down, cracking the ground beneath them. The neighboring man felt fear and realized just how strong he was, so he called for his gang to swarm him. Many others rushed in, each wielding their weapons. The remaining members of the dream team were even chatting. Some were yawning in boredom. So what was the outcome for that bunch? Everyone knew. He single-handedly defeated them all. And after finishing, he dusted off his hands as if this were nothing significant. After dealing with the trash, he cheerfully said to everyone, "Let's go." That same day, they were being transported to a new location. On the way in the limousine, the others asked the Italian girl, "Where are they? Where are they going?" Elena replied, "They are heading to Naples now." During the journey, Elena explained the current situation here. Actually, the people that the hunter Seo-jun dealt with are not the mafia. To be precise, they are a gang that broke away from their side. He asked, "What does this mean?" She answered, "After the hero Andrea passed away, the mafia faction split into 2 sides. One side is the moderate Agnese, and the other is the hardline Francesco. Then there is Antonio, the official successor, the heir to Andrea's estate." She continued to explain. Although they call themselves moderate and masculine, aside from Antonio, the other factions are all criminal organizations. She said, although dungeons are rampant, professional hunters in Italy have not been able to handle them yet. They are trying to stop this fierce mafia. Therefore, despite being a bit overly ambitious, Dream may be able to help us deal with the warped dungeons. He felt that this was not a problem and immediately agreed. She bowed her head to express her gratitude. Suddenly, the vehicle carrying them braked sharply, causing Lee Ha-yoon to bump her head against the table and swell up. He stood up and asked, "What's happening outside?" She proactively opened the car door to take a look. As soon as she opened the door, many local people shouted, "Run quickly, everyone run, there is a monster here." Elena, with a pale and frightened expression, saw in front of her gigantic monsters. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that they were as big as a mountain. The entrance to the deformed dungeon had been opened, and while she thought the city would be destroyed, somewhere, Team Dream was already preparing to fight. Seo-jun didn't think twice. He took out Longinus from his space and threw it like a shooting star, the attack powerful enough to kill a monster instantly. Immediately, the other team members also calmly stepped out of the vehicle. For now, the journey to Naples would be delayed a bit. Team Dream always stands united. Wherever we go, we are together. The captain commanded. Just set off from here. At this moment, in the Italian parliament, in a very luxurious villa, many powerful people were sitting around a table. The president of the Professional Hunters Association in Italy, Mr. Marcello, said, "Currently, there is a mafia gang that has taken over the city of Catanzaro." Mr. Marcello tried to negotiate with the mafia gang, but the mafia refused to negotiate, no matter what conditions he offered. Minister Samuel, representing the Italian government, asked, "Which faction has taken Catanzaro?" Marcello held a piece of paper and replied, "It is the faction of the tough Francesco. He has written that he will kill 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro if we do not hand over the presidency position within a week." Samuel felt a severe headache with the mafia's demands. This is outrageous. How can we let them hold the presidency? Antonio's situation is not any better. He is being waged war against by them. Yet he has coordinated with professional hunters. He came here to prevent those mafia bastards from leaving Sicily. But it seems to be not going very well. Samuel did not know how to resolve the situation. If only the hero Andrea were still alive, those bastards wouldn't dare to show their faces. He thought, this is the situation of a nation when there are no more heroes. At that point, if any disaster occurs, it will be an extremely difficult disaster to resolve. At this moment, there were many unresolved issues, and the subordinates urgently reported, "We are in trouble. The dungeon in Latina has deformed." The two of them couldn't help but feel anxious. In fact, Samuel even asked the president, "Do you see? How many professional hunters do you need to resolve this?" The president replied, "Currently, there are only about 500 level C hunters, 150 level B hunters, and 20 level A hunters." The minister asked, "What about foreign hunters?" The president could only shake his head in dismay at this situation. The minister felt helpless. He thought, could it be that the citizens have to sacrifice their lives in such an unjust manner? The minister couldn't just stand by. He ordered the president, "We must mobilize all available resources, ensuring that the priority is the safety of the citizens and that their lives are not put in danger." But luck came to Italy. His subordinate reported, "Excuse me, Mr. President." Then, the subordinate whispered to President Marcello, who was taken aback. He even exclaimed, "Is this for real?" The minister, seeing this, asked, "What has happened?" The president announced a piece of news. At location Latina 02, there were no casualties. The Dream Team has resolved this dungeon decisively. Returning to the scene where the Dream Team is fighting against the mutated monsters from the dungeon, Su-Dian brought her hands close to her face, slowly summoning fire circles. This powerful attack technique was so strong that wherever the flames swept through, the monsters instantly vanished. Not to be outdone, the Dark Saint's disciple had just perfected the demon soul killing pursuit skill. This secret technique was passed down to Li Mignol by the Dark Saint. He used his supersonic speed along with the dual swords dance ultimate move to continuously slash at a wolf. The result was that the wolf no longer retained its original form. Next up was Park Seo-yoon, who wielded a sword. She looked at the monsters towering like a building in front of her, and slowly activated her divine sword technique. Heaven-breaking divine sword. With just a few strikes, the monsters were severed in half. Then it was Lee Ha-yoon's turn as she concentrated on summoning an elemental spiritual art. This was the wind elemental spiritual art. Afterward, she gently blew spiritual energy from her hands, creating a gust of wind. This wind swept through, annihilating everything in its path. It was the elemental energy blast technique. After defeating several monsters to allow the civilians to escape, Alina urged them, "It's okay, everyone stay calm and evacuate from here." Fortunately, no civilians were in any danger. Alina's perspective changed. She did not know that the people in front of her were truly the real heroes. Before her now were extremely large monsters. Even their numbers were numerous. No matter how many there were, it would only take a short time to finish them off. Seo-jun unleashed an energy blast that caused many trees to split in half. Just by looking at the way he fought, one could imagine how strong he had become. Currently, his power surpassed that of a hero during the cataclysmic flood battle. From this moment on, Alina's way of thinking had changed, because before in her eyes, these individuals were just hunters with decent abilities. Now, what they displayed had to shift her perception. Even the so-called mutated dungeon was cleaned up in an instant by 5 people. In Italy, handling the situation might require a dozen hunters. As she was the manager there, the association's president had called her. When she answered the call, she respectfully announced, "I am Elena, the person assigned to manage the hunters from Asia." The president said something that left her stunned, wondering if what she had just heard was true. After defeating the dungeon, Su Dian expressed her admiration and asked Lee Ha-yoon, "How can she use elemental spiritual art like that? You have just become a disciple of the Soul Saint not long ago, right?" "This girl really talks strangely," Lee Ha-yoon replied. "People were once geniuses. It's just that they encountered a boss too early." For the first time in her life, Lee Ha-yoon praised someone else. "Honestly, I don't think I'm the only talented person here. Don't forget, I just awakened too." Su Dian also appeared shy, but Min Yol took this opportunity to tease. "Are you two complimenting each other now?" When he was mentioned, the girl felt uncomfortable. She was angry because he was so strong. Even if he practiced alone, Lee Min Yol trained on his own path, so he had already gotten used to it. Park Seo-yoon felt that these girls were even stronger than herself. Su Dian was the one who noticed the strength of others. During the battle, she noticed that this older sister was the one who had blown away an entire area. She stated a simple, obvious fact. "Because you train more than I do. It turns out that to become stronger, all you need is practice. It's so simple, just apply the formula and it works." Elena is falling into a confusing phase. When she first met the male lead, he was holding a monster dismembering knife to sell for money. Even after arriving in Italy, he still wanted to use this knife. He said, "The monsters are waiting to be shipped back to Korea for sale. I will take advantage of any opportunity to make money." For the first time in her life, Elena witnessed this phenomenon. She couldn't understand. What the hell? Is there anyone who would go so far as to dismember monsters to sell them? Seo-jun was not someone without decorum. He asked Elena, "Will I need to fill out a customs declaration to sell these monster parts? They have the right to claim these things, right?" Elena replied, "You are the one who took them down." And she caught a whiff of the powerful heroes who had come to Italy. Standing behind her were influential figures in this country. She introduced, "This is Samuel, the Prime Minister of Italy. The other is Marcello, the chairman of the Elite Hunters Association in Italy." With his prodigious mathematical intelligence, he pondered for a while and deduced why the Prime Minister and the chairman were there. He stepped forward and asked these individuals, "Are we required to file a separate customs declaration?" Seo-jun's teammates were also confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Seeing him so confused, the Prime Minister took the initiative to shake his hand and introduced himself. "You currently hold the position of Prime Minister." The person next to him also greeted him politely and introduced himself. "I am the chairman of the high-ranking Hunters Association in Italy." Seo-jun, aware of etiquette, introduced himself in return. "I am Kim Seo-jun, the captain of Team Dream." To break the awkward atmosphere, the Prime Minister complimented him on being able to communicate without an interpreter. He asked, "Are you a follower of the Order of Truth?" Seo-jun cheerfully replied, "No, I am not. A teammate of mine knows some spiritual techniques, so with a few tricks, I can communicate without facing any language barriers. I don't know exactly how it works, but everyone can see it as a translation tool." Lee Ha-yoon, standing behind, thought that hearing him explain about the Soul Saint would make her want to vomit. The Prime Minister, with a somber expression, said to him, "We have a few matters to discuss about the request you made. Can you help Italy?" He thought to himself, the main reason he came here is to help Italy. However, Samuel had told him, "I know this is an embarrassing request, but we will do our best to meet all your demands. If it's about money, you can ask for as much as you want." Upon hearing this, the light in his eyes brightened. After all, if the Prime Minister of a country has said so, then money is no object. After the Prime Minister finished speaking, he noticed that the man did not look particularly enthusiastic. The Prime Minister thought, talking about money doesn't seem to have any effect on this person, because for skilled hunters, they must be tired of hearing about money by now. But now he had no other choice. Italy was in a state of chaos, and he had to swallow his pride at all costs. No matter how much it took, the Prime Minister decisively added, "We will not take any fees for you collecting the monster corpses. Moreover, we will also fully cover the costs necessary for the separation and disposal of the monster corpses. We will also provide you with the best treatment. So please help us. I beg you. After hearing the incredibly attractive offer, Seojun assessed. Wherever you go, you can smell money. And this is the smell of dollars. European money, not one. However, to maintain his value, he pretended to seek the opinion of others. Everyone already knew he was a capitalist monster, so it wasn't surprising. After some negotiation, the Prime Minister said, "Then I will entrust the case in Lazio City to the Dream Team." Elena helped the Prime Minister explain. That place is a key political area, the capital of the region. She compared it to Gyeonggi-do in South Korea. Seojun felt, that's a bit too little, because I think I should handle all the dungeons in Italy, not just in a single city. After making the suggestion, the Prime Minister felt that his request was unreasonable. While he was pondering, he heard the sound of wind above and realized it was a helicopter. An idea struck him, and he said to the Prime Minister, "I saw the helicopter just a moment ago. Can we use it?" Samuel didn't know what his intention was, but if it could help with the work, he was ready to assist. He came up with a bold idea. Somehow, every time he thought of an idea, the other members felt a sense of dread. So he used the helicopter to move to different cities, from Cambodia, Barcelona, to the city of Basilicata, then Taranto. Seojun urged the helicopter pilot, drive to another city quickly. And so it was that wherever he moved, the dungeons there didn't want to remain. News spread. In addition to the cities already mentioned, both the city of Ramena, Pescara Gate, and a few other cities were rescued by the Dream Team. In front of the Prime Minister was a completely different phenomenon. Despite his efforts to do everything he could, the feeling he was experiencing was one of a racing heart, a feeling of admiration. Even having climbed to this position, he had never seen anything like this. Oh no, he suddenly remembered a time long ago when Andrea was still alive. At that time, he said he would return to the underworld. A man who always wore a smile on his face lingered in his thoughts. The Prime Minister believed that the downfall of Italy would come when he lost this hero. This was an opportunity he could not miss, a chance to help the people, to save many innocent souls. He was determined not to let slip the opportunity that the Asian hunters brought. He ordered the president of the association, "From now on, let the Dream Team take care of the safety of the people. Mobilize all the professional hunters we have." Marcelo could understand the mindset of the Prime Minister. He said, "Ready to deal with those mobsters." Since the Dream Team appeared, many newspapers have reported about this group. The articles praise that the hunters from the East have saved the whole of Italy. The people in the country do not know who the Dream Team is, but their appearance is no different from that of an Asian dragon. Francesco ordered his subordinate, Albano. He was ready to wait for Francesco's orders. Francesco felt that now was the right time to meet the lioness, Agnes. He asked, "So what should we do with the hostages in Catanzaro, sir?" However, he had revealed himself to be a monster. The mafia boss Maria in Italy. Francesco was a truly wicked person. He wanted all innocent people to die. Meanwhile, the entire Dream Team was enjoying high-class food from Italy, feasting on delicacies and incredibly fresh fruits. The food was laid out in 2 long rows. When the group walked in, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. To make the Dream Team as comfortable as possible, Helena had booked the entire hotel to treat them to food and drink. Seojun looked somewhat disinterested, as what he really liked was not food. Soo-yeon, Lee Ha-yoon, and Lee Min-yul, on the other hand, were quite different. The 3 nieces looked at the food with drool dripping down. What I truly care about is money. Even when standing in front of a lot of delicious food, I still ask, "Excuse me, Ms. Elena, could you tell us how much we have been paid?" Elena is not hesitant to reply, and feels quite comfortable. She announces that the amount they have been paid is around 42 million euros. This amount, when converted to won, is roughly 57 billion. Seojun sees this as the largest amount he has gained from a single mission. Unable to contain his joy, he falls into a state of euphoria. With this amount, even if divided among 5 people, each person would still receive 11.4 billion. Elena worries that he might be experiencing some health issues. Lee Min-yul, having seen this scene often, said to her, "Just ignore it. Every time money is mentioned, the captain reacts like this. Anything that is seen too often becomes boring." Seojun, busy enjoying his seafood pizza, thinks it tastes absolutely delicious. Although feeling extremely joyful, he realizes he still has things to do. Now is not the time to savor the results. In his mind, he is certain that when he turns 80, he will immediately buy 2 lessons. The first lesson is from the Atlas instructor, which will help him absorb 10,000 types of toxins, withstand extreme heat and cold, and make his body indestructible, while training his physical abilities to the maximum. The second lecture of the lecturer Thialfi is about speed. In this course, the speed he achieves will match the speed of light. However, all the efforts he has made have vanished with just 2 clicks. When agreeing to buy the course, he felt regretful about spending the money, but he is in a position to potentially earn a lot of money in the future, so it will balance out. To know more details, he asked a rather important and highly confidential information about Italy. He asked Elena about Italy's annual budget. As soon as she answered, about 1100 trillion won. He couldn't process the zeros in his head since this amount was far too large. Thinking about this number made him feel overwhelmed. He intended to receive a lot of money from this source, which is why he was so happy. However, his way of showing happiness led others to misunderstand him as being more like a pervert. Lee Min-yul noticed that the captain seemed happier than usual today. Su Yeon, busy eating noodles, felt that today was just like any other day. In fact, today was truly a very joyful day for him. Starting with the lecture from Atlas. A muscular man appeared, holding up a globe. Mythology tells that a giant titan supports the heavens in Greek and Roman mythology. In terms of strength, even the god Hercules must be overshadowed. While bearing the globe on his back, he also had time to teach his students, Atlas thought. What is the most important thing when bearing the entire sky? It is not bulging muscles or overwhelming strength. All of that is wrong. It is perseverance. The most important thing about holding up the entire sky is perseverance. At that moment, he was sitting on a bed in a very luxurious hotel room. While an ordinary person would have already lain down and taken a nap, he was different. Whenever he had free time, he studied diligently. Atlas exerted himself to teach. Naturally, while strength is also necessary to hold up the sky, without perseverance, strength is useless. Imagine you are holding up the entire sky, and suddenly someone punches you in the stomach. He told his students, imagine the difficulties while holding up the earth, such as a venomous snake biting your leg, standing in the freezing cold of winter, or enduring the scorching heat of summer. Are you going to use that as an excuse to collapse? At this point, he felt that those difficulties were reasonable enough for him to give up. But Atlas, the god of perseverance, did not allow the nonsensical words of the students to distract from the lesson. He was extremely passionate, even shouting loudly. These are just excuses. You must endure everything when holding up the sky in any condition. You must not be released under any circumstances. There are 3 fundamental aspects of perseverance that we will teach people in today's lesson. 1. The body cannot be destroyed. Perseverance can endure any physical injury. A person will have the ability to absorb 10,000 types of toxins. 2. Perseverance helps a person not to give up on any kind of toxin, even if it means enduring heat and cold. 3. Perseverance helps a person withstand extremely harsh heat and cold. This is the ultimate power of perseverance. After he finished speaking, the daily tasks of the Supreme Academy system were also announced. The daily tasks would be calculated based on the current level of the cadet. Not long after, the daily tasks appeared with a total of 4 assignments. 1. In the horse stance for 1 hour, while carrying a weight of 500 tons. 2. Drink the poison of Jormungandr once. 3. Endure the heat of 1000 degrees for 10 minutes. 4. Endure the cold of -100 degrees for 10 minutes. The tasks would continue to change based on the progress of the lesson. He felt that the other tasks were feasible, but only one task, drinking the deadly poison of Jormungandr, was not feasible. Jormungandr was explained as a giant serpent appearing in Norse mythology, possessing a toxin that could kill gods. While he could overlook those other tasks, he did not understand why there was a task to drink poison. He thought that drinking poison was not his task, but rather that of the monk. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out where to search for that type of poison. When he entered the Vietnamese supermarket, he was surprised to find it. WTF, a vial of poison for 2 billion won. Looking at this price, he felt it was really too expensive. He thought to himself that it was insane to spend 2 billion won on a vial of poison. Nevertheless, he was not too worried. After all, he had other comforts in bed and thought about a bright future. Once he completed all his missions in Italy, he might be able to earn thousands of billions. It was indeed greedy, but each time he visited a country, He'd always tried to protect and clean up the place. He had learned a bit of the first science, and now it was time for the second science. While studying, an unfortunate incident suddenly occurred. He felt a considerable tremor. A group of thugs had come right to the hotel looking for trouble. They ignored everyone and broke through the walls, entering as if it were an unguarded place. The leader even dared to come here to look for Kim Seo-jun. Although Elena was no match for these thugs, she bravely stood up and demanded that they leave. She warned that this was not a place for them to come and go as they please. Elena pulled out a leather whip from Tokuda. He talks big, but she shouldn't let herself get hurt. He was tightly bound by the whip around his neck and dragged away like a dog. Elena, armed with her whip, was ready to react. Just arriving to cause trouble, another guy from the group had already gone down. The remaining ones felt extremely furious and charged in all at once. They even came here with the intention of killing without mercy, even if it was a girl. After all, she was a hunter of the association in Italy, and her abilities were anything but ordinary. With the simple moves of these thugs, she could anticipate and counterattack. One of them carefully didn't dare to rush in. He cursed his comrades for blindly charging in together and attacking. Calling others fools, it was now his turn. He too was ensnared by the whip around one leg. Then she spun around and tossed him away like a chihuahua. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also skilled in combat. Yet her strikes lacked the force to inflict serious harm, leaving these guys merely unconscious. She can only pray for more time to wait for rescue to arrive. The initial boss she had knocked out has now regained consciousness. He punched her in the face and then choked Elena. The poor girl, with her beautiful looks, must be in pain and vomiting blood. He lifted her up and said that she was a crazy bitch. Albano, under the direction of the killer monster Francisco, will kill anyone, even women. Elena knew these were Francisco's subordinates. But what puzzled her was why he had managed to reach Silly's room. As far as she remembered, that place was already sealed off. Albano was here to find the main character, not to play games. He said, "Now, if you don't speak, I'll kill you." The more he talked, the tighter he squeezed her throat. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the dream team were enjoying a feast in the hotel. They had to run outside to see what was happening and saw a thug choking Elena. Albano looked at us slurping up pasta and thought that this was Kim Seo-jun. Lee Min-yul was eating noodles, and Albano said, "If we have to find a captain, then this is the person to look for, not the captain." He came here to find the captain, and who does he end up searching for? The main character. What a stroke of bad luck. Anyone who mentions this name, he appears. Seo-jun even materialized behind Albano like an invisible ghost and asked, "Who are you?" Before Albano could react, he was smacked away a distance. Seo-jun promptly saved the beautiful girl Elena. Albano felt utterly startled and terrified, as this person's speed was astonishingly fast. He didn't even see Seo-jun move at all. The expression on his face began to tighten. The remaining members of Team Dream, instead of showing fear, were about to witness the power of the captain. In fact, this time his speed was even faster than before. Francesco personally went to the lair of the lioness Agnes. She was the leader of the moderate faction. When she heard Francesco wanted a truce with her side, she did not respond immediately. On Francesco's part, he entered and attacked one of her subordinates, leaving the man bloodied. He grabbed the man's shirt while demanding her loyalty. Agnes was unaware of what this mustached man had in mind. Francesco, having just won, struck one of his own subordinates, because that one had secretly colluded with Antonio. Francesco released the man, then slowly walked towards her and said, "Albano just went to meet Kim Seo-jun for a while." Agnes had also heard that name through the press and intelligence. Francesco, however, believed, "That kiddo is just a fool who doesn't know where he stands." At that moment, Agnes still trusted. If Albano has gone to find that kiddo, that no one will survive. Francesco imagined the scenario of Kim Seo-jun suddenly dying as a hero. He said, "If that kiddo dies, then Antonio Marcello, that chairman of the association, as well as the Italian government will be panicked and chaotic." He even said, "What would it be like if the news about 90,000 Catanzaro citizens being slaughtered were to come out?" Agnes felt that the person in front of her was even crazier than she was. She didn't believe he was serious and thought this was immoral. Francesco reiterated, "I am a subordinate of a mad dog. The subordinates are reckless. I can handle everything. Is this immoral? Why shouldn't we care? As long as we can win, nothing else matters." I will do anything to ensure victory. He cruelly stepped on the face of the man lying beneath him, who was still gasping for breath and moaning in pain. Francesco was a monster. Rules and ethics, and so forth, did not apply to them. He said to her, "Their instincts are all vicious monsters. Just look at this appearance." He even felt proud to be the villain. Francesco clenched his fists tightly and asserted, "All power lies in my hands. If I want someone to die, that person must die. If I want to strike, then it must be done. I want to create a new era for Italy." His hands were stained with a lot of red blood, yet he still didn't know how dirty they were, rubbing them on his face and sucking on his fingers. Meanwhile, Albano had a terrified expression. From the first time he met Seo Jun, he thought he had let his guard down. But why couldn't he sense his movements? Elena was rescued in time. After that, he asked them, "Who is that?" Elena confirmed that it was indeed Albano, the leader of the violent faction and his subordinate. "Sicily, I remember being blocked by the association president and Antonio. How could they escape?" Albano told him, "You probably don't know everything, huh? You just arrived here, so you can't know much information." He said, "I came here on the boss's orders. I've heard there's an Asian kiddo coming here to interfere, and we were curious, so we came to see who that was." Seo Jun calmly helped her up and said to him, "All right, now you've seen me." After that, he wanted to give them a chance to escape. He signaled to Albano to get out of there while he still could. Albano is a true embodiment of a mad dog. You can't expect him to just walk away like that. He snapped. No one has ever turned their back on Albano before. At the speed of light, he intended to take his life with his bare hands. But he was faster and couldn't do anything. He threw an elbow into his mouth, sending him flying 10 meters away. This is what you get for talking too much. I hate those who talk too much the most. He felt that all criminals were just trash. Each one was no different from the others. He had already given them one chance, yet they still liked to stir up trouble. Albano felt humiliated and immediately forced his subordinates to go kill that kiddo. Although he was frightened, since it was the order from the superior, there was no other choice. The others had to accept his command as well. Following his words, they charged forward, each wielding a weapon. Without the protagonist having to lift a finger, long branches sprouted out, binding them up. Soo-yeon and the other teammates in the group could no longer ignore it. It was time for them to take action. Lee Min-yul was quick about fighting and still thought about having a meal afterwards. Lee Ha-yoon was a bit colder. She wanted to kill all of them. Park Seo-yoon stopped her. Just make them lose consciousness. All of Albano's subordinates were utterly crushed. He could hear the screams of his underlings. Albano did not expect to stumble upon a fire ant nest. According to everything he knew and had researched, these Asian hunters were only strongest at level A. But the opponent he faced this time was Kim Seo-jun. He emitted a killing intent right in front of him, leaving Albano unable to comprehend. Why is this guy in front of me only a level A, but is so strong? Indeed, this society still judged people by their outward appearance rather than their inner strength. Albano found himself cornered, feeling there was no way out. Despite calling for others to protect him, they had already been defeated. He was left with no choice but to play dirty by throwing a blinding stink bomb. Blinded by the flash, Seo Jun was unable to see anything, and missed the opportunity, allowing Albano to use his superhuman speed to escape. Lee Min-yul observed Albano's speed and recognized it was indeed fast. Elena told him, "Don't let him escape." He remained calm, letting the guy run ahead. After a while, he slowly sat down on the ground, striking a pose similar to a marathon runner. Then, he took off, so powerfully that the ground beneath him shattered, sending rocks flying everywhere. His way of starting to run was enough to convey just how fast he was. While fleeing, Albano thought to himself that he possessed unparalleled speed in the world. But being forced to flee made him underestimate the strength of these Asians. He must run back to inform the mad dog Francesco that the mafia alliance is not the issue here, but the problem he wants to report is appearing right beside him. As he was running comfortably, suddenly the sky darkened. When he tiredly opened his eyes, he saw in front of him the familiar place, the hotel where the Dream Team was staying. In fact, all the members of the Dream Team were staring at him. Everyone was waiting for Albano to wake up to interrogate him for information. Elena started first with the questions. How could you escape from Sicily, which has been sealed off by Marcello and Antonio? At this moment, Albano was still fearless. He replied, "You don't need to care about that." Elena thought, "You're just playing silly games." And she said, "You better spill it quickly." After being interrogated, he even laughed maliciously and told her, "Do you really think this is over? You fool." Elena could sense the unease from his words. Just mentioning the name Catanzaro made her feel chilly along with rage. Seeing his playful demeanor, she knew that the bomb was about to be detonated. She approached him and started hitting him repeatedly, shouting, "You son of a bitch, you're all scum. Are you even human? How can you act like this?" This was the first time that Dream's mind witnessed the terrifying sight of Elena raging. When asked about the reason, she helplessly said, "These guys are threatening to abduct 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro and force the president to resign." Albano, a mafia thug, despite being beaten to the point of bleeding, still tried to speak. "Initially, they only gave you until the weekend. But because of the tricks of those bastards in Parliament, my presence here was already predicted. The magic bomb must have been activated by now." With a shameless expression on his face, his teeth missing a few, he tried to convey, "Soon enough, 90,000 citizens will boom." Upon hearing this, Elena felt an overwhelming fury. In fact, if she could kill this guy, she probably would have done so a long time ago. She cursed at him, believing that he and those monsters were no different. Albano spewed out vile words, then blamed them. "We were planning to negotiate. You were the ones who spread us here, right? Yes, you shouldn't get involved with those foreign bastards. Because of your foolishness, 90,000 citizens will die. You see." These filthy words poured from his mouth. He didn't say much more, immediately delivering a strong punch that knocked him out cold right then and there. Elena, standing beside, was also astonished and afraid of the power of the punch. But because this evil man could still be exploited, he did not kill him. He still had a few questions he wanted to ask him. After that, he waited as things could not be delayed any longer. He was determined and ordered everyone, "We will go to Catanzaro immediately. Everyone get ready." Just over half an hour later, everyone was sitting on the president's helicopter heading to Catanzaro. On the plane, he assigned tasks to everyone. First was the girl Su-yeon. He asked her, "Can you handle it?" Su-yeon replied, "I know a little about magical bombs. If I get hit, I will be able to defuse it." Lee Min-yul was assigned to work with her to locate the bomb. One person would look for the bomb, and the other would find a way to defuse it. The captain said, "You have stealth skills, so you won't be detected. If you find the location, let me know immediately." For the sake of everyone's lives, Lee Min-yul responded seriously to the captain, "Don't worry, I will do my best." Park Seo-yoon was assigned the task of finding hostages and evacuating them to a safe place. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yoon would assist. Everyone had been assigned their roles, each with their own specific duty. Looking at the faces of everyone, one could see their determination, especially the main character. He opened the helicopter door while a helicopter was flying high. Elena felt that his action was too dangerous, so she said, "There isn't enough time left." In many cases, the mafia can sniff out something is wrong, and if that happens, the remaining members of the dream team will be in trouble. In response to her concern, he replied, "Don't worry." His expression was extremely confident. He promised that he would never let anything happen. After that, from the height, he used the speed of the gods to launch himself like a rocket from the helicopter. While moving to that location, the progress of the lecture increased by 0.8%, but he also had to run a lot. In fact, he ran at maximum speed while simultaneously completing his daily mission, which involved using his body's speed for 5 minutes. As he ran, he felt as though his body was being torn apart. His body was in immense pain, but fortunately, he was also studying Atlas's lecture, so his perseverance and endurance helped him hold on. Time was growing increasingly urgent, and the lives of the people were at stake with every passing second. This was not a time for him to relax or enjoy himself while he ran toward the destination. According to his calculations, he didn't know exactly when the magical bomb would detonate, but for now, it had not yet been triggered, so it's possible that the mafia had not yet left Catanzaro. He thought, or there's another possibility. The mafia has already left, but the bomb hasn't been activated yet. If the worst-case scenario happens, those bastards haven't left yet. Then until Dream Team arrives in Catanzaro, until Lee Min-yul finds the bomb and Su-yeon disarms it, and until Lee Ha-yoon and Park Seo-yoon can evacuate the people to safety, he must definitely buy as much time as possible. While racing at lightning speed, he prayed that everything would go according to plan. He only hoped that everything would happen just in time and not a moment too late. Every gang needs a leader. He was holding the detonator in his hand, feeling as if all lives depended on him. He was the leader of the Francesco gang, named Cesar, who often suffered from constipation. As he spoke with his subordinates, he was also speeding with all his might. He did not know that a destroyer god was coming to find him. Cesar asked his subordinate, "What about the people in Catanzaro?" His companion replied, "We've warned the people not to leave their homes. The citizens won't know what's happening until that bomb explodes." As they spoke, he pushed himself to move faster toward them. Cesar calculated that if he let a few people run and inform others that Catanzaro had been completely destroyed, it would create a greater obsession. One of his subordinates asked, "How many people should we save, sir?" He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Perhaps around 10 people." At this moment, he was still looking for their location. They had gathered outside. Caesar ordered everyone to return to Sicily. He also said, "Have you all gone to sleep? If you fall asleep and get blown to bits, don't blame me." The subordinates thought there couldn't be anyone so foolish in the world. They even laughed and said that people like that deserved to be killed. As Caesar and his companions were preparing to enjoy their rewards, suddenly a blue light appeared along with electric sparks as if a star had just landed. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. It was not too late. Seeing that he held his main weapon in hand, he would never show mercy to them. Caesar noticed in front of him an Asian man. He did not know where this kiddo came from, so he introduced himself. "You were the mafia who took over Catanzaro, right?" The man asked back, "Who are you?" And he replied, "Sorry, but you all have to come with me for a while." Caesar felt he was being too arrogant, and thought, "Is this one of the 10 people I told my subordinates to release, right?" The guy shook his head. "No. In fact, none of those people were Asian." At that moment, Caesar was unaware that today would be his doomsday. He couldn't understand why some fool dared to act smart in front of the mafia, relying on the greater numbers. He said, "I don't know who you are, or why you're here, but if you want to die, that's fine." His expression turned cold. He ordered his subordinates to kill Seo Jun. Each henchman held a weapon, some even wielding knives. A quick count showed at least 5 people attacking at the same time. At that moment, he began to feel regret. Had he known, he would have spent more time learning from Zhang Fei's lecture. This time, his expression was very serious. He no longer wanted to joke around like he usually did. Caesar arrogantly commanded his subordinates, "I will go ahead, kill him, and then follow me." He listened for a moment before hearing loud noises coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw one of his subordinates had been knocked down. He remained incredibly calm, even standing still in one place. One of the men behind him raised a sword intending to chop off his head, but it would be futile. To him, these attacks were too basic. He used his super speed technique to knock all of them away in the blink of an eye. Cesar, in a daze, had to widen his eyes. He had never witnessed such a scene before, to the extent that he couldn't even see his movements anymore. The protagonist regarded this as a journey of his own. This is bad. He now felt fear. Sweat poured down profusely. The mafia gang kept trying to flee upon seeing the protagonist. Caesar sensed that he was not a match for the protagonist. Therefore, he reported, "We must quickly leave this place, and the most important thing is to press the activation button, then return to Sicily." But now, he was here too. If he pressed the button, he would die as well. Caesar couldn't rush, even though he held the activation button in his hand. After a short while, in just a few minutes, he was able to effortlessly defeat all of his subordinates. The next person to be attacked was none other than Cesar. The look in his eyes made Cesar feel scared. However, instead of rushing in to punch him repeatedly, he calmly walked over. Seeing him approach, Cesar immediately took a step back, feeling as if he were facing a tiger in the jungle. As he tried to get closer to Cesar, his subordinates blocked his path, but this was futile. No matter how hard they tried, they could not stop him. With no other options, Cesar had to abandon his subordinates to find a way to save himself first. Even though Cesar's subordinates struggled to impede the main character, their efforts were in vain against his strength. At that moment, Cesar could not understand why this Asian man was so determined to pursue him relentlessly. While Seo Jun was fighting the boss, the other members of the gang continued to struggle by buying time, preventing him from moving. In fact, many people had grabbed his arms and legs, and some even had him in a chokehold. This group was determined not to let Caesar escape. He ordered the remaining members to do their utmost to keep Soo-jun restrained. But is that enough? He gently released his aura. These people had been overwhelmed by his power. To have such strength and still try to block his path. Too naive. As Caesar was running smoothly, he was also swept into a segment, having to flip a few times, just to avoid falling flat on his face. But even now, he still hadn't shaken off his fear. Before he could think more, he leaped in front of Caesar like a true assassin. His strength was now entirely different from the level of these people. Even though Caesar was the boss, he still had to plead with him to spare his life. Caesar took the device in his hand to threaten Seo-jun. Seeing him stop, Caesar, though trembling, still said, "Haha, just as I thought, you know about the activation device. If you take one more step, I'll press the button immediately. You know what will happen if I press this, right?" The expression on his face showed no fear of death. He knew, if that bastard pressed the button, he would die as well. Caesar had a chance because the other lackeys had just woken up to rescue him. He said, "If I die, then everyone must die." Now he stood still with Caesar's subordinates surrounding him. He said, "Is that bastard gone? Don't pull any tricks. If you move, even just a little, I will press the button right away." Caesar was actually an S-level hunter. He was not afraid of him, but he threatened. "If you move even a bit, I will accidentally press this button. If you want to turn to ashes along with the residents of Catanzaro, I won't stop you." The others were all standing close to him, making it impossible for him to move. But could this really restrain the trump card of the movie? The answer, of course, was no. He realized that he might as well pretend for them, threatening them for his own amusement. Seo-jun was indeed a person with a good heart. He always thought about the villains, giving them joy and then striking later. Seeing him silent, Caesar demanded he hand over the lance. He had just opened his mouth to say, "No need to worry like that." As soon as Caesar replied, he appeared right in front of him. In fact, he only needed to spin the lance 360 degrees to send the henchman flying away. Without saying much, he pointed the long Venus lance at Caesar's terrified face to threaten him. Caesar was a bastard. This bastard wanted everyone to die together, and he immediately pressed the activation button. But after pressing it, nothing happened. So what is this about? Why are the surroundings? The house is here still intact. Even you haven't lost your life. Caesar looked at the button nervously. He couldn't help but think, did I accidentally press the wrong button or something? Seeing that the plan had finally succeeded, Seo-jun had placed his trust in Team Dream. He smiled happily. Although the girl was not present, he had reserved a compliment for her. "Well done, Soo-yeon." At this moment, everything had been decided and was nearing its conclusion. Albano wore a face that resembled one stung by a bee. He was tied up and locked in a stuffy room. Reflecting back, he felt a surge of anger. Every time he encountered the main character, he would punch him until he lost his gloves. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps entering. Albano looked at the familiar shoes and outfit and realized that it was Caesar. Albano thought positively, "My brother is coming. My brother is coming." He wondered how Kim Seo-jun could possibly handle so many mafia members alone. Albano met his senior again, and he was overjoyed that he would be rescued from here. As the door opened, light streamed into Caesar's face. He finally saw that Albano's face was not much different from his own. It truly is ridiculous, both of them sitting in the same place. He walked in and said, "All of you have been surrounded by me alone." Caesar looked more terrified than a frightened beast. He begged, "Spare me, please don't kill me. It's not just you here. Elena also has some questions for them." Seo-jun said to them. Albano didn't expect someone as strong as Caesar to be defeated. Seo-jun continued, "The plan has failed. Quickly tell me, how could you escape from Sicily?" Albano was stubborn. Even though he took more hits than meals, he still refused to speak. Caesar, however, wanted to live more than anything. He continuously revealed the secret passage. "We have a secret passage. That's why we were able to escape from Sicily." When Albano told his brother not to reveal anything, he received a slap to the head. The slap was so hard that he fell silent. Seeing Albano being hit, Caesar looked at the scene in horror. Seo-jun turned back to him with a gentle face. "So there is a secret passage." "Right." Having witnessed the previous scene, Caesar almost wet his pants and kept pleading for his life. Seo-jun raised the key question. "You know you've tried to write about nearly 90,000 people, right? Go on, I'll consider it." After he recovered and just opened his eyes, all the members of the dream team appeared in front of Albano. This guy looked towards the older brother, seeing that he had passed out cold. Thus, he thought that Cesar had revealed the whole truth. Suddenly, in a bid to save his life, Albano said, "The amount is 70 million euros. If you need the money, I will give you this amount." Seo Jun couldn't believe that the man sitting in front of him actually had an enormous sum of money like that. After all, Albano was a well-known figure in the mafia, saying, "He is just a criminal after all." Albano thought that Seo Jun was underestimating him too much. This guy was not just an ordinary criminal, he was also a member of the mafia. So what is Maria? They had carried out countless operations, ranging from loan sharking, drug trafficking, gambling, human trafficking, to many other illegal activities. But in summary, every year they earned 53 billion euros. Albano said, "This amount, when exchanged for Korean money, will amount to about 78 trillion won. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg that you are trying to do with Andrea's nose alone." Instead of waiting until their evening, he managed to catch a whiff of the figure 78 trillion. The sickness of greed returned, causing him to feel ecstatic all over. A tingling sensation ran throughout his body. Albano looked at the man in front of him, who turned out to be a hero on the outside just for the people, but inside would ultimately return to money after all. He boldly said, "If you let us go, we will give you 100 trillion won." But wait, watch the hell. Seo Jun felt dissatisfied upon hearing this part. He remembered, that bastard just said there was 78 trillion. Why is he now only willing to give him 100 trillion won? Isn't that a bit too little? Albano stared back in confusion, not understanding what this guy was talking about. Seo Jun just wanted to meet his boss. Honestly, I really want to meet that guy who calls himself Francesco or whatever. But anyway, remember that this guy is a tough nut to crack. No matter how much you pry open his mouth, he still won't spill any more. He also didn't want to ask for that name anymore, but he guessed that Francesco was probably in Sicily. He asked a question. "So you guys are also trafficking people illegally, right?" When he replied, "How so?" he had now turned into a true capitalist ghost. He planned to sell them for money right away. In his eyes, it was like, "Oh my God, who's the mafia here?" Albano intended to say a few words to him, but he delivered a punch that sent him out, leaving him unconscious. A moment later, Lee Min-yul honestly reported, "You have to open your mouth to talk just to get punched." At the house where they were being held, Albano had just woken up, asked a few questions, and immediately got knocked out again. Instantly, Lee Min-yul stated, "This crazy guy just needs to open his mouth and he's ready to get punched." Indeed, the king of resilience, every time he opened his mouth, he invited a punch from others. One of the people here, Lee Ha-yoon, had previously received punches from Seo Jun. She understood very well how painful those punches were. Feeling that everything was happening too fast, Elena asked Seo Jun, "Do you really want to meet Francesco?" He had always meant what he said. No one claimed to be joking. This is a dangerous action, so she made every effort to stop him. The place is really very dangerous. It is the stronghold of the mafia. It is said that there are as many as 150,000 members of the mafia concentrated there. Moreover, Francesco is also a well-known S-level hunter. He has nearly reached the realm of the cataclysmic flood hero. Even for you, it is too risky. Although this is a risky action, if it is not done right now, there will never be another opportunity. He explained, "Let's deal with the mafia once and for all." He told her that this was the lesson learned from the incident in Catanzaro. The problem that Italy is facing is not the mutated dungeon, but those mafias themselves. Although what he said was completely correct, she was still very worried about this trip. One trip may mean not being able to return. Seo Jun had to explain further for her to understand. It's not like we haven't calculated beforehand. It's not just one aspect. Those guys have used it before, so I intend to go there to negotiate with them. A human trafficking deal. Oh my God! Now a top-tier professional hunter wants to team up with the mafia to engage in human trafficking. Just hearing that makes my head hurt. As for the male lead, he cares for nothing but money. At night, in a city next to Sicily called Messina, you can find many of the most professional hunters gathered. This city connects Sicily with the Italian mainland. The president of the association must always think about the future of the country. He cannot afford to sleep for even a minute. Recently, he has been investigating the whereabouts of Agnes and the pack of mad dogs. Francesco seems very strange, he told the prime minister. In my opinion, I think they have joined forces. The Prime Minister sees this as an extremely important decision. If this is true, then Italy will be even more chaotic. Antonio, currently the official heir of Andrea, is aligned with the government and the association, saying that it seems the Mad Dogs and Agnes will join forces and fight against us with full force. He has planted a spy in that organization, but the spy has not reported back any news. Perhaps the spy has had their identity exposed. Samuel could no longer bear to witness this scene. The days of suffering had come to an end. He bowed his head and thought, the situation is worsening by the day. The Dream Team is responsible for the safety of the entire country of Italy. It was thought that the Dream Team would be able to resolve this situation and restore balance. But currently, they are only making the bomb explode faster. The Prime Minister envisioned the prospect of those two villains colluding together. Their forces must number up to 150,000 people, while the Italian army has around 200,000. The battle would be incredibly fierce, and casualties are impossible to predict. 90,000 civilians are hostages, gasping for life. The president of the association, Antonio, had also urged the Prime Minister to issue a declaration of war, as there was no retreat left. In the darkness, there is always a glimmer of light somewhere, and this light would serve as hope for the entire country of Italy. At the moment, the Prime Minister was contemplating the impending war and the countless casualties it would bring. Alina entered to report to him. As she walked into the room, she greeted him politely and asked how he was. The Prime Minister knew she had come to see him for a reason, so he went straight to the point. I thought you were with the Dream Team. What's the matter? Alina seemed somewhat uncomfortable and told the Prime Minister. Hunter Kim Seo-jun wants to meet with the President and Antonio immediately. Suddenly, the Dream Team wanted to abruptly reach out to the leaders of Italy. It seemed that something significant had happened. Seeing him give orders, Alina said, "We will soon meet him." "Where is he?" Alina replied, "He is outside." So he opened the door to step in with two thugs from Francesco's gang. In his demeanor, he appeared relaxed and cheerful, not pressured like the Prime Minister. Seo-jun knew there were two people sitting in the Prime Minister's office, but Antonio was someone he had not met yet. Therefore, he politely greeted, "Nice to meet you, Antonio." Right from their first meeting, Antonio asked him why he could translate automatically. He briefly replied, "Oh no, this is just a translation through my consciousness." The Prime Minister knew he was there to meet him, so he asked, "What is going on? Instead of something important, you come to ask all three powerful figures in Italy about business matters. Are you here to inquire about the prices in Italy?" They didn't understand anything, and he threw the two bastards to the ground. The two lay still, seemingly having had too much sleep. The President and the Chairman recognized that these were Albano and Caesar. He did not know why Francesco's henchmen were lying here. He looked at the faces of them and licked his lips. They said they would pay about 70 million euros, or 100 billion won. He played big, took a bomb out of his space pocket. The people in the room were terrified. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him and pulled out a nuclear bomb, placing it in front of him. At that moment, would you be scared? He leaned against the bomb with a cheerful expression. "I would like to ask everyone, how much should the price be for 150,000? The whole room did not understand his meaning. How could they grasp his intent so quickly? Actually, what he meant was that he would go alone to negotiate with the boss, and the soldiers would not need to deploy. The Prime Minister did not understand the actions he had just performed. He even asked, "What about the prison that we asked you about?" The chairman of the association also did not know what that big purple thing was. Alina explained, "That is for shooting balls." "Oh no, let me explain properly." After she explained, the others finally understood the situation. Because he worked too quickly, too dangerously. Indeed, the magic power of money can make people work day and night. The Prime Minister of Italy, a powerful figure in society, now had to respectfully bow his head. "Thank you very much, Hunter Kim Seo-jun." He pretended to awkwardly decline, but inside he was very pleased. He felt incredibly grateful to him. As Prime Minister, you were supposed to represent Italy, yet you could only turn a blind eye to 90,000 innocent citizens. If the Hunter Kim Seo-jun hadn't appeared, if the Dream Team hadn't shown up, I would have had to read news about the massacre instead of this joyful news. Truly, I thank you very much. Thank you was done. Now he wanted to get into the main issue. Regarding money, he was quick. "So how should I price 150,000 mafia guys?" Marcello asked for clarification. Are you the running the mafia world, right? He confirmed. That's right. He also mentioned, the huge sphere next to you is the magical bomb in Catanzaro. The dream team dealt with it by sucking out all the magic power inside. But as soon as the magic power is restored within, the bomb will be activated again. He outlined his plan. I will use the secret passage to Sicily, then channel energy into this bomb, recycle it back, and make those bastards pay for what they intended to do to Catanzaro. Everyone can consider this our cleanup campaign for Catanzaro. Antonio opposed this idea. He expressed concern, saying that if he used that magical bomb, the mafia would certainly be wiped out, but at the same time, he would also lose his life. You said, furthermore, after detonating the bomb, how do you plan to escape? This is no different from a suicide bombing. The Prime Minister found Antonio's words to be completely accurate. He suggested, Kim Seo-jun, the hunter, and the dream team have already sacrificed so much for us. We cannot demand someone from another country to come here and do such a thing. However, when he discussed this plan with everyone, he had also considered how to ensure his own safety. Among them was a skeptical person. Antonio pondered for a moment, then asked, why would you go to such lengths, even risking your life? Seo-jun has nothing to do with Italy. He thought, even if you ignore it, no one would say anything. Not to mention, you were putting your life on the line when you didn't have to come here in the first place. Why are you risking your life to help us? But he replied, helping others doesn't need a reason. Is a reason necessary to help others? This answer reminded Antonio of the figure of his grandfather. At that time, he had instructed him, remember this, Antonio, people do not follow you because of your power, but because of your ideals. It had been a long time since he had seen someone resembling the image of his grandfather. It had been a long time since he had seen this demeanor. But he felt that because he had cast doubt on him, he had taken the initiative to go to Kim Seo-jun's place. During this time, Seo-jun said, I want everyone to follow this plan. After that, he placed the bomb into the spatial bag. Antonio approached him, addressing him in a respectful tone. He took off his hat to show his respect. We will do anything to repay you. So please. The two senior leaders of that country also bowed their heads, showing their respect. Because this trip could be a one-way journey, everyone hoped that he could survive and return. Seo-jun was not accustomed to such sentimental scenes. He knew his skill level and what his chances of survival were, while the people before him acted as if he was going to die. However, seeing that all three of them were too polite to him, he did not want to ruin the atmosphere. Therefore, he also greeted them politely, then carried two men, Albano and Cesar, on his back and went about his business. He told everyone, I will be back soon. All three men respected him. Today he was a true hero, ready to sacrifice his life. As for Elena, it was different. She felt that this resembled a money-obsessed demon, more interested in doing righteous deeds. In Sicily, this was the base of the mafia. In other words, it was their stronghold. Here, even the government had to suffer for not being able to control it. Both of the strongest villains in Italy are present here. Francesco is a madman. Even when doing nothing, he still holds a knife and waves it in the air, dancing for fun. I say one day he'll cut his hand and learn. The lioness with a huge hammer on her back approached him and said, I have sent 100,000 people to Messina, the place that connects Sicily and the Italian mainland. According to your words now, the one in the dominant position is Francesco. You can attack at any time. Even right now. Agnes slowly walked closer to the glass door, looking down below. Francesco's forces were already gathered there. She said, Is it really necessary for you to rush like this? Not only in terms of strength, I'm already at a disadvantage. Right now, my 50,000 elite troops still have to stay back. I don't know if your decision is too hasty. Francesco is, after all, a madman. Once he wants to do something, he will see it through to the end. He even scoffed at Agnes for her cowardice. She won't escape Sicily like this. Upon hearing this, Agnes felt a bit annoyed, but out of respect for being on the same side, she chose to remain silent. Francesco's ambitions are enormous. He wants a rebellion to engulf the entire country of Italy. In just a short time, this plan will succeed. He even said, Isn't the parliament incredibly foolish? All we need to do is take advantage of that time. It's as easy as turning over a hand. After all, war must happen. Isn't it better to seize the opportunity when the situation is favorable for us? Agnes listened to Francesco's words, knowing she could only follow him without daring to resist. Suddenly, a message arrived. The sender reported, "Most of Antonio's forces have withdrawn from Mexico, sir." Upon hearing this news, the mad dog was extremely thrilled. He felt immensely satisfied with what he had just said to her. Completely right. The Parliament is a bunch of cowards who only know how to retreat, he scoffed. Francesco stood up and walked toward a map in the room. As he walked, he thought aloud. With 100,000 of my reserve troops at the front in Mexico, those bastards must be very scared. If they have to face a battle against more than 100,000 of my men, they will panic even more. He turned back and said, "If I lead 50,000 elite soldiers to wipe out Antonio's troops, by then I will drain their strength completely." To add credibility to his words, he threw the knife into the sky. Just a moment later, he almost missed it, but luckily he caught it. After that, he plunged the knife into the map and laughed. "Italy will be in our hands all alone." Upon hearing this, based on what this madman just said, Annie asked back, "So the first 100,000 people are just cannon fodder?" Francesco confirmed, "That's right, exactly. This is the best way to go." In fact, with this crazy idea, he even asked her about her reactions and thoughts on the plan. All along, she had been a quiet person, but Francesco was a cold-blooded man. However, in reality, she was also someone like that, and even seemed to take pleasure in it. Both of them laughed heartily inside the room. "A new era for Italy will begin," Francesco shouted in excitement. Lost in his own self-indulgence, he noticed Seo-jun appearing right behind him, fidgeting with his ear, saying, "This is definitely nonsense. Oh, it seems something is off outside. I remember there were many guards, so why is this kiddo standing here?" He even joked, "Sorry, I misspoke. Your France is something, right?" Francesco was terrified. Why is this Asian person able to get in here? No, that's not right. There are many guards outside. How is he still alive? He didn't want to say much, just a few random words, and then gave them two cute gifts. The two bosses lying below cried out, "Run away! This bastard is really scary. Boss, save me." Francesco remembered very clearly. Albano was caught because he had sent him to assassinate Kim Seo-jun. But why was Cesar near the bomb to activate it? And why was he caught when these are two different locations? He went straight to the main issue, as he heard the two lying on the ground say that they were making a lot of money. Like many others, Francesco guessed, because he could communicate without a translator. Could it be that you are a member of the Order of Truth? He was tired of this question, as everyone asked it wherever he went, perhaps partly because his skill was too outstanding. Then Francesco said something that made him think. It can't be someone from the Order of Truth. He didn't hear clearly, so he asked Francesco to repeat himself, feeling that he could learn a bit more information about the Order of Truth. Seo-jun began to take things more seriously. "I only intended to come here for extortion, but it seems that's not going to work." He pulled out a whole bomb placed in the room. This stunned Francesco, who went from one surprise to another. He was confused. "How could you bring this bomb with you?" Seo-jun placed a hand on the bomb. He knew Francesco recognized it and understood the tremendous destructive power of this bomb. Agnes had only heard about it, but she was not sure if this was the bomb or not. Francesco felt extremely uneasy when he saw the magical bomb that he had placed in Catanzaro. Seo-jun threatened the two mafia bosses. "If this bomb explodes, both of you will meet the Grim Reaper for a game of cards, and everything will turn to ash. Should I just set it off now?" Even as a mafia boss, Francesco was not easily intimidated by a magical bomb that had lost all its magic power. He chuckled derisively, challenging. What can you do with a bomb that has no magic power? In theory, Francesco was right, but this was an exceptional case. Seo-jun gently laid his hand on the bomb, channeling magic power into it. Agnes, witnessing this scene, nearly breathed her last from astonishment. When Seo-jun finished channeling the magic power, the bomb began to glow, emitting an extremely terrifying source of magic power from within. Both mafia bosses had to widen their eyes in disbelief, for what Seo-jun had just done was inconceivable. This bomb had the capacity to destroy an entire city, yet he was able to inject magic power into it in just a moment. He didn't like joking, so he proposed directly to them. "Now that it's recharged, shall I blow it up?" Francesco was not easily frightened because he knew that if he blew it up here, everyone would die. But Seo-jun was different. He had his lightning-fast skills, so escaping the blast radius of this bomb was just a basic task for him. Seeing Seo-jun's confidence, Francesco began to feel uneasy, as he detected no hint of fear in his eyes. In fact, even Francesco himself had been thrown into a state of mental crisis by him. Francesco asked, "What do you want now?" Seo-jun replied, "You can earn a lot of money each year, about 78 trillion euros. Your subordinates told me so." Francesco just sneered. So it turns out this kiddo's only goal is money. He candidly put a price on it. "How much do you want? Name your price. I can meet all of it." Indeed, rich people want to solve everything with money. Seeing Francesco appear relaxed, Seo-jun said, "Let's see. These two said their income is around 70 million euros or so, and there are still 50,000 elite troops here, right? Because 100,000 people were already sent out." This entire plan of his had been completely understood by Seo-jun. Francesco realized that Seo-jun knew too much, and he decided, "I must kill him to bury the lead." He thought to himself, "Just give me a little money, then take advantage of the moment of carelessness to attack." He unexpectedly became a calculation prodigy, like the founder of Aston, the father of mathematics, the inventor of the calculator. Seeing him muttering calculations, who would have thought he would come up with the result? 700 billion euro. Francesco was furious. "What the hell are you saying, you crazy bastard?" Seo-jun jokingly calculated and ended up getting cursed at, which sounded really funny. He replied, "You just said any amount would do." It was true that Francesco had said that, but the figure of 700 billion euro was so absurd that it made him curse. In fact, if we consider the level of madness, Seo-jun might even be crazier than the mafia boss. Somehow, Francesco still agreed. "All right, I'll give it to you. But there's one condition. You must pay with your life." Francesco was also an S-level hunter, so it was not easy to be intimidated. Standing before a young guy like Seo-jun, he drew a knife hidden in his hand and lunged to attack. Seo-jun was unbothered and also retaliated against Francesco. But just as both of them drew back from the fight, he suddenly noticed something unusual in Francesco's palm. A bright red color. He had used the secret weapon in his hand to unleash countless red blades, attacking Seo-jun. Seo-jun easily dodged the attacks, but there was still one problem. If those attacks hit the bomb, it would explode. Francesco was truly insane, unafraid of death, and he challenged Seo-jun back. "Do you think I care about your schemes? But surely you won't let it blow up that easily." Seo-jun calmly looked at him, waiting to see what he would do next. Francesco soared into the air with his claws, mocking. "Speaking of the money you're demanding, 700 billion euros, right? Come and take it if you're good." He unleashed magic skills. But these magic skills shot out red energy sources, with some beams even targeting the bomb directly. However, Seo-jun could easily block them with his martial arts. Seo-jun contemplated, finding that Francesco had a point. He couldn't detonate the bomb thoughtlessly. In the worst-case scenario, he could leave before getting caught in the explosion with the speed of light, but he wasn't truly familiar with those skills yet, so it would take some time. And here, there was also an obstruction, Agnes. If the two teamed up, it would be difficult for him to escape. Francesco, infuriated, yelled at Agnes. "What the hell are you doing? That bastard definitely won't detonate the bomb. I'm frustrated dealing with this, and you're just standing there. It's really annoying." He smiled in praise. "You're quick-witted. Maybe it's because all of you have experience dealing with bomb terrorism, right?" She also used her aura to attack simultaneously with that scoundrel. But he had tightened his grip on the lance, then released a portion of the energy within his body. The earth and rocks around him were blown away, and the rushing subordinates were thrown back. Agnes couldn't comprehend what she was witnessing before her eyes. She distinctly remembered that before coming here, this guy was much weaker. Seo-jun, in his handsome and absolutely powerful demeanor, knew well that these scum would not easily part with their money. He wasn't naive enough to believe that. The starving individuals had to find a way to escape because this place was about to be destroyed. On top of that, there was also a magical bomb. If it exploded, they would die as well. Seo-jun said to them, "Stop stalling. It's over. However, before that, I still want to ask you two a few questions." Both high-level hunters were confronting an A-level hunter. He asked jokingly, but then channeled his Kai into the strike, causing the entire house to explode. This strike was so powerful that both of them struggled immensely just to stay alive. Francesco remained optimistic, thinking, "This strike didn't hit me. He must have avoided this attack." But is this the end? Is this really his strongest blow? The answer is no. He still has many skills to show that scum. The second move is an explosion. He uses a lance to unleash a wave of energy around him. They, unable to withstand the tremors, fall into a state of losing control over themselves. But the final boss in a movie is never that easy. Francesco and Agnes go mad, using everything they have. The power of the two escalates suddenly. One uses sword magic skills, while the other wields the might of a hammer. Both combine their strength to try to eliminate him. On their faces, one can clearly see how wicked they are. When the attacks have landed, striking at the same point, rocks and dirt fly violently, shaking an entire area of the city. But perhaps they have forgotten that the protagonist has the ability to move at the speed of a god. He deftly ships behind them. When they have attacked with everything they possess, he still has time to dodge. Indeed, there are several individuals here with power nearing the hero level during the cataclysmic flood. The story after that is no longer worth mentioning. He decides to unleash 30% of his power, concentrating it into a single strike. In other words, this blow is quite painful. When they vaguely saw him behind, a terrifying bolt of energy in a deep blue color surged towards them. When he woke up, he realized he had been knocked unconscious by him. Fortunately for them, the protagonist was a humanitarian. If he could defeat them, they would have probably been dead long ago. Francesco now only lay on the ground, wearing a bizarre smile. He remembered the disaster-level hero Andrea, who had crushed and unified the entire mafia. But he could not compare to this kiddo. His skill level had forced a mafia boss to admit that he was completely overwhelming. With this level, even if the two of them worked together, they would not be able to defeat him. So was everything really over? He thought, "I never thought that one day I would fail so miserably like this." Every one of his plans unfolded as follows. First, use the distorted dungeon to tear apart the forces and diminish Antonio's quality. Then, he caused chaos in Italy by creating disaster for the people of Catanzaro. Next, it is to use his 100,000 people to attack the bases, as well as the awakened ones, to weaken the power of Antonio and Marcello. Finally, he builds his most elite force to drown that basin and take power as president. But the reason for his failure lay before him, not with Antonio, nor with the awakened society of Italy, nor with the Supreme Court's ruling, nor with the oppression of opposing forces. It was all because of this Asian hunter. He noticed that he took a long pause, and he didn't want to waste time, so he asked him a few questions. Francesco asked Nam directly, "What do you want to do now?" Seo-jun was just thinking of blowing up the bomb. He wouldn't concede anything, could leave anything behind. But he was sure he wouldn't leave behind 50,000 members of the mafia. Excellent. He ignored whatever he wanted to say, but first he had to turn back. He still asked, "In short, how much can you pay?" He did not believe that there are people in this world who take money from others and still leave them alive. Truly, he did not want to kill him at all. He said, "It all depends on how much you will offer." These words he spoke were the truth. After hearing them, he simply laughed, laughing as if he were feeling very joyful. He no longer regretted spending money. "You can take it. Even if I can't give it to you now, as soon as Antonio comes to power, he will pay you." Francesco suddenly said some strange, bizarre words. But can you really take it? He still could not understand the intent behind his question. "Do you know what will happen when you detonate that bomb?" He answered, "What else but 50,000 mafia here will all die." What he referred to was not just a normal consequence, but the real aftermath. Francesco continued, "This bomb will turn the entire city to ashes, and I got this bomb from someone. Do you think we could create such a retribution?" Seo-jun. Upon hearing this, he began to connect everything that he and Francesco had discussed during their earlier meeting. Looking at the way he spoke, it was clear that he was related to the Order of Truth. Once this connection was made, he finally understood everything. He asked him, "Is this a trick from the Order of Truth?" Looking at his smile, he could also comprehend. This was indeed due to the Order of Truth. Francesco was a madman, but he still lacked the ability to create that bomb. He spoke while laughing. "I knew it. You also know the true face of the Order of Truth, right? Those hypocrites." Since he was about to die, he revealed the truth. "I was the one who killed Andrea. To be more precise, I incited the Order of Truth to kill that hero." Upon hearing this, the face of the young man felt fear. With the madness of this man, he explained, "We were very cunning. The Order of Truth staged the scene as an accident in the dungeon, and that bomb was initially meant to deal with the monster that killed Andrea. The plan was to kill Andrea and place that bomb in the dungeon to eliminate the monster. Only this way could that terrifying creature be destroyed. But I did the opposite. I thought that using this bomb to eliminate an ordinary monster was a waste. This bomb is truly beautiful, and the atmosphere is just right, so I decided to use it in a better way." When hearing this, the young man was unsure. "Are you planning to use this bomb to kill 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro?" He lay on the ground confirming, "That's right. Such a pity. Such a pity. I truly wanted to see the scene of all 90,000 citizens turning to ashes." Seo-jun felt increasingly enraged as he listened to the man speak. "Crazy dog," he silently cursed. Francesco continued in his own way, and then asked, "Do you feel something strange?" He took his right arm and dug into his pants pocket, pulling out a weapon. He said, "Do you know why I suddenly treat you like this?" Then, Francesco sprang up with terrifying speed and used the knife in his hand to end Seo-jun's life. Just then, he said, "Everything is meaningless now." Seo-jun was not the type of person to be easily defeated by such sneak attacks. He naturally knocked the weapon out of Francesco's hand, but his aim was not to kill him. It was the magical bomb beside him. He deliberately created an impact on the bomb. Seo-jun suddenly remembered that he had more than one sword, and from the very beginning, Francesco's target was the bomb, not him. Francesco could never accept defeat. If he were to fail, then everyone would die along with him. The bomb, with just a crack, reacted violently inside. In just a moment, it would explode this place. Seeing it too irritating, he immediately kicked him in the face, scattering his teeth all over the place. He fell unconscious on the spot from this blow. It's truly miserable, and now the situation is very dangerous. He doesn't want to die here, so he concentrated his mind and used the 3 danshin to escape. Fortunately, the 3 danshin were activated. He used incredible speed to move extraordinarily fast away from this place. The bomb had reached its limit and was about to explode. Over here, an apostles was doing something in a mysterious place. As the apostles entered, other monsters also looked at him. The place where the apostles stood was where Andrea, the hero of Italy, had perished because of the magical bomb. "Why are you lying here so wretchedly? Where have all those aspirations and willpower gone?" At this moment, the condition of the place he died was filled with rubble, and a battered sword lay there, with his helmet on top. This mysterious person is the Apostles of Patience. A lower subordinate followed him and informed him. They said the bomb has exploded on the island of Sicily, but as he remembers, the bomb was supposed to explode in Catanzaro. Anyway, Fake had foreseen that bomb would explode. The Apostles of Patience felt angered because the crazy Francesco had caused more chaos. He decided to deal with the remaining excesses. Suddenly, his subordinate informed him that there was one more thing. The Apostles of Moderation warned, "We must be particularly careful because Kim Seo-jun has made a move." This caused the Apostles of Patience to feel anxious. They knew that the male lead was an invisible variable. However, what the Apostles possessed was far more terrifying than that. The Apostles of Patience looked at their creation, feeling immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, the subordinate could not help but panic as in front of them stood a colossal monster with an energy source surpassing even that of a hero in the cataclysmic flood. The Apostles of Patience pondered, "I wonder what it will be like when encountering this monster. Its appearance in this dungeon can be said to be the most mutated ever." Seo-jun had sprinted at full speed to escape from that bomb, but while activating his 3 danshin, he paid the price. Since he was unable to use all 3 danshin simultaneously, he was struck by a backlash. His hand was covered with remnants of the explosion, causing him to crash into a nearby forest, his whole body aching. Luckily, being the main character meant he wasn't going to die at this moment. Seo-jun hurriedly took out his phone and purchased an item. He reminded himself that this was not the time to lie down. He decisively bought a vial of elixir for 15 billion won without hesitation. After completing the purchase, he drank the entire vial, leaving only a single drop at the end. Just after drinking it, he felt that he could recover a bit, but to regain full strength, he had to meditate. He sat up and assumed a meditative posture, The source of energy gradually returned and stabilized. Now he had another concern. According to what that Francesco said, if those things are true, then everything is still not over here. The magical bomb designed to defeat that monster exploded just a moment ago. Now only he could deal with this monster alone. Therefore, he had to recover quickly to reach Marcello and help everyone. The situation in the city of Messina was very chaotic. Antonio wanted to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the mafia. He said, "They are the bastards that tarnished Maria's reputation. Let us punish them according to our laws. Even the chairman is calling on allies to destroy the mafia. We cannot spare them. They are the termites destroying our homeland." Both individuals were fiercely battling against others. This was the opportunity that Italy had been granted by the hunter Kim Seo-jun. They thought he dedicated himself to restoring order to Italy right now. They must seize back that order at all costs, no matter how much blood must be shed. The situation was incredibly chaotic. The staff continuously communicated updates to the Prime Minister. One individual reported, "Antonio is rampaging in the east." Another informed that professional hunters and the association president Marcello were hunting down the escaping enemies. Finally, Maria had been completely eradicated, but he still did not feel joy over the elimination of these mafia scum, because the hunter Kim Seo-jun, during the massive explosion in Sicily, had been there along with 50,000 elite mafia members. They all perished there. The bomb explosion meant that hunter Kim Seo-jun was dead. He felt an immense anger for allowing a stranger with no connection to Italy to sacrifice himself for the people of Italy. The Prime Minister reminded himself, the entire nation will never forget his contribution and will absolutely not waste the opportunity he has given them. Samuel ordered the remaining staff, "Do not let any mafia member escape." The staff acknowledged the order, but then a man wearing glasses discovered something unusual in the city of Messina. They managed to eliminate the remnants of the Agnese gang and the Francesco gang. 90,000 citizens were saved, and they also eradicated the factions of these criminal organizations. This meant they had achieved victory. The people of Italy and the hunters of Italia were filled with joy. They prepared to hold a celebratory feast. The president of the association and Antonio were exhausted after battling so many adversaries. Nevertheless, they were not entirely cheerful, as they sensed that this was not the end. However, most of the matters had been resolved. They looked at the scene of their liberated country and vowed to remain grateful to the hunter Kim Seo-jun for a lifetime. But the story had only just begun. The appearance of a monster caused both men to widen their eyes in fear. What can make these two men so terrified? The man wearing glasses reported an urgent message. They are in big trouble. In the city of Messina, a distortion has occurred. This distortion, measured by equipment, shows a magic power reading that is extremely unusual. The figure is even several times higher than in previous years. It can be said that this is the highest number in a decade. So what has truly appeared in the city of Messina? People were still preparing to celebrate their victory over the mafia. Before they could even celebrate, thunder suddenly rumbled across the sky. Even though a gate had not yet opened, they could sense that something terrifying was approaching. The gate to the dungeon slowly began to open. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's office, staff announced even more horrifying news. The staff reported, not only has it appeared in one city, but across all of Italy. Upon hearing this news, Samuel was left speechless and did not know what to say. Two ordinary men, incredibly strong, were shaken to their cores upon seeing the monster preparing to emerge from the dungeon. Just its appearance was enough to leave them in shock. At this rate, the entire country of Italy would face destruction. The emergence of the monster even instilled fear in the divine. The creature possessed 2 arms and countless tentacles trailing behind its back. This was the very embodiment of the Demogorgon. The monster had only used 5% of its strength, and with a deafening roar, it made sure that all those beneath it heard. All the weak low-level hunters began to bleed from their mouths and noses. They were overwhelmed by this supreme power, a force that caused many hunters to give up as soon as they encountered it. There are some people who have to call for help because they cannot move. Some hunters, when faced with this scene, lose all fighting spirit and flee, thinking it is their only option. Antonio, although he does not run away, has a look in his eyes that reveals he is feeling an overwhelming fear, even to the point of being unable to move. The appearance of the Demogorgon signifies a horrific death. Its power and form have overwhelmed most hunters. As long as Team Dream is still here, victory is certain. He will not let things go too far. Sudion is no longer as afraid as she used to be. She has cast a freezing spell. Instead of a normal freeze, this is a freeze blast, causing anything that the ice passes through to be unable to move. A magic circle forms beneath the monster's feet. It has frozen nearly half of the monster's legs. After Sudion has completed her task of restraining the monster, it is the assassin, Lee Min-yul's turn to appear with 2 daggers on his person. He moves with the demon-killing pursuit technique. With this skill, even a god would be severed. He executes the secret technique, striking 2 paths into one of its arms, and the arm is immediately severed. Demogorgon can sense pain and screams in agony. Its blood splatters from its severed arm. However, as Lee Min-yul prepares to land, it intends to attack with its left arm. Suddenly, another team arrives, led by Park Seo-yoon. She wants to show it what manners are and what it means to be a disciple of the Sword Saint. Her second ultimate move, Heaven-breaking Divine Sword, turns her sword a golden color. Then, she slashes with extraordinary power capable of splitting a mountain in half. The continuous slashes into its body severely injured the monster. The disciple of the Soul Saint, Lee Ha-yoon, has also summoned a spirit resembling the divine spirit of the Soul Saint. This is the soul of a 9-tailed fox using yin-yang spiritual art. Its power can purge any evil spirit present in the air, restoring and helping to remove control effects. A complete formation, consisting of attackers and defenders, and even a person to remove control effects. After being freed from the effects, those affected feel as if everything has returned to normal. The poison has vanished, and other hunters feel extremely pleased that Team Dream has appeared. Their appearance was like the last hope for the city of Messina. Each person possessed a different unique power. One wielded soul skills, while another commanded the element of earth. Together, they cast their spells, triggering an earthquake. The monster, which stood still, was also struck by the tremors and let out a howl of agony. But that was not enough. The girl Suyeon transformed into Saitama and delivered a punch shaped like a formation. Instead of hitting directly, she struck a formation, unleashing a massive surge of energy. This energy had the potential to obliterate an entire area of the city. The Demogorgon took this blow squarely to the head, and even it was overwhelmed by the Dream Team's formation. Those who witnessed this spectacle were filled with admiration. They wished they could possess even a fraction of the strength of someone on the Dream Team. Seeing that the monster remained motionless, the crowd cheered, "Team Dream is the champion. We have all survived." However, one among them sensed that running away was the best course of action at that moment. His words drew the attention of the other hunters back to the monster. All the attacks that had caused tremendous damage until now were no longer effective. The monster stood up and let out terrifying screams of fear. In fact, if one paid attention, they could see that it had no scratches at all. They all remembered clearly that the monster's arm had been severed. The scene earlier was indeed that they had cut through the monster. But the moment the arm was cut, it had instantly regrown. They didn't know what to say anymore. This was the regeneration ability. The monster had an incredibly powerful regeneration ability. Not only did it regenerate strongly, but it also possessed tremendous power. From this moment on, everything had reached a dead end. The Demogorgon called its miniature minions to attack the hunters. Monsters similar to it slowly rose from the ground. The situation had been reversed. The president didn't know what to do, feeling utterly helpless. He even had to kneel down as he faced an unbelievable sight. However, Team Dream did not want to give up. The monster counterattacked, using one hand to strike Lee Min-yul, sending him crashing hard into a building. Suyeon was extremely worried about him, but on Lee Ha-yoon's side, things were not going well at all. A minion of the Demogorgon had bitten into her left arm. Looking at her expression, one could feel the pain she was enduring. Park Seo-yoon, a disciple of the Sword Saint, despite facing difficulties, could still fight against the minions of the monster. The chairman of the association felt fear. He shouted to everyone, "Hurry and run! This is enough already. You have sacrificed too much for us." Marcelo fell into a state of crisis. In front of him, the heroes from the Dream Team had done too much for this country. A young hunter from abroad, without any connection to us, had fought to the death against 50,000 elite mafia troops. The country of Italy had received help from Hunter Kim Seo-jun and the entire Dream Team. The nation would never be able to repay that. He pleaded with everyone, Please do not risk your lives for us any longer. I am a strong man, but I have had to shed tears. I beg you all to flee from here. I cannot allow my benefactors to sacrifice themselves like this. If I could trade, I would trade 100,000 lives to become food instead. The Dream Team, on the other hand, has no concept of giving up. Park Seo-yoon and Lee Ha-yoon, the two strongest members, can cooperate to fight against the monsters. In despair, the association president thinks, why doesn't the Dream Team run away? Could it be that they are waiting for Hunter Kim Seo-joon? After calming down, he guesses, if they are trying to fight to wait for Seo-joon to return, it is all in vain. He won't come back. He says, because he is dead. Lee Min-yul, from the wreckage, still holds on to hope. He is our captain. How could he die that easily? He can't be dead. He must not be dead. Soo-yeon hears this, and then adds, the only thing that can kill Seo-joon is the destruction of this world. Lee Ha-yoon is different. While fighting the monsters, she still finds herself laughing. She remembers one more thing, which is money. Park Seo-yoon knows this better than anyone else. She also just smiles back, as if affirming that this is a truth. Even in the heat of battle, they still choose to believe that their captain will return. Soo-yeon reiterates, the only things that can kill Seo-joon are a major economic depression and the destruction of this world. Marcelo couldn't understand why everyone trusted the man so much. A familiar figure dashed past him. This girl was Elena. She was also giving her all to fight. Please keep trying. The president of the association said, just endure a little longer, and the Hunter Kim Seo-joon will arrive here. He couldn't believe that his subordinates all chose to trust that man. What he was seeing right before his eyes was bewildering. He wondered, oh, the Dream Team from Korea and a subordinate of mine are collaborating just to buy time for Seo-joon to arrive. He didn't understand what kind of trust this was. It's clear that Seo-joon is dead. I believe he couldn't possibly survive such a massive explosion. This is an undeniable fact. Even if he were to survive and get here, it wouldn't change anything. Marcelo felt increasingly helpless. What is this all about? Why? I don't understand. Inside, he was also pushing himself to believe what others were telling him. In his moment of despair, Antonio came over and placed a hand on his shoulder. The expression on his face was understandable. Antonio said, if it weren't for our benefactor, who else would be able to do it? These words seemed to awaken Chairman Marcelo. He decided to take action against the monsters. Even if I die here, I will fight to the end. The chairman commanded the remaining members, no matter what it takes, we must stop that monster here. Until Hunter Kim Seo-joon arrives, don't you dare die. A highly cooperative combat scene unfolded. Each person performed their own duties, but their priority was to fight against the mini Demogorgons first. Some reckless individuals were willing to charge at the Demogorgon to take it down, but its power was on a completely different level compared to them. Despite the other hunters trying their best to hold it at bay to buy more time, a direct assault did not yield any results. It possessed infinite regeneration abilities. The tentacles from behind the Demogorgon attacked them, and for B-rank hunters, being struck by it meant certain defeat on the spot. After just a short while of fighting, Team Dream began to suffer casualties. Soo-yeon lay unconscious in Lee Min-yul's arms. In the midst of battle, everyone realized what the world would look like without a hero. Its roar once again challenged everyone to attack. Every time they tried to strike, it recovered. Park Seo-yoon, although much stronger than before, was still not a match for it. She had reached her limit, one of her arms severely injured. Before her now was no longer a mere monster, but a true disaster. It was thought that Team Dream and the other hunters could buy enough time until the male lead arrived, but now even she had let go and smiled. She hoped that after she passed away, Sword Saint wouldn't scold Kim Seo-joon too much. As the monster was about to take her life, a familiar beam of light shot forth, severing part of its arm. As it howled in pain, a figure appeared, none other than Kim Seo-joon, her dream lover and the hero of everyone. Her face was one of satisfaction, because he had finally arrived. Seo-joon came with an angry expression, asking, how dare you hit my girlfriend?